Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Law of the Jungle, Book 1, by Vasily Mahaneko, translated by Mikhail Yakupov, narrated by Deontay Black. Chapter 1. 50 years ago. And the irony of it all is quite remarkable, isn't it, my old nemesis? To meet your end in a prison of your own creation. The Emperor, may he reign eternally, has a flair for poetic justice, doesn't he? Your school lies in ruins, your disciples are no more, and your legacy has been obliterated from the annals of history completely. Every trace of a school of a silver heron and its illustrious founder, Huang Long, has been eradicated. This world has no mercy for the weak. Chen Feng, the immortal patriarch of a school of spirit power, a nascent god of a silver rank, gazed upon his fallen rival with a sense of superiority. The 2-decade war had culminated in a complete defeat of Huang Long. Hosts of his disciples had been slaughtered, their sanctuaries laid to waste, their treasures plundered, and their places of power fallen into the greedy clutches of Chen Feng and his followers. Huang Long, once a nascent god of a silver rank, and now reduced to the fate of a mere mortal, had no words left as he stood there with his head held proudly high. The Emperor, may he reign eternally, had taken a personal interest in the conflict between the schools. In his judgment, death was too lenient a fate for the vanquished. So, they had sealed Huang Long's source of power and condemned him to the very prison he had crafted. Within the confines of Tier 0, Qi energy was scarce. There was just enough to maintain the barest of existences. Thus, high-level Taoists trapped within such formations would wither, their minds unraveling under the relentless assault of an insatiable, soul-rending hunger. However, such a fate would not befall Huang Long. He was now but a simple man. His demise would be of hunger, but a hunger of the flesh, not of energy. Chen Feng had decreed that only 6 days' worth of sustenance be provided, as per the Emperor's will. The aftermath was clear to all. Huang Long was to perish. There was no place for the weak in the Deforian Empire. Farewell, my old enemy. May your final moments be filled with agony as you curse the hour you refused my offer. Better a slave than a corpse, after all. With these words, Chen Feng departed the cave, leaving the formation and sealing the exit. Only then did Huang Long allow his emotions to surface. A flicker of despair crossed his face. For 3 centuries, he had led his school, unlocking mysteries of a cosmos and exploring the frontiers of Qi energy. Yet it was all for naught. The school of the Silver Heron had proven too feeble to protect its secrets, and thus too feeble to claim its right to exist. A brief moment of weakness was all Huang Long had permitted himself. Sitting down and closing his eyes, the old man had entered a state of meditation, contemplating his next move. He was no longer a Taoist, and the energy eluded his body, but the habit of strategic thinking and deep meditation did not fade. The school of the Silver Heron was renowned for its master artificers, who had tamed numerous secrets of nature. In fact, it was these secrets that had led to the war in the first place. The School of Spirit Power sought to seize all techniques and instructions for crafting great artifacts for itself. More the fools, they. As defeat loomed and the school's edifices crumbled, Huang Long decided to safeguard all knowledge in the one place beyond the reach of any Taoist, his personal inventory. Those were among the great secrets of the now defunct School of the Silver Heron. Huang Long had resigned himself to the thought that these secrets would die with him, but heavens had granted him a shadow of an opportunity to right the wrongs. 6 days was the duration allotted by the Emperor. If he was frugal enough, he might stretch the provisions to some 2 or 3 weeks. Then the inevitable end would come. The time granted needed to be utilized to its fullest potential. Huang Long retrieved a tinder and flint from his personal inventory. Striking the stones several times, the old man managed to spark a flame. He had only 10 torches left. Never had he imagined he would live long enough to need them. The light had to be conserved. Of course, he could have used the lamp that had appeared nearby, but activating it required infusing power into a spirit stone. As a mere mortal, he was incapable of doing so now. Nor could he use the dozens of great artifacts he'd had to hide from his enemies in his personal inventory. They were but dead weight to him now. Looking around, Huang Lung nodded in satisfaction. Nothing had changed in the prison formation over the 30 years since its creation, except for a few more skeletons, all those unfortunates sent here to die of madness. The old man pulled several bookcases from his personal inventory and began filling them with scrolls of techniques and thick tomes describing artifact crafting, moving with haste. All the wisdom of the school of a silver heron, so coveted by Chen Feng, had fit into 6 bookcases. The prison formation had been fully activated, ensuring that no living being could enter this cave for the next 30 years. Neither a beast, nor human, nor demon. Then again, there would hardly be demons in Tier 0. Chen Feng believed himself victorious. In 30 years, he would forget his old enemy and the secrets he'd held. Whoever would find this place was unlikely to belong to the school of spirit power. There was little there to be of interest to them in a zone as remote as Tier 0. Who could that person be? A hunter? A fugitive? An outcast? The nearest settlement was almost 30 miles away, surrounded by dense forests and formidable beasts. In reality, the chance of this cave being discovered was minimal. But one must never despair. As long as there was hope, the school of the Silver Heron lived, and Huang Lung, in the time remaining, would do everything in his power to preserve his knowledge. Tier 0. Those who lived here were just beginning their journey into the understanding of immortality and the energy of qi. Resources were not as plentiful as in the inner tiers, yet everything necessary to fulfill Huang Lung's plan could be found. The old man took out writing materials and sheets of paper reinforced with longevity spells and set up a desk. He began to write carefully. Greetings, seekers. This cave holds all the knowledge and secrets of the school of the Silver Heron, but before you use them, you must create a personal inventory. It is a unique artifact tied to the soul of a Taoist, an artifact that cannot be taken away even when the Taoist's power is sealed, an artifact whose existence is unknown to anyone but its owner. I understand my words may frighten you, but destiny leaves us no other choice. The path to greatness is arduous and thorny, but with my guidance, you can traverse it much more easily than others. I will show you which books to study first and which techniques to use to avoid suspicion, but all this will come after you create your personal inventory. First, however, you must learn the basics of artifact creation. You will need the following. Huang Lung paused from his writings and finally allowed himself a smirk. If the heavens willed it, the school of the Silver Heron would yet make its mark under this sky. May all its enemies be destroyed. Turgan from the village of Darren looked at me with blatant superiority in his eyes verging on the mockery, clearly already preparing to be feted as the victor. At just under 12 years old, he was a head taller than me, and his shoulders could rival those of my uncle, who had spent half his life in the forge. The small wooden sword in my opponent's hands seemed like a mere toothpick, yet I knew all too well how dangerous this toothpick could be. Turgan's 3 previous opponents had already been dragged off to the medic, and only heavens knew when they'd be able to walk properly again, if ever. Turgan, you're the best! A sizable delegation had arrived from Darren to support their champion. My father said that almost the entire village had come to witness their beloved champion finally win the annual provincial tournament. All that remained for him was to overcome one last, seemingly insignificant and frail opponent, namely, yours truly. The final battle of the Varen Province Contender Tournament is about to begin, boomed the deputy governor's sonorous voice. Turgan from the village of Darren versus Xander from the village of Khaled. Prefect Saren of House Wang, seated on a small tribune, leaned forward to better observe our fight. His 10-year exile in our province was coming to an end, and as a candidate of a golden rank, he would soon be allowed to enter the first tier. However, as my father said, our esteemed Saren was not in any condition to embark on the path to ascension and was unlikely to relinquish his comfortable position. Many chose to remain peak candidates in Tier 0 over starting again as novices in the first tier. I need to stop by the market and buy some gifts for the family, my father said calmly, not even turning his head toward me. He didn't wish to speak about the fight. Everything that needed to be said had already imparted to me by this rock-like man. Now it was my fight, and the village elder of Khaled deemed it unnecessary to offer advice. That suited me just fine. I would have preferred my usual bronze Jian to this wooden dummy, of course, but who would allow real weapons at a contenders tournament? Such a practice was reserved only for the first tier, and even there, not all schools permitted it. Let the battle begin! The prefect's deputy finished extolling our past victories and waved his hand, signaling the start of a final duel. Turgan started running towards me immediately, raising his sword for a strike. His tactic was clear. He intended to deal with me in one blow, just like he had with all his previous opponents. It would be foolish to test the strength of a training weapon. I knew it was worthless. The broken wooden pieces from Turgan's past fights lay scattered at the edge of the arena as a symbol of his previous opponent's folly. His strength was utterly disproportionate to his age. Watching his fights, I often caught myself thinking I was seeing a true Taoist and not a green copper rank candidate. Turgan's parents were lumberjacks, so he struck as he'd been taught, with a wide diagonal overhead swing meant to break through any defenses and send his opponent straight to the medic. Considering his strength and decent speed, such a tactic might have worked, if not for one thing. I had no intention of standing still like a tree, passively awaiting the woodcutter's axe. Feinting a move as if trying to jump back to Turgan's supporting leg, I swiftly turned and, narrowly dodging his sword, whacked his lowered arm with my wooden stick. Had it been a real weapon, Turgan's arm would have dropped to the ground, and he would have been rolling on the ground, howling in pain. But we were at a tournament, and I had only scored 1 point for a successful hit. The first to reach 3 points would be declared the winner of a contenders tournament. Turgan's right arm hung limp. Gripping his sword in his left hand, he started tracing intricate figures of 8 in the air, showing he could handle the weapon just as well. Breaking through such defense was tough. My father had trained me for this, but physically, Turgan was twice as strong as me. Attempting to block his sword would be futile. I would either break my hand or my weapon, which would automatically make Turgan the winner. It was time for Plan B. Fight, you coward! Turgan bellowed as I began to retreat. The arena wasn't large, just about 30 feet across, but it was enough for me to dodge the brute's furious attacks. Turgan accelerated, intending to finish the fight at once, but I kept running around the edge without stopping. Constantly spinning a sword at such speed was impossible for anyone, even my father, a golden rank candidate. Turgan couldn't keep it up either. He frantically chased me around the arena for a while, but gradually started to tire. His figures of 8 slowed, the power of his movements waned, his speed dropped, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. A perfect moment for a counterattack. The blow rattled my training sword, nearly ripping it from my hands. Despite his fatigue, Turgan was still monstrously strong. I didn't have time to twist my wrist and strike with the sword, so I did what I had planned. Kicked him squarely in the chest. No matter how strong and sturdy my opponent was, he couldn't withstand such a hit. He toppled over with a loud grunt. I should have finished him off then, as he was defenseless, but the tournament rules forbade it. As much as I wanted to land a punch on his thick neck to see him roll his eyes back and end the fight, I couldn't. So the score was 2 to Xander and 0 to Turgan. Yet Turgan defied expectations. Instead of launching a blind attack, the Darren villager surprised everyone as he rose with a furious roar. Reaching into his pockets, he produced a small stone. The surrounding crowd gasped in unison, and Prefect Saren, perched on his seat, leaned forward with intense interest, nearly tumbling over. Turgan had a spirit stone, a rare and precious item in Tier 0, which could only be obtained from anomaly monsters, and not just any monster either. In white anomalies, such stones were very rare, and the only yellow anomaly in the entire province was regulated very strictly, with village warriors allowed access only on designated days. The value of these stones was such that the tournament winner would be awarded one as a prize. It wouldn't be a large stone, but it would still be enough to power our cart for several weeks, no less. Yet the crowd's astonishment wasn't merely a reaction to the 12-year-old Turgan's possession of a spirit stone. It was what he had done with it that had left everyone aghast. Turgan popped the stone into his mouth and swallowed it. This was the only known way for non-Taoists like us to utilize the energy of spiritual stones. My opponent twitched a few times, as if lashed with a whip, then calmed, and peered at me with a gaze that was no longer human. He was overflowing with energy which demanded release. Turgan's eyes and ears started to bleed. His body wasn't ready to handle chi, but he appeared prepared to risk everything in his thirst for victory.
It's a technique! He's gonna use a technique! He's gonna become a Taoist!
Someone shouted. I had to react swiftly. I threw myself to the ground to avoid a translucent blade that whistled dangerously close overhead. Attempting to parry it with a wooden sword would have been suicidal. It wouldn't even register that pathetic imitation of a weapon, as it would tear right through it. Turgan had employed Spirit Arrow, a basic and readily accessible first-level technique. I rolled to the side just in time as the spot where I had been a split second ago exploded in a fountain of sand. The madman used the technique again.
Stop the fight!
Prefect Saren yelled, but above the crowd's uproar, my father's deep voice resonated, silencing everyone.
Continue the fight! The use of techniques is not prohibited by the rules. There will be a winner in this tournament.
My father's words were so unexpected that the crowd went eerily silent. Everyone gazed at the village elder of Khaled in astonishment, well aware of what the likely outcome would be if one of Turgan's strikes landed. Either a limb or my head would get severed. Alternatively, he could punch a hole in me large enough to fit a hand through. Fearing the accuracy of Turgan's strikes, spectators scrambled away from the arena. Preventing any injury was paramount to me as well. Even if I survived, my father would skin me alive if any bystander got hurt. Bleeding profusely, Turgan still persisted in using his technique. One strike followed by another, and then a third. He staggered, unable to run, but still kept launching the deadly technique at me with dogged determination. Ideally, I should have left the arena and sought refuge behind the tribune, letting the elders deal with this lunatic. However, leaving the arena meant defeat. If my father believed there was no prohibition on using techniques, then it must have indeed been so. And I had no intention of losing anyway. The 10th strike of the arrow also proved Turgan's last. I leaped up, letting the semi-transparent blade pass under my feet, and then my opponent collapsed face down. He didn't even put his arms out. The sand beneath Turgan turned crimson. Blood seemed to be flowing from his every pore.
Get a medic!
Someone from Turgan's support group, which had all been cheering for him so loudly just moments ago, cried out. But no one dared to enter the ring until Prefect Saren declared the winner. Saren was in no hurry. Part of the grandstand had been destroyed, likely by one of Turgan's strikes that had gone in the direction of a prefect. I doubt Saren was pleased by that, but he still had to make an announcement as the governor of a province.
The fight is over. The winner of a Varen Province Contenders Tournament is Xander from the village of Khaled. We welcome the champion of a province.
There were a few scattered claps, but the crowd largely ignored my triumph. Turgan's relatives rushed towards him. They turned the young man onto his back, and an old medic sat down beside him. Just like all the other residents of the outer tier, this medic, also a golden rank candidate, wasn't a Taoist and couldn't use healing techniques. All he could do was examine the body and give his assessment based on experience. After sitting with his hand on the young man's body and his eyes closed for a while, the medic shook his head and whispered softly, "He's not going to make it. His body wasn't ready for such work with chi energy." The crowd gasped. Who, if not Turgan, was ready to use the energy of a spirit stone? His powerful body, insane stamina, and demonic strength were completely extraordinary for a 12-year-old boy. But reality was harsh. It was believed that until the age of 12, the body would reject the energy, and only by 16, after daily strenuous training, could those on the path to immortality become apprentices and move to the higher tiers. Here in the outer tier, also called the birth tier or tier 0, there was practically no chi energy available. It had to be taken from spirit stones, which was what Turgan had done, paying for his folly with his life.
"You!"
A finger of a huge man, remarkably resembling Turgan, pointed at my father.
"This is all your fault. You forbade ending the fight. My son could have stayed alive if it weren't for your order."
"You hesitated," my father replied, without even looking at the woodsman, turning to me instead. "The fourth strike could have cost you your leg. Explain." "It was all under control, father."
"There is no father here, Junior."
Shamil, the village elder of Khaled, scolded me. He didn't look a day older than 30, even though he had just recently celebrated his 50th birthday. Tall, lean, and stern. These words best described my father, the unchanging village elder of Khaled. 30 years ago, he and his brother had made a difficult choice, to stay in the outer tier instead of moving to the first tier and embarking on the path to immortality. They stayed behind to help ordinary people, those who couldn't or did not wish to walk the path of the Taoists. My father was an excellent hunter. He'd managed to push the wildlands away from our village by 30 kilometers. The dark forest where, according to rumors, beasts of the apprentice level had once roamed, were almost safe in our day. My mother said it was a glorious battle. It had left my father with a scar across his right cheek as a memento, and our home now proudly sported a huge white wolf's head on the wall, a great trophy of a great warrior. "Forgive me, elder." I bowed my head. Angering my father was ill-advised. He could sweep you away without a second thought. Yet, his ire baffled me. I had committed no error. There were no casualties or significant destruction. I felt I needed to explain. The fight was under my control. My positioning ensured Turgle's technique wouldn't harm bystanders. On the fourth strike, I seemed vulnerable, but it was calculated. My back had been to the dais. Subsequent strikes hit wood or sand.
"There were people on the dais, Junior. You endangered them."
Father's rebuke startled me.
"There was no one there at the start, Elder,"
I protested.
"Excuses won't save you, Junior. Your carelessness has put our guest's safety in jeopardy. You deserve punishment. 30 minutes of contemplating the ground. Reflect on your actions."
"Yes, Elder. I accept your punishment." I bowed, seething inside. When would it finally be enough? Father was perpetually dissatisfied. He'd find fault with every move I'd make. He may have trained me to fight against those who use techniques, consuming spiritual stones during training to execute much faster and deadlier spirit arrow strikes than Turgan's. He could do this as a peak candidate. But that was training. And this was my first real fight against a technique user with every intent of killing me. And yet Father was displeased again, concerned about an empty dais. I wonder how come Turgan had that technique in the first place. It must have cost a fortune, and was clearly not meant for copper rank candidates. "No need to defend us, Junior. We were never in any danger." An unfamiliar voice interjected. My punishment had begun, so I stood there, staring at the arena sand, wondering why Turgan's relatives weren't protesting. Then the booming voice of a lumberjack, shockingly similar to Turgan's, broke the silence.
"Elder, I beg you, save my son. I'll pay anything. Just save him if you can."
Judging by the sound, the giant had fallen to his knees. I longed to look up, but knew Father was watching. If I broke my stance, harsher punishment would await me. Measured steps followed. Then the stranger spoke. This will cost you 2 spirit coins. Can you afford that, lumberjack?
Elder, I'll find the money. Just save my son.
Even if he remains crippled, your son will never be able to use a spirit stone or touch chi energy again. Do you agree to this price?
Yes, Elder. He can still chop trees and serve a Wang house in Tier 0.
There might have been a teeth-grinding sound, but I could be mistaken. Eventually the guest declared, All right, your son will live. The payment will be collected by Prefect Saren. You'll also have to explain to him how come Darren villagers are allowed to use first-tier techniques without training. Junior Shermill, you have 30 minutes to settle your affairs in Varen. I need an escort, and you're reputedly the best. We're heading to the Dark Forest for a hunt. Chapter 2.
Junior, you may leave. You shall finish your atonement at home. You have 10 more minutes of contemplation left.
Yes, Elder, I replied, finally able to lift my head. The massive crowd of spectators had already dispersed. Turgan had been taken away, and only a crimson stain on the sand reminded us of the events that had transpired earlier. My father, gloomy and once again displeased about something, stood beside me. We couldn't leave immediately, however. We still had to go through a small ceremony. Prefect Saren of House Wang had already left, so it fell upon his deputy to present the award for my victory in the tournament. I'm sorry things have turned out this way, he said in an apologetic tone, glancing anxiously at my father, but the village elder of Khaled was notoriously hard to read. I was handed a small box containing a tiny translucent white crystal. It was about the size of a thumb and radiated an aura that made the air around it shimmer. My father glanced at my prize briefly, a flicker of disgust crossing his face. The energy in this spirit stone will power the cart for a week. Cheap stuff, but what else to expect from House Wang? Uttering such words aloud was risky and could have resulted in disciplinary action, perhaps even dismissal from his post, but the deputy had already left. I wanted to say that I never even held such a stone in my hand, but stating the obvious in a conversation with my father was akin to asking for an additional 30 minutes of gazing at the floor in silence, and if anyone thought that was easy, they'd need to try it themselves first. I understood that this was as useful as any other form of training for the body, but I loathed these static stances more than anything. Once I dared to defy such a punishment and flatly refused to keep the stance for the required amount of time. That was the only time my father had punished me physically. My mother said that I had survived by a miracle, since my disobedience had been punished in the most brutal way imaginable. Since then, all the elders' orders had been followed without question, and the orders invariably came from an elder, never from a father. Shermill of Khaled was rarely a father. Our cart was waiting beyond the podium, and there I finally saw the stranger. Elder, Junior Xander greets you. I clasped my hands in front of me and bent in a respectful bow to the Taoist. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s. Long, thick black hair, tied with a band, flowed smoothly over his shoulders, unaffected even by the wind. His face was well proportioned, and his piercing brown eyes seemed to delve into one's very soul. The Taoist wore a blue robe with golden edges, and a golden bird embroidered on his chest, soaring upwards. Those marked him as a representative of a Phoenix clan, which ruled the southern part of our empire, including all of its tiers, even ours. But what caught my eye the most was the leather belt to which a jian and a small pouch were attached. A spatial artifact! I had only heard of such things, but I had never come across one in my 12 years. According to my mother, no one had such a treasure in the entire Tier 0, not just our province. Yet here it was, hanging casually from a Taoist's belt like some insignificant trinket. I would have worn such a valuable item on a string around my neck, under my clothes, to prevent theft. Junior, you have 10 minutes left, the man said irritably. disregarding my greeting. He had every right to do so, of course. Would I greet roadside ants waving their antennae at me?
I'm done with my duties, Elder. We can depart immediately,
my father replied, his demeanor as calm as if he conversed with representatives of the first tier every day. The strange Taoist turned and strode towards the self-propelled carriages belonging to House Wang that stood nearby, screaming opulence. I'd never seen their like before. High canopies shielded the passengers from Iris's scorching rays, dust, and prying eyes, while the shimmering air around the carriage indicated that spirit stones were in use. Was that for extra protection, I wondered? Or to keep the air cool? Whoever owned such carriages didn't seem to worry about energy expenditure. We set off. It wasn't far from Baron to Khaled, about 15 miles, a distance our carriage could cover in an hour. Such self-propelled carriages were rare in our tier. Our province had only two, ours and Prefect Saren's. Most folks in our province had to rely on horse-drawn carriages, exposed as they were to the elements and the constant threat of wild beasts, constantly fearing that one of those might decide to snack on their horses, forcing them to walk the rest of the way. No one knew how Prefect Saren had gotten one of these precious things, which were crafted with enormous care by skilled inner-tier artificers. As for my father, he had received his as a reward for making the Dark Forest a safer place in general, not just for vanquishing the Great White Wolf, whose head was now a trophy decorating our wall. What a pity I hadn't been born yet. We'd have done enough heroic deeds to get 2 carriages. Elder, I inquired in some 30 minutes, surprised. Instead of heading straight home, we had slowed near a small clearing where House Wang's carriages had stopped.
Junior, you must prove I'm not wasting my time on you, my father stated. Elder Guerian of the Phoenix clan desired to see 3 bouts between the tournament champion and his protégés. No information about them has been given, but they are definitely inner-tier noble house scions. Seeing as how they're still unaffiliated with any school, they must all be under 16.
I gazed with interest at the teenagers emerging from those 3 carriages, 4 per vehicle, all from the inner tiers. The implications of a term were enormous. The chi energy which pervaded our world and made Taoists as powerful as they were had a peculiar trait. A child born in the first tier could never surpass the apprentice level. Similarly, those from the second tier could never exceed the level of a warrior. The solution to this limitation lay in Tier 0, which imposed no such restrictions. Parents desiring a better fate for their children obtained passes to Tier 0, festooned themselves with a bunch of artifacts limiting their energy consumption, and birthed their children here, in a place almost devoid of chi completely. As Mom had informed me once, even conception had to occur in Tier 0. Thus, most men returned to the inner tiers immediately, and women did so after childbirth, leaving their offspring with trusted house members. Each noble house managed a tier, and ours was in the care of House Wang. Those children, never having seen their real parents, were born and raised in Tier 0 to bypass the limitations imposed by their native tiers. To return home, they had to traverse the entire Taoist path, from candidate to warrior or master, depending on their original tier. Direct jumps to inner tiers would be fatal for anyone born in Tier 0 without long and arduous training, so these inner tier offspring had to claw their way up despite their resources and the help provided by their artifacts, which could only get them so far. Talent was what really counted for most at the end of the day. So, right now, I was witnessing 12 such inner-tier scions who'd just gotten out of their carriages and were now going through a warm-up routine, stretching to make their muscles less stiff. There were 8 boys and 4 girls. The oldest boy looked like a Taoist who'd already hit puberty, probably a whole foot taller than me. The youngest was a girl who was, on the contrary, of an even lighter build than me. They all wore blue apprentice robes embroidered with a phoenix, and each had a sword hanging from their belt. The tall one drew his weapon and made several circular movements, continuing his warm-up. I sighed heavily. My jian was made of bronze with my own 2 hands. Uncle believed that a true Taoist should forge their own weapon, infusing it with their very soul, so I'd had to spend a considerable amount of time in his forge. The sword here was clearly made of quality steel, and it was unlikely that this youth had had any hand in making it. Even the Prefect Saren in Tier 0 could only dream of such a blade. "Junior Doolan, Junior Elda, and Junior Carmen!" Guerlon called out, and 3 apprentices rushed to him. Notably, 2 of them were the ones I had noticed in the first moments. That very giant, who was 2 heads taller than me and should have already gone to one of the Ascension schools, and the petite girl. The third turned out to be a plain-looking guy about my age, but the way he moved betrayed him as a dangerous opponent. My father moved in a similar fashion when he took me hunting in the dark forest. "Elder!" All 3 bowed in reverence. Elder Guerlon scrutinized each of them, then nodded towards me. "It is time to see how well you absorb all the wisdom and guidance I give you. To see how ready you are for real life, and not just training duels. This is the Contenders Tournament champion of Averan Province. Your task is to defeat an unknown opponent about whom you know nothing. Junior Doolan, first. Junior Carmen, second. Junior Elda, third. While one fights, the other 2 meditate. I forbid watching the fights of the other apprentices. You must approach your own fight with a clean slate. You are obliged to gather all information about your opponent from their appearance, behavior, and movements. Junior Carmen and Junior Elda, begin your meditation. I will be disappointed if you start peeking at the battles." Doolan looked at me as if I were invisible and bowed to the instructor. "Elder, what are the terms of a duel?" "A training fight up to 3 hits. Your weapon is the Jian." "Must I restrain myself, Elder Guerlon, or may I exert my full strength?" Doolan surveyed me disdainfully from head to toe, his gaze tinged with contempt, perhaps even revulsion. To unleash his full power against a Tier 0 nobody? It would neither bring honor to him nor to his blade. His disdain was understandable. I was skinny, the slightest built among all my contemporaries. No one who saw me for the first time would ever regard me as a rival, a mistake they all invariably regretted later. Father had been honing my skills since I was 4, ingraining into me the cardinal rule that one's height was immaterial. Only one's spirit mattered. Elder Guerlon cast a glance at my father, who'd assumed a facade of detachment, feigning utter disinterest in the unfolding scene. I had surmised that Guerlon's next directive was prompted by this very attitude. "Go all out. 3 hits. To ensure no apprentice is tempted to pity their opponent, I introduce a new rule. The loser forfeits their Jian to the victor." Doolan stiffened momentarily, but then reassured me with a dismissive glance and bowed respectfully to his mentor. "Yes, Elder. Condition accepted. Might I inquire about the reward for the victor of a tournament in this forsaken province? What prize did the Tier 0 denizens vie for so fiercely? If we're staking our swords, let this Tier 0 upstart risk his trophy too. If he puts nothing at stake, then our duel is pointless. He'll just inflict 3 wounds upon himself and flee, tail tucked." Guffaws and approving cries echoed from the other apprentices. Doolan's words had struck a chord. Elder Guerlon maintained his composure amidst the students' joviality, casting another glance at my father. "A spirit stone," my father declared, unveiling a box to display my prize. Elder Guerlon's face remained inscrutable, yet I sensed he shared my father's view of the stone, not merely a cheap trinket, but a mockery of a victor by House Wang. Elder Guerlon's gaze shifted between me and his pupils. Then he declared, "So be it. Junior Xander must defend his right to be the owner of a spirit stone." "Elder Guerlon, I beseech a moment." I bowed, struggling to suppress the fury within. Daylight robbery and father wouldn't intervene. Guerlon's strength afforded him every right to seize my prize for his own. This law of the jungle, as Mother had quaintly termed it, was a principle revered greatly in the Empire. Its decree was absolute, governing beasts and man alike. The feeble must yield. The mighty must dominate. The inner-tier denizens had no need for my spirit stone. Their vendetta was merely against me, a Tier 0 underdog, forced into a mock battle by their instructor. Father allowed himself a rare emotion. He coughed to draw my attention. A wave of disgust washed over me. Could it be he thought I'd beg Elder Guerlon to spare my prize? Did he really have so little faith in me? but the short cough was all Shermill of Khaled permitted himself, a warning to his son not to make a fuss, and that was it. Nevertheless, I managed to pique Elder Guerlin's interest. For the first time, he addressed me directly. "Speak, Junior. I know not how long the heavens will intertwine our paths. However, should any of your apprentices lose to me, for the duration of our journey together, they shall address me as Elder Xander and bow in respect. The weak must acknowledge their place." I was indeed pushing it, but I had no intention of backing down. Mother didn't tell me much about the inhabitants of the inner tiers, but one thing was crystal clear. They saw us, tier zeros, as less than human, the next best thing to the dirt under their feet. Doolin's expression was proof enough. Yes, they would take my spirit stone. I harbored no illusions about winning all 3 fights against the scions of the inner circles, especially not against Doolin, given his size. And yet, the mere fact that a loss would compel them to address me as an elder might work to my advantage. After all, a psychological victory was as important as a physical. Accepted. It seemed that I'd managed to please Elder Guerlin. A fleeting smile crossed his face. He turned to the trio of apprentices that he'd chosen for the fight. "Whoever loses to Xander will address him as elder for the duration of the expedition." "A scion of House Bao, calling a tier 0 nobody elder?" Doolin protested immediately. "My family resides in the 3rd tier. We'll never debase ourselves by addressing tier 0 riffraff in that manner." "Does Junior Doolin wish to contest my words?" Elder Guerlin asked quietly, yet his voice sent shivers down my spine. The Taoist's voice sounded like death itself. An unbearable weight crashed onto my shoulders, pinning me to the ground. My legs began to buckle, but at that moment I heard my father's muffled cough again. Stand! I had to remain standing no matter what. Before my eyes, Elder Guerlin's apprentices began to collapse onto the ground. First one, then another, and soon all who were not participating in the upcoming battles lay in the dust. Only the trio he had singled out earlier remained standing. Perhaps my father too, but I couldn't turn to look. Every ounce of my strength was focused on not falling. At one point, the pressure became so intense that even holding my head up was a struggle. My gaze fell to the ground, and suddenly I felt an unexpected surge of strength. My body instinctively ceased all movement. No twitching, no groaning, not even breathing. The pressure didn't vanish. It still pressed me into the earth. But now the external force rolled off my shoulders like water and disappeared. A salty taste filled my mouth. The world narrowed to a spot under my feet. The pressure intensified. And at that moment, I heard 2 soft sobs. Doolin and Carmen had fallen to the ground. The external force vanished instantly, and I exhaled with such relief that it earned another cough from my father. It seemed I had just earned another 30 minutes of contemplating the floor. "On your feet, juniors!" Elder Guerlin bellowed, and I straightened up involuntarily. The voice that had issued the command brooked no opposition. Apprentices from the inner tiers struggled to rise, and to my surprise, I noticed that the petite Elda had managed to withstand the pressure of the instructor. She appeared to be about my age. Her long, thick black hair was tied in a braid. Her face might have been called cute, if not for the furious look in her blue eyes as she glared at her instructor. She clearly disliked the spectacle that had been arranged. With her build, Elda resembled a boy, and even the training dress didn't dispel this impression. "The fight is to 3 hits. If any of you loses, you will surrender your sword to Junior Xander and address him as elder for the rest of our journey. If Junior Xander loses, he will give his spirit stone to the victor. Anything that's not explicitly forbidden is allowed. The objective is to win. Observing the other's battles is prohibited. Do not leave the arena. Junior Doolin, get into the circle. Junior Carmen and Junior Elda, meditate. Junior Xander, get in the circle." Everything was said in such a tone that no one dared to disobey. However, Elder Guerlin showed he was an instructor, not a jailer. He approached Doolin, placed his hand on his chest, and a glow emanated from under the Taoist's palm. I had never before seen healing techniques applied, but the way my opponent revitalized indicated exactly that. After using the bone-crushing aura that had me sweating, Elder Guerlin healed all of his fighters' injuries. As expected, Vitalis didn't come near me.
3 hits. Begin!
Dulin unsheathed his Jian and executed several quick lunges, warming up his muscles. His movements exuded strength and confidence. The nearly 4-year age difference was too significant to ignore. Dulin could justifiably consider me as easy prey. I might have thought the same had it not been for the recent display. He'd fallen while I stood. That was all I needed to know about my opponent's spirit. Unsheathing my sword, I tossed aside the scabbard. It would only get in the way. A disdainful chuckle sounded. My opponent had spotted my bronze blade. Iron was found in our lands too, but I had not yet the strength to work it. Uncle adamantly refused to make me a worthy weapon, insisting that I should forge my toothpick myself or take it from the corpse of my enemy. Casting aside my doubts, I charged forward. Father taught that when size differed, the smaller one could only win by advancing. Cowering in a corner and trying to hide behind your defense would get you crushed. My scabbard hadn't even hit the ground when I was already beside my opponent. Dulin didn't complicate things and thrust his sword tip at me, hoping to skewer me like a butterfly on a pin. Sparks flew and a clang resounded. My Jian met my opponent's. For a split second, I feared that my weapon might not withstand such a clash, but I brushed that thought aside and continued my attack, twisting my wrist to deliver a slashing strike. Dulin parried but stepped back. Without slowing down, I showered him with strikes, forcing him further back. Realizing he was on the edge of a makeshift arena and one step would mean defeat, Dulin growled and lunged forward, aiming to overpower me with his mass, but his size now worked against him. Bending almost to the ground, I dodged his grasping arms overhead, blocked a leg strike with my left hand, almost numbing it, and struck back. Elder Guerlin had proven himself a skilled healer, so I struck without fear for my opponent's life. They would heal him. My only regret was damaging such a fine robe. Despite its simplicity, I had time to appreciate its quality. Not even Prefect Saren had access to such fabric, let alone anyone from our village. However, I was in for a stunning revelation. Despite my Jian catching Dulin square on the back, the fabric remained intact. Not a single scratch. The same couldn't be said for my opponent. He collapsed to the ground, screaming and writhing, contorting his back strangely. My strike was substantial. I'd used such force to fell small trees. True, the sword needed sharpening afterward, but that was insubstantial. I rose, looking at Elder Guerlin questioningly. He hadn't specified that a fallen opponent couldn't be finished off, but I had no right to act further without his consent. Perhaps there was something I didn't know, and Dulin needed to get back on his feet for our duel to continue. After all, only one hit had landed. Elder Guerlin remained calm. I caught a glimpse of his other apprentices' faces. Judging by their wide-open eyes, what they'd just witnessed defied their understanding of the world. Noticing that I stood in his direction, Elder Guerlin deigned to clarify the rules. The fight continues until one of the opponents lands 3 hits. If someone chooses not to defend themselves, that's their right. No one will judge the victor. That was enough for me to decide. Dulin was still rolling on the ground, bellowing loudly. Not wanting to tempt fate or test Elder Guerlin's patience, I struck first one shoulder, then the other with the flat of my blade. There was no honor in finishing off a downed opponent in a non-lethal duel, but I had no right to retreat. This was about more than my spirit stone. Pick up your new Jian, Junior Xander, Elder Guerlin said. Moving swiftly to Dulin, who was still screaming in pain, the Taoist pressed his hand on him, pinning him to the ground, then used a healing technique. The scream subsided, and my former opponent lay motionless. Take him to the cart. Junior Dulin will rest for a day. Junior Carmen, get into the circle. I picked up Dulin's steel Jian and sighed. It was too big for me at the moment. A different balance, a different blade, a different handle. Everything was different. But I had to admit, it was magnificent. Such a sword might even be worth a spirit coin. I had to take my spoils to my father and return to the clearing serving as our arena. A dangerous peer was already waiting for me. The way he handled his sword made me swallow hard. I had never even seen some of the techniques he was using. 3 strikes. Begin! Carmen employed the same tactic as me, only an offensive approach could lead to victory. We lunged at each other simultaneously, filling the air with the sound of clashing metal. Strike followed strike, block after block, and soon I realized I was losing. Utterly and unequivocally, Carmen's technique was flawless. He blocked every one of my attacks effortlessly, while I had to exhaust myself to stay alive. In time, my clothes turned to rags, my body was covered with dozens of shallow cuts, but yet I couldn't land a single hit on my opponent. Not a single one. Strangely, despite Carmen's constant smirk, there was no sense of superiority in it. He was enjoying the battle, and it seemed, to me, had even held back a few times to prolong our duel. Elder Guerlin didn't count my cuts as strikes. A clear and decisive finish was required, and when my muscles started to seize up, Carmen delivered it. I didn't even understand what he did. Dodging another jab, my opponent moved in an elusive way to appear behind me, and my back erupted in excruciating pain. 3 lightning-fast strikes completely shredded my robe and lacerated my back. I hit the ground unconscious. The pain was beyond anything my father had prepared me for. "The Spirit Stone is yours, Junior Carmen," Elder Guerlin announced, slowly approaching the Tier 0 boy lying on the ground. Healing techniques required a colossal amount of energy, and there was hardly any to be had here in Tier 0. Guerlin did have Spirit Stones for emergencies, however, and now the Golden Rank Master appointed by the Phoenix clan families as the educator of this group was pondering whether it was worthy spending precious stones on this Tier 0 lad, who rightfully lost to the son of none other than Benled Bao, one of the finest swordsmen of the Third Circle. Carmen had yet to earn the right to bear a surname, remaining simply Carmen, but his father wasn't particularly concerned about that. He had provided his son with the best swordsman who, by the age of 12, had turned his boy into a dangerous opponent not only for any candidate, but even for a lower-rank apprentice. "Elder, permission to speak." Carmen stood next to his instructor, hand clasped in front of him. "Granted. I must humbly request that you heal him. He was a worthy opponent. It's not his fault he faced someone like me. I would gladly cross swords with him again. Some of his techniques were quite unusual for me." This was what tipped the scales in favor of expending precious energy. Guerlin placed his hand on Junior Xander's body, and his cheek twitched involuntarily as the healing technique began to drain energy. It felt like this body hadn't been healed once in all of these 12 years. Multiple scars, both external and internal, would have made the formation of stable meridians impossible, making Junior Xander unable to aspire for any further elevation than a junk-rank warrior. This youth could end up just like his father, who didn't even blink when his son had nearly been killed. The energy in one of the spirit stones ran out, but Guerlin didn't stop, beginning to drain a second. Whenever he undertook a task, he saw it through to the end. Since Junior Xander could keep up with Carmen despite such limitations, it would be interesting to see him in perfect form. "Junior Elder, your meditation is over. We're gathering and moving on. The third duel will be held in a day, once Junior Xander recovers. Junior Shermill, your son will join us in the Dark Forest. We set out in 2 days." "What status will he have, Elder?" The village elder of Khaled didn't dare argue, but had every right to clarify some details. "We're heading to the Dark Forest to hunt wolves. Ideally, we should find an apprentice-level beast to show the difference between ordinary creatures and those on the path of ascension before these juniors are sent to the anomaly. Since one of my apprentices is obliged to call your son Elder, Junior Xander will be given the status of my outer circle apprentice, with all rights to the spoils for the duration of the expedition. Now take him to the cart, and tell me how a copper-rank warrior manages to survive in Tier 0 without going mad from constant energy hunger." "Not a warrior, Elder. A peak apprentice. I never managed to form a corps." "That's what you'll tell me about. We'll stay in your village for 2 days to allow Junior Doolin to recover, so we'll have plenty of time to talk. So prepare your story, Junior Shermill, and bear in mind that I'll ask you plenty of uncomfortable questions. A peak apprentice in Tier 0 should also be going mad from the lack of energy." but I see no madness in your eyes. I'm definitely interested in hearing your story. Let's set out. Chapter 3. Xander, it's time for lunch. Get up, get dressed, and come to the table. Those simple words spread warmth through my body, and I opened my eyes. Home sweet home. Familiar smells, sounds, and faces. The last thing I remembered was the unbearable pain in my back. Then darkness had enveloped me, and I had only just been roused by my mother's voice. One might think everything that had transpired was just a terrible nightmare I'd had before the tournament, but the trophy sword leaning against the wall suggested my adventures had been more substantial than that. I had indeed been forced to fight Elder Guerlin's apprentices, and, to my shame, accept a crushing defeat from someone I would now have to address as Elder Carmen. I hoped they had already left our village and embarked on their journey to the Dark Forest. Surely their business was important enough to brook no delay. I sat up to heed my mother's call, but paused, tuning into my sensations. Something had happened to me, and I couldn't say it was unpleasant. My shoulder no longer ached. The unpleasant feeling in my leg was gone, and even breathing felt easier. Looking at my hands, I was even more surprised. There were no scars. The marks that father had mercilessly left on me over years of brutal training were all gone. It was as if I were not a fighter from Khaled village, but someone so delicate they'd never even held a knife in their entire life. I didn't like this at all. I could already imagine an unpleasant nickname sticking to me. People in the village had sharp tongues. They'd notice such a thing right away. Are you coming? The guests will arrive any moment, and you're not even dressed. My mother peeked into the room. If my father was the epitome of sternness and severity, my mother was his complete opposite. She was soft and gentle, and her voice alone could lift my spirits and set me to work even when I felt like giving up. She was my height, a little on the plump side, which only made her more charming. Time had been harsher on her than on my father. Her hair was touched by gray, and wrinkles around her eyes no longer smoothed out. How can I get dressed if my clothes are gone? I began looking around, trying to find my usual trousers and shirt, but they were nowhere in the room. Instead, by some absurd chance, the very same blue robe that Elder Guerlin's apprentices wore hung on the chair. For the time being, this is your clothing, my mother said kindly, nodding towards the robe. Come on, put it on, tie it up, and come to the table. It's bad manners to keep guests waiting. Mom left, leaving me even more bewildered than after I'd realized my body had changed. A robe like the ones worn by the inner-tier nobles? For me? What had happened after the battle that Elder Guerlin not only healed me, but also bestowed such a treasure upon an insignificant villager? Questions kept popping up in my head, and I soon realized I wouldn't find any answers sitting in my room. As I hastily grabbed the robe to put it on and rushed to the dining room, I paused yet again. The fabric of this marvel was so delicate, I couldn't compare it to anything I'd ever touched before. It cooled my skin pleasantly, emitted a faint shimmer, indicating that not just threads, but also spirit stones were used in its creation, and its scent of cleanliness was intoxicating. Clothing shouldn't smell like a blooming field of chamomiles, but the robes of Elder Guerlin's apprentices were apparently unaware of that. It even made me rush to the shower and wash with cold water. Putting the robe on my dirty body felt like sacrilege. Naturally, I was late for lunch. By the time I entered the living room, the guests had already arrived. The very same 4 girl students of Elder Guerlin I'd seen earlier. Father wasn't there, and Mom was entertaining the guests. She was talking and smiling a lot, and seemed to have made a good impression on the fearsome Taoist apprentices. At least they smiled back, nodded, and didn't at all seem like formidable residents of the inner tiers. At last! Mom shook her head in disapproval, but then softened. Girls, let me introduce my son, the champion of the Varen Province Contenders Tournament, Xander. Oh, we already know him, replied Elda. When not angry at her instructor, she indeed looked quite cute, especially now with her hair flowing over her shoulders freely, swaying with every movement. I couldn't help but admire the sight. No one had such inky black hair in our village. It seemed as if the night itself had descended from the heavens and settled on Elda's head, shimmering in all shades of darkness. I was told these are your chess pieces. I'd like to play a game, said Elda in the most ordinary voice. Nothing in it hinted at her belonging to the inner circles. Realizing I hadn't immediately grasped what she was referring to, she pointed to the shelf where one of my major headaches was displayed. I hated chess even more than father's punishments. Chess was the way my mother disciplined me. Every time I did something wrong, she made me play this excruciatingly boring game. Initially, I had just been moving the pieces about in a mindless fashion to get her off my back, but once she realized as much, she complained to my father. 3 hours of meditation in perfect stillness had proven a good lesson for the future, and I had been trying harder thereafter. It had eventually reached a point where all our matches ended in a draw, and in the last 2 years I invariably won every game. But Mom didn't give up, forcing me to play again and again. Moreover, she didn't care what state I was in when I came home. A chess match was mandatory. Sure, let's play, I said, unsure how to address Elda. We hadn't fought yet, and I hadn't seen her strength. The fact that Elder Guerlin chose her among all the girls didn't mean much. Maybe the others were just too weak, and she was somewhat competent. There were 3 carts after all. Doolin had been in one, Carmen in another, and Elda must have been in the third. It made sense, 1 representative per cart. So, until our duel, if it did happen, I would just treat her as my equal. Mom placed the chess set on the table and demonstratively cleared away all the food. My hungry stomach grumbled in protest, but I couldn't argue with the lady of the house. Clean over hungry had been my own choice after all. Our chess set was homemade, carved by my uncle. Elda fiddled with the pieces for a while, showing them to her friends and laughing occasionally, while I set up mine and patiently waited for her to finish fooling around. Our chess pieces may not have been the most elegant, that was true, but we had them. My village peers didn't even know chess existed. Lucky them, I thought. They never had to pore over a board for hours thinking of a best move. I'll play white, Elda declared, though it had been obvious already. After setting up the pieces, she confidently pushed a pawn forward. Do you even know how to play? A little, I replied. 32 moves later, ending the game with a beautiful checkmate. I had to admit it was a tough win. The girl knew how to move the pieces. This is impossible, Elda exclaimed in shock. You cheated. You can't cheat in chess, Junior, Elder Guerlin's voice intervened. It turned out he had been watching our game for a while but hadn't interfered. My father, who had brought Elder Guerlin, was typically silent and aloof. I always felt that he only experienced emotions during hunting when he killed dangerous beasts. Only in such moments did he transform from the village elder into my father, smiling and content with life. But those moments were very rare. Another game, Elda demanded. I won't make the same mistake twice. Another game it is, Elder Guerlin agreed with unexpected ease. Switch sides. Elda wrinkled her small nose in dissatisfaction, but complied, rotating the board. Playing white, it took me 23 moves to bring her position to a catastrophic state. There were still many moves left to checkmate, but there was no doubt it would happen eventually. That's not fair! Elda flared up and knocked over her king, conceding defeat. The ability to draw the right conclusions from a loss is one of the most important traits of a Taoist on the path to immortality, Junior, Elder Guerlin addressed Elda. Having never met a worthy opponent among your peers until now, you mistakenly believed you were the best. It's good you received this lesson so early. It will allow you to reassess your strengths and make the right conclusions. But how did he learn to play like that, Elder? Elda was clearly stung by her defeat. This is the very edge of Tier 0. There's nothing here. No teachers, no mentors, nobody. This Tier 0 boy shouldn't be able to play like this. He just shouldn't. And yet, he does. Elder Guerlin was as imperturbable as ever, giving even my father a run for his money. This is another lesson, Junior. You never know where you might meet a worthy opponent. You must always give it your very best, or one day you'll misjudge someone and lose. It doesn't matter whether it's in chess or in a duel. You will lose, and your path to elevation will end. As for calling him a Tier 0 boy, until you beat Junior Xander in chess, you will call him Elder. It should tame your rebellious spirit. I refuse to call someone weaker than me Elder, Elder retorted defiantly. I braced myself for a possible reprimand, but none came. Elder Guerlin did not exhibit anger. Instead, he explained patiently. The path to becoming a worthy Taoist involves the harmonious development of 3 elements: the soul, the body, and the mind. Maybe your spirit is stronger than Junior Xander's. Perhaps your body is on par, but your mind is undoubtedly inferior, as we have just witnessed twice. I can prove that I am stronger than him, Elder persisted. Elder, I request a duel with this Tier 0 boy. If you call my temporary Outer Circle apprentice a Tier 0 boy again, you will face punishment. Elder Guerlin spoke in such a tone that a heavy silence fell in the room. It seemed even the wind was afraid to stir, lest it accidentally incite the wrath of this formidable man. Elda's eyes widened in surprise, but her inner conviction of her superiority didn't allow her to back down. She stood up, clasped her hands in front of her, and bowed to her instructor. Elder Guerlin, I request a training duel with your temporary Outer Circle apprentice, Xander. Only then did it dawn on me that no one, not even Elda, referred to Elder Guerlin as mentor. Just Elder. Even more perplexing for me was the phrase, temporary Outer Circle apprentice. Apprentice? Why had Elder Guerlin used such a term, and what implications did it hold for me? You shall have your duel, Junior, but later, Elder Guerlin said. Without a duel, I will not call your temporary Outer Circle apprentice Elder. Chess doesn't count. It's just a game. Life itself is little but a game, Junior, Elder Guerlin stated profoundly, turning to my parents. Who taught him to play like this? I did, Elder, my mother declared. Although he really learned to play by himself, all I did was explain the rules and show a few examples. So, he had no textbooks or a coach? Intriguing. Junior Elder, set the pieces on the board. I need to evaluate the level of my temporary Outer Circle apprentice. Once again, that strange phrase caused my heart to pound wildly. Elder cast a displeased glance at me, but didn't dare defy the direct command. Elder Guerlin seated himself at the table, chose the white pieces without casting lots, and made his move with a pawn. Although I wasn't explicitly invited, I sat opposite the Taoist under the approving silence and mirrored his move. The game was on. He doesn't even know basic theory, Elder Guerlin concluded 37 moves later, having decimated all my pieces and cornered my poor king. The defeat was particularly bitter since I hadn't managed to capture a single one of his pieces. Just a few pawns. I bit my lip, concealing my emotions. Constantly winning against my mother, I, like Elda, had started to feel like the world's greatest chess player. 2 years without a single defeat. But then came a true master and showed me my real place. Nevertheless, he truly knows how to play, Elder Guerlin continued, turning again to my frozen parents. What about reading? Has he been taught? Yes, Elder. Xander can read, my mother replied, not hiding her pride. In the entire village, only 4 people could read: father, uncle, mother, and I. Of course, my reading speed left much to be desired, but I could understand letters and form sentences. We had no books, and I learned to read with letters drawn in the sand. Read this. In Elder Guerlin's hands, a book appeared as if by miracle, a whole stack of paper sandwiched between 2 wooden plates. Heavens, this item was worth more than our entire village. Seeing my hesitation, Elder Guerlin opened one wooden plate and pointed his finger at the text on the first page. Philosophy of Ascent to Immortality. From the simple to the complex, I read. sweat beading on my forehead. Reading required my full concentration and was far more challenging than working with my beloved Qian. A contemptuous snort came from Elda's direction. Clearly, my abilities did not impress her. Clearly, there is still much work to be done. Lastly, what musical instrument does he play? None, Elder, my mother responded again. We couldn't afford it. Neither a musical instrument nor a tutor to teach its use. There are none in our province. Learning to desynchronize one's hands is one of the key factors in developing one's mind. We understand that, Elder, but we are also aware of our capabilities and limitations. So, his sense of harmony hasn't been tested yet. Elder Guerlin allowed himself a public moment of weakness and sighed deeply. It seemed he had been too hasty in declaring this youth his outer circle apprentice. Vitalis had forgotten that in Tier 0, ordinary people were extremely limited in both their capacity for ascension and resources. Children of the inner tiers could not only read and count fluently by the age of 12, but also play musical instruments with some competence, thus preparing their minds for elevation. Here, however, the balance was clearly skewed towards physical development, with corresponding neglect of the other two aspects of elevation. While it was understandable that not every child could be a genius like Junior Elda in terms of spiritual development, the present mental development scenario was simply catastrophic. Nonetheless, Guerlin was accustomed to seeing things through to the end. He had already started the assessment, and so it needed to be completed. Everyone froze when Elder Guerlin took out his pipa, a 4-string musical instrument crafted by the Honorable Mirid of House Bar, one of Tier 3's best artificers, from his spatial pouch. Listen, Vitalis commanded, and the room filled with enchanting sounds that made everyone forget how to breathe properly. I had never heard such astonishing music. Once my father and I visited a festival in Varen, where we saw a bunch of flautists perform. It was absolutely terrible, and only invoked a desire to throw clumps of dirt at the hapless musicians, which some villagers actually did. But now, I couldn't even describe the depth of all the emotions that overwhelmed me. The music flowed through me. It was me. It seemed so harmonious and right that I couldn't finish that thought. My face involuntarily contorted when the harmony of the music abruptly broke. Just for a moment, but it was enough to feel some kind of wrongness, disharmony. Elder Guerlin noticed the change in my expression and stopped the mesmerizing sounds. All 4 girls, who were still sitting at the table, sighed in disappointment. I was surprised to see tears in my mother's eyes. This was one of the happiest moments of her life, to hear a true master play the pipa personally. Speak, Elder Guerlin ordered, focusing his gaze on me. Strangely, Vitalis had never addressed me in any particular way, not as junior, apprentice, you from Tier 0, or anything like that. Just looked at me and demanded an answer. Elder! I jumped to my feet, clasped my hands in front of me, and bowed. The music in your performance was magnificent. You're testing my patience. Again, no specific form of address. I cannot describe my feelings, Elder. There was nothing left for me but to speak the truth. The music in your performance truly was magnificent. Its harmony had been perfect, but at some point that harmony was disrupted. The music broke and no longer evoked awe. I cannot explain it in any other way. As soon as you hear the moment where the harmony disappears, say stop, Elder Guerlin commanded, and began playing again. Now, a different melody. Once again, the enchanting sounds filled the room, and everyone's breath got caught in their throats, their consciousness soaring to higher planes. But this time it was different. Part of me stayed in my body, not following the alluring sounds of a pipa, listening to the harmony and noting its perfection. Specifically, noting its perfection until a certain moment. This time, too, a discordant note sounded. It was at odds with what my consciousness had expected, and I nearly shouted without thinking twice. Stop! Right there! I was afraid to interrupt Elder Guerlin, but it was even more frightening not to obey his direct command. So, that's how it is, Vitalis mused thoughtfully, putting away his pipa into the spatial pouch. The mistake in the composition was made by Guerlin deliberately to test Xander's hearing. Judging by the frowns of those he had to escort, they hadn't noticed any disharmony, even though they had been taught music since the age of 6. As for this one, Guerlin really didn't want to refer to the boy simply as Tier 0 lad, but the definition certainly reflected the current situation the most aptly. The boy had instinctively pinpointed disharmonic instances in 2 compositions in a row. This alone was incredible enough. He was prepared to give the strange youth a chance to climb out of a pit into which heavens had cast him. Tomorrow morning we leave for the dark forest. From this moment until we return home, I grant you the right to call me Mentor. Is that understood, Apprentice Xander? Yes, Mentor. I didn't need to repeat it twice. My heart was pounding as if I had run 6 miles at top speed. I had never had a mentor before. Father would teach me swordsmanship when he could spare the time. However, village affairs, hunting, and herb gathering always took precedence. My further decisions will depend on the outcome of this expedition. Tell me, my temporary apprentice, what do you plan to do with your prize? The reference was to the Jian in my room. The question was clearly a test. My mentor wanted to see if I could assess my capabilities correctly. I had to answer truthfully. That weapon is made for another hand, Mentor. It's too big for me and therefore useless at the moment. Maybe in 3 or 4 years, once I've grown enough, it'll suit me, but definitely not now. Bring it here, the Mentor demanded. I had to go to my room to fetch my prize. Taking the Jian from me and examining it, Mentor Guerlin said, A weapon made by Tier 0 craftsfolk. Judging by the mark, a weaponsmith from House Wang. No enhancing symbols, no artifacts. The balance is acceptable, but not perfect. A good weapon for learning swordsmanship. This Jian is worth between 2 to 3 spirit coins. Let's say 3. It shouldn't be left unused for long. A Jian should sing in battle, not gather dust on a shelf waiting for better times. I want to buy it. When you grow up, you can get a sword that fits your hand. It will be as you wish, Mentor, I said, overwhelmed by the proposition. Everyone clearly understood that it would have taken nothing more than Elder Guerlin's wish for the weapon to become his property. However, the Taoist chose not to exercise his right as the stronger party, and instead showed his favor towards me as his apprentice. The widened eyes of everyone in the room indicated that they all understood this. I just wished I could understand why such an honor had suddenly befallen me. 3 shimmering spirit coins appeared in my mentor's palm. Their value was unknown to me. Such coins were a rarity in our province. There was simply nothing to buy with them. But the wise Taoist didn't hand the coins over to me. Instead, they ended up in my father's hands. Well then, the last matter for today remains, Elder Guerlin said. Junior Elder, you desired a duel. Now you have your chance. One of you needs to land a single hit. I permit you to use no more than 20 techniques. If you fail to succeed with these, you lose. I will have to concede that your spirit isn't strong enough to win. What if I defeat him with the 21st technique? The girl clearly loved a challenge, but unlike Doolin, was cut a lot of slack, possibly as a result of her age and petite build. Elder Guerlin didn't try to intimidate her into submission with his aura, but explained calmly instead. If you use a technique for the 21st time, this will be your very last departure from the capital of a tier until you enter school. You will sit in Vorend and entertain your mentors with tales of what a great Taoist you could have become, had you but followed clear and concise orders from an elder. Any more questions or objections, Junior Elder? No, Elder. Elda sulked. She wasn't bothered by Elder Guerlin's reprimand. What troubled her was that it was done publicly, right in front of everyone. Apprentice, you are now to face someone whom mentors call nothing less than a genius of our time, and not all of that may be mere flattery. By the age of 12, Junior Elda managed to form a meridian while still a candidate. She may require the help of spirit stones, but she can use offensive techniques without endangering her own life, even here in Tier 0. Your task is simple. You must win.
I will accept no other outcome. Now, everyone outside. I've spotted a decent area behind the house. Our final battle before the expedition will take place there. We've already spent too much time in this village.
Chapter 4. Elder Xander, are you all right? Elda's mocking voice seemed to be coming from afar, piercing through the buzzing in my head. This was followed by the hearty laughter of Elder Carmen and one of the girls who had been watching my humiliation. I wanted to retort with something sharp, but I had no chance. My vision was blurred, with dancing circles floating in front of me, and all the strength I had was just enough to keep myself conscious. Enough! Elder Guerlin was terse, but his command instantly quelled the merriment. At 12, he absolutely can't fight. He doesn't know the basic principles. Why? Knowing stances and techniques won't save you when facing beasts, Elder. Only a weapon will, my father's voice responded. We live in Tier 0, a harsh place that doesn't forgive mistakes. Xander was taught to survive, not to fight using elegant moves for the amusement of a crowd. I struggled to open my swollen eye to look around. The circles before my eyes intensified, showing new colors, but I managed to make out what I needed to see. Elder Guerlin and my father were standing nearby, looking down at me. My entire body felt like one big bruise. But I still managed to get on my feet. It was inappropriate to lie on the ground in the presence of a mentor. Hand-to-hand combat is a mandatory part of any school of ascension. Just because you gave up on it doesn't mean your son should. He has 4 years to learn hand-to-hand combat to an acceptable level. With these words, Elder Guerlin left our makeshift battlefield. Just in time. My strength completely deserted me, and I collapsed to the ground with a groan. I didn't care how it looked to others. My battered muscles refused to hold me upright. My father said nothing about this display of weakness, and left as well. Elder Xander, how about a rematch? Elder Elda decided to finish me off. Sitting opposite me, she didn't even try to hide her triumphant smirk. I'm always at your service, Elder Elda, I managed to say. My swollen lips made it hard to speak, but at least my teeth seemed intact. I couldn't feel any broken pieces in my mouth, at any rate. Stop it, Elda. I need him too. Elder Carmen sat down beside us. You've already turned him into a punching bag. I haven't even started yet. Just watch me, the girl hissed. This Elder will remember for the rest of his life that there are people you just shouldn't mess with, and I'm stronger than him. Of course you are, Elder Carmen nodded, then smirked slyly. But you'll still have to call him Elder until the end of our expedition, Elda. And you can't change that, even if you beat him to a pulp. We'll see about that. The joy disappeared from the girl's face, and she looked at me angrily. I'll break his spirit yet. He'll run away in 2 days, and I'll never have to call him Elder again. Who knew he could fend off techniques? They don't teach that in Tier 0. It's not he. It's Elder Xander. Senior Carmen clearly enjoyed what was happening. Or should I tell Senior Guerlin that you're not following his orders? You wouldn't dare. Anger flashed in Senior Elda's eyes. That's low. It's low to mock a defeated opponent. That's unworthy of a Taoist. As far as I remember, Xander didn't laugh at the stupid expression on your face when he managed to block all the arrow strikes. And believe me, there was plenty to ridicule. Even I found it funny. By the way, you've been practicing hand-to-hand combat since you were about 4, right? You have a good technique. You were clearly trained by good mentors. How about a little sparring session until one of us blacks out? Oh? Why the sudden flinch? Not fun anymore? Senior Carmen laughed, causing the girl to frown indignantly. She knew Carmen's capabilities and assessed her own strength realistically. However, her innate sense of mischief didn't allow her to just leave things be. He's weaker than you, so why do you defend him? Is it because you don't have to call him Elder? He's weaker than me in hand-to-hand combat, Senior Carmen replied calmly. But he's stronger in chess. I stand no chance against you, and you were no match for Xander. I'm stronger than him in sword fighting, but I still can't fend off techniques like he does. The last part actually baffled me. I didn't think anyone in Tier 0 could do that. He wasn't just guessing where your arrows would strike either. He seemed to see it. That's impossible, the girl asserted confidently. My mentor always said that techniques cannot be seen. I can't see them, and neither can he. So there. Senior Guerlin explained that Senior Xander was just watching my movements very carefully and positioning his Jian with great skill. His father had taught him that. If he had seen the arrows, he would have deflected them properly, and his weapon would have survived. In any case, Xander is stronger than me in some aspects, Carmen noted calmly. My mentor had hammered an important lesson into me when I was still a kid. Always learn from the best. Let's say we'll have a couple of chess training sessions. Xander will show me how to fend off techniques. In return, I'll teach him a few sword combinations he doesn't know. That way, we won't owe each other anything, but both of us will have taken an extra step towards ascension. And look at you. Instead of learning and developing, you found Xander's weak spot and have been exploiting it mercilessly for 2 days. What's the point? Do you not seek ascension? Or are you just a petty and vengeful little girl? How dare you? Elder Elda began angrily, but fell silent. Despite her malicious nature, the girl was intelligent. Yes, I had been beaten for 2 days straight, and, as I understood, would continue to get beaten until the end of the expedition. I had won our fight with Elder Elda. Regardless of what they were saying, I could clearly see the semi-transparent streaks left in the air by the girl's techniques. Deflecting the spirit arrow's strike was no problem, but 20 techniques had turned my weapon into a useless, shapeless lump of bronze, fit only for melting down. Mentor Guerlin declared that Elder Elda had lost and would therefore have to call me Elder until the end of the expedition. But the girl reacted as if stung by a wasp. She showed no signs of calming down and demanded another fight. She said she wanted a sparring match outright. Since I no longer had a sword, she'd be fine with a fist fight. Surprisingly, Mentor Guerlin had agreed to the demands of the annoying brat easily, making my jaw drop nearly to the floor. Fight her. With fists? She was smaller than me. How would that be a fair fight? Although my father had never taught me hand-to-hand combat, we occasionally had street fights in the village. I had always come out of such scuffles on my feet, so I had sincerely believed that Elda wouldn't stand a chance against me. I couldn't have been more wrong. That agile brat's antics had sent me into a silent state of horror. I didn't manage to land a single blow on her. She deftly dodged my lunges, countering with her seemingly fragile fists that hit home with the force of a sledgehammer. When she jumped, somehow spun in the air, and planted her foot right in my nose, I lost touch with reality completely as a colorful bouquet of circles and stars appeared before my eyes. It was painful and humiliating. Elda didn't stop and continued to pummel me until darkness had enveloped me completely, and I collapsed to the ground. Mentor Guerlin stopped the fight, healed me, and declared that from now on I was to call Elda Elder, but he didn't lift this requirement from her either. So that was how we addressed each other now. That was yesterday. Today, we covered about 20 kilometers towards the dark forest. We had to move on foot, as the self-propelled carts couldn't navigate the rough terrain. When Mentor announced a break, Elder Elda approached me and declared she wanted another fistfight. Everyone saw the results. I sat on the ground trying to clear the ringing in my ears and stop the stars before my eyes, while the disgruntled Elder Elda, scolded by Elder Carmen, sat opposite me with puffed cheeks. What can he teach us? Elda finally found her voice. He's weaker than me in everything. Except chess. Elder Carmen didn't miss an opportunity to tease the girl. Elder, may I ask a question? I managed to articulate. My busted lips hurt but didn't hinder speaking much. Xander, let's drop this, okay? Elder Carmen grimaced. During the expedition you are, albeit outer circle and temporary, but still an apprentice of Elder Guerlin. That's more than enough reason for you to communicate with us without all this annoying, pretentious politeness. I give you the right to call me simply Carmen. I disagree, Elder Elda interjected immediately. He must call me Elder until the end of the expedition. That's Elder Guerlin's decision, and that's my decision, too. Ugh, you're such a pain, Carmen sighed heavily. What did you want to know? Why do you call Mentor Guerlin Elder, not Mentor? Isn't it obvious? Elda snorted. Because he's not our mentor. He's only been in Tier 0 for 3 weeks. Each of us in our group has our own mentors left by our parents. They teach us, raise us, and train us, but they cannot leave Vorend, the capital of the Phoenix Clan's Tier 0. That's why there are people like Elder Guerlin, masters from the 3rd tier. They are sent to Tier 0, where they lead groups of children into anomalies, protecting them from dangers for 5 years. Elder Guerlin decided that before we venture into an anomaly, we should get some experience dealing with dangerous beasts in the normal world. My mentor, for example, thinks this is complete nonsense. What's the point of running around Tier 0, hunting beasts? It's much easier to enter an anomaly and face your opponent immediately. My mentor said there's a black anomaly near the energy dome. There might be beasts of the adept level, even golden rank. That's where we should be heading instead of trudging into this wilderness. That's where our ascension lies. Elda takes too many liberties, of course, but overall she's right. Carmen nodded. Each of us has our mentors, and not all of them are happy about us having embarked on this expedition. I would have also preferred to visit an anomaly. We've been trudging through Tier 0 for 2 weeks now. I don't know about the others, but such inaction is killing me. Xander, when will you be up for it? I'd like to cross swords with you. I need a couple of hours, I said, not even imagining how I would fight Carmen. Every muscle ached. The tiny fists of Elder Elda had worked me over all too well. However, I couldn't refuse an additional training session. Every minute spent with these people was extremely important to me. I couldn't get such experience anywhere else. I needed to seize any chance I could. Fine. You have 2 hours. Elda, will you lend us your chess set? No way. The girl turned up her nose. For a sword lesson from me? Carmen dangled the bait, and miraculously, Elder Elda pondered this. She stared at Carmen, and then at me for a while, and finally gave in. But I'll play first. Those 2 victories were flukes. I'll prove that I'm better than Elder Xander even in chess. I'm better than him in everything. Besides Mentor Guerlin, there were 3 assistants along with us, the ones who'd previously managed the self-propelled carts. They set up tents, cooked food, and provided some semblance of a level of comfort everyone had been accustomed to. My mentor acted as the porter. His spatial wallet easily accommodated not only 5 tents, but all the necessary items for life. The children mentor supervised only carried personal belongings. Some, like Elder Elda, had brought chess sets on the expedition. I couldn't help admiring the pieces. It was a fine work of a true master, not my uncle's crude whittlings. Elda habitually chose white pieces and began moving them forward. I could hardly call that playing. I watched her actions for a while, and finally, unable to bear it, sighed heavily and shook my head. Carmen talked about taking lessons from me. Why not start right now? What's wrong? The girl immediately flared up. Elder, you just made a move that will ultimately lead to your defeat. I took your queen! The furious girl almost punched me, but restrained herself. Xander, Elda is right, though. Carmen stood nearby, frowning, trying to figure out my fairly simple trap. Your main piece is destroyed. You should be the one to lose, not Elda. You really don't see anything. I was surprised. What's there to see? Make your move and accept defeat with honor. Elder Elda was determined to win. Why did I sacrifice the queen? I persisted. Who would have thought I'd be completely copying my mother when she had taught me chess? She'd also make me explain every move aloud. It annoyed me terribly, just as it was now annoying Elder Elda. However, It had gradually paid off, and I very much hoped it would do so now, too. "Because you're worthless and weak," the girl blurted out without any restraint. "You don't want to lose, so you're trying to act like a great mentor." "Hold on, Elda." Carmen frowned even more and leaned over the board. "No, I don't understand. It looks like you've just made a mistake and gave away your main piece." "Fine. Remember this setup. We'll recreate it later." "What do you mean, remember?" Elder Elda was taken aback. "There are a bunch of pieces, and they're all over the place. How much time would it take to memorize all this? And what for? You're going to lose anyway. What nonsense are you spouting, Elder Xander?" "Time?" It was my turn to be surprised. "Are you saying you can't remember the position on the board after looking at it?" "Elder Xander, don't make me angry. I'm already on edge. I can challenge you to another sparring match, and a few bruises won't be the end of it. I'll beat you up so badly you'll be spitting blood for a week, even after Elder Guerlin's healing." "I think our friend here is not as simple as you think." Carmen looked at me with interest. "Your move, Xander. We'll return to this position later."
How did you do that?
Elder Elda screamed across the camp 7 moves later. That was all it took for me to checkmate her. "It seems I understand now." Excitement flickered in Carmen's eyes. "Xander, please recreate the moment when Elda took your queen." I remembered the position of the pieces perfectly, so it didn't take long. "Demons, I don't understand anything." Carmen was flabbergasted as he looked at the board. "It looks like Elda is dominating." "And you didn't remember my moves either?" This fact was a revelation to me. "All right, let me explain what I did. Look, my rook is aiming here, so is my knight. 2 attacks on 1 square, but Elder Elda's rook, which used to be here, was blocking me. I moved the queen and forced Elder Elda to make a mistake. She took my piece, opening the way to her king. The rest was a simple sequence of moves. As soon as the rook had moved, the game was won." Indeed." Genuine amazement appeared on Carmen's face. "You move the knight, and Elda has no other option but to move the king. And so for 7 moves in a row. Wait, are you saying you saw all these moves before they were made?" "Why, saw? I systematically prepared this combination. Look, if we go back 5 moves. To explain just one game, I had to spend time until lights out. Carmen and Elder Elda went to sleep looking impressed, taking the chess set with them. I stayed by the fire, trying to understand what had just happened. What astonished me the most wasn't that I, born in Tier 0, had to explain the intricacies of moves to people from the inner tiers. It was their inability to remember. My upbringing had been very strict in that respect. My father disliked repeating himself. After the 100th punishment, when I started seeing the floor in front of me even with my eyes closed, I realized it was better to remember once than to stand motionless for half an hour. After that moment, something clicked in me. I started remembering everything I focused on, and I sincerely believed that all people aspiring to ascension, especially those with personal mentors, had similar abilities. However, reality turned out to be quite amusing. "Here." The voice of Mentor Guerlin that sounded next to me all of a sudden was so unexpected that I jumped up, forgetting about my injuries. My body immediately flared up with sharp pain, but I held back a groan, folded my hands in front of me, and bowed, greeting the elder. Looking up, I saw a mentor extending a hefty book to me, at least 200 pages, no less. As soon as it was in my hands, the Taoist said, "Your task is to read, understand, and memorize it. I will check in the morning. It will be done, Mentor." My heart started racing again. This was my first assignment as an apprentice, and I could not afford to fail. I would stay up all night if necessary, but I would memorize this book to the last character. The mentor's hand rested on my shoulder, spreading pleasant warmth. The pain left by Elder Elda's bony little fists disappeared at once. Without another word, Mentor Guerlin went to his tent, leaving me alone. My eyes were heavy. After all, it had been a tough day, especially because of one unbearable girl. but I sat by the fire, opened the book, and read the title. Beasts of Tier Zero, including all known anomalies, habits, methods of destruction, harvesting, Volume 1. The very notion of sleep fled as soon as I turned the page and stared at a picture of a wolf. It was the most realistic depiction of a wolf I had ever seen in my life. It seemed that the beast looked less alive in reality than in this illustration. Below the image, there was an explanation of what this creature was, where it lived, what it ate, and other information that any hunter would find important. All the stories my father told about the wolves of a dark forest were condensed into a few pages. The information was clear, concise, and extremely useful. Swallowing, as my throat was dry, I focused on the text and began to transfer it into my mind word by word. Mentor had given me a task, and I would complete it, regardless of a book's size. As Master Guerlin watched the young man sitting by the fire, he was overwhelmed by strange feelings. He had witnessed a teaching session that his disciple, Junior Carmen and Junior Elda, had arranged, which had once again overturned all notions about Tier Zero. Excellent memory was not unique among Taoists. It was impossible to remember hundreds of techniques and thousands of ingredients for various professions without a decent ability to memorize things. But the Taoists developed their memory much later than the first stages of ascension. That kind of training only started once they became warriors. Special techniques were used for this purpose. What his temporary disciple had demonstrated was comparable to the ability of someone who'd reached the level of a warrior on their path towards immortality. Such skills demonstrated by an illiterate native of Tier Zero were something extraordinary to the extent of seeming impossible. Talking to the student's father didn't clarify things much. Yes, Xander was quite quick to remember what was needed, but it couldn't be said he had an absolute memory. He just remembered a little more than others, occasionally managing to forget things that seemed impossible to forget. The Taoist disliked being in the dark. His temporary apprentice needed to be tested. As he was preparing for the expedition, Master Guerlin had brought several books to educate those he was entrusted to accompany. However, the first few days of their journey together showed that teaching them was out of the question. These children were too headstrong to warrant the effort. Let their mentors handle them. He would get them to their destination, lead them into the yellow anomaly, and his work for the next 6 months would be done. But suddenly, a new task appeared. Or did it? In Master Guerlin's hand lay the first volume of the Tier Zero Beast Compendium, and the Taoist looked at it for a long time, deciding what to do. Master Guerlin realized he had been hasty in calling this boy an apprentice. It was a moment of weakness he had succumbed to after the unexpected victory of the Tier Zero resident over Doolin, but now he had to live with this weakness until the end of the expedition. Even if no miracle happened and Xander turned out to be the mediocrity everyone had believed him to be, the boy would at least remember something. It would be useful in life. A simple memory test. A Taoist of a warrior level would complete it in a couple of hours, the time it would take to read the entire book. An adept would need a few days, a candidate a week, maybe 2. How much time would it take a 12-year-old boy from Tier Zero who had yet to embark on his path to immortality? Only heaven knows. A month? 2? Half a year? Master Guerlin did not delude himself. The boy would not be able to remember the entire book. The question was, how many pages could he master? After some thought, the Taoist decided to settle on 10. If Xander could handle 10 pages, he would be worth keeping an eye on. He might turn into something worthy in the future. The next morning, Master Guerlin started questioning from the first page and predictably received answers to all his questions. Xander had been nervous at the beginning, but with each answer he became more confident. The other juniors sat nearby, making snide remarks. To them, this exam was just another way to mock their unwilling companion. After the first page came the second, then the third, the 10th. The laughter died down, replaced by bewilderment. By the 15th page, even the boy's father began to frown. He had not expected such prowess from his son. Master Guerlin smirked as he began to ask questions randomly, no longer holding back in his choice of pages. First, 200th. 10th? Last? The questions came one after another, but the unusual young man confidently answered each one. It was as if he were a Taoist of a warrior level standing before an examiner during his final exams. It took an hour for Master Guerlin to crack a satisfied grin and order everyone to get ready for the road. Today, something happened that had not even occurred in the third tier. Today, he gained his first apprentice without the temporary prefix. Chapter 5. The next 4 days had become a true test of endurance for me. Every morning, Mentor Guerlin rose at dawn and dragged me out of my tent, forcing me to do exercises. What he called a warm-up was, in my view, a 90-minute torture at the limit of human capability. I had to jump, do push-ups, walk on my hands, kneel, and run on all fours like some kind of animal. The first 5 minutes seemed like a game, and were even fun, but with each passing moment, it increasingly felt like torment. By the end of the first hour, I could barely stand. But the mentor didn't slow down, demanding the impossible from me. I was gasping for air, my head was spinning, and during the first session I threw up several times. But none of this affected the Taoist's resolve. And it wasn't just that he was demanding I perform exercises. No, Mentor Guerlin did them with me, and as far as I could tell, he didn't even break a sweat. After this warm-up came breakfast and a 10-mile hike towards the abandoned lands. 100 years ago, people had lived there, but constant clashes with beasts had forced them to abandon these thankless lands. And there wasn't much land to speak of anyway. A handful of low mountains interspersed with dense forests. You couldn't sow wheat or graze cows here. You could gather herbs and harvest wood, but the beasts made it extremely unprofitable. The same herbs grew in more accessible lands, and there was plenty of wood throughout Tier 0. During short breaks, while the trio of assistants prepared food, Carmen and Elder Elda clung to me like limpets to a rock. Apparently, the analysis of a chess game had struck a chord with them, and they felt it their duty to repay me with kindness. First, Carmen showed me several interesting sword techniques and combinations, demanding that I practice them. We sparred, and I lost without a single chance of winning. Afterwards, Elder Elda explained and demonstrated the basic principles of hand-to-hand combat: stances, strikes, blocks. Again, with mandatory practice, ended with me lying on the ground. That malevolent little pixie clearly couldn't sleep peacefully unless she beat someone up. In the evenings, we sat down for chess again, and I had to comment on every move, explaining why I decided to play this way or that. Chess lasted until lights out, and in the morning it all started again. A new cycle of exercises, hiking, training, and chess. On the second day, Carmen joined my morning exercises, and on the third, Elder Elda did too, while the other offspring of the inner belts shamelessly slept in their tents, enjoying what extra rest they could get. Mentor Guerlin didn't object, but it felt to me as though he'd increased the pace even more. After such workouts, all of us were barely able to crawl. However, no one complained. It was incredibly hard, but the joyful smirks on Carmen's and Elder Elda's faces suggested they were satisfied. They had managed to endure the workouts, taking one more step closer to their ascension. Every night my father went reconnoitering, searching for beasts, but he only found something on the 4th day. In the morning, right after the workout and breakfast, Mentor Guerlin announced, "Attention, everyone! Today you embark on your first real hunt. Leave your Jians in the camp. They're useless against beasts. Each of you shall take a spear and be responsible for it with your life. Anyone who loses or breaks a weapon will be punished. Your task is to find a beast, kill it, and bring its carcass to me. I will wait in the camp. The first one to complete the task will receive a copper speed pill." From the way my peers started whispering among themselves, it was clear that the reward was valuable. Unable to resist, I quietly asked Carmen standing next to me, "What's so special about the reward?" "Forgetting you're from the backwoods and don't even know the basics," Carmen smirked. "A speed pill is—" Carmen didn't finish, as Doolin's voice cut in. Throughout the journey, the big guy studiously avoided my company. If Elder Elda gradually got used to calling me Elder and even stopped pausing during conversations, Doolin categorically refused to address a Tier 0, and 4 years his junior to boot, in that manner. I spotted the GM my mentor had bought from me for 3 spirit coins on Doolin's belt. Apparently, the Bao family was indeed influential, since my mentor had decided to return Doolin's sword to him after his defeat.
Elder, your task is a little unclear. Do you want us to go after the beasts alone, without you?
You're absolutely right, Junior. The mentor's voice remained calm. You go hunting for beasts. I sit in the camp, enjoy a cup of tea in peace, and think about whatever challenges to set upon your path to ascension. Or am I hearing a scion of a Bao family who says he's too weak to handle a bunch of Tier 0 beasts? Say it out loud, Junior, and you can stay in the camp. We'll have tea together. The Bao family must have indeed been renowned. Doolin paled at the realization that he could be portrayed as a weakling in front of distant relatives. I somehow got the idea weakness wasn't encouraged in the 3rd tier. If there are no other questions, pick up your weapons. Mentor Guerlin gestured, and 13 identical spears tumbled to the ground. You have until lights out to find a beast and bring me its carcass. Those who fail to enter the forest will be expelled from the group and sent back to Vorend, where their mentors will wipe their drool and snot for them the way they're used to. Those who don't manage to kill a beast will simply be punished, but without expulsion. Is everything clear? Then what are we waiting for? It's on! The last phrase sounded like a crack of a whip. Everyone scrambled for the spears scattered on the ground. I joined in. The spear was the ideal weapon against beasts. I had made my first kill 3 years ago, and since then my father had been taking me hunting every 2 to 3 months. I saw nothing particularly challenging of a task set by the mentor, except perhaps for locating the beasts. It could easily turn out that we wouldn't run into any until evening. After all, beasts were much smarter than humans, and might decide to flee to safety upon seeing a large group. Therefore, it was easier to go alone. The chance of encountering prey would be much higher. I wasn't the only one thinking this. Edgy Doolin had been the first one to pick up a spear and head into the forest. He must have still been shaken by Mentor Guerlin's words and wanted to prove his bravery and strength. Carmen went next, twirling the spear casually, but then the enthusiasm of the rest waned. Elder Elda stood with the girls, looking at the forest warily. The mentor hadn't given her any spirit stones, so she could only rely on her own strength. And beasts weren't defenseless the way I had been in a fistfight with her. They were dangerous and fast. We had gotten deep enough into the dark forest. My father had never brought me to this part, saying it was still too dangerous for me. What he meant was that one might bump into dangerous creatures here, candidates of bronze or even silver rank. It was dangerous to fight their like alone, especially for those who'd never killed any beasts before. I had no idea what Mentor Guerlin was counting on, but I clearly understood that the only one among the remaining kids with any chance of completing the task was Elder Elda. The others hadn't trained once in 4 days, constantly complained during the hike, and didn't at all seem like they were eager to ascend. They behaved more like ordinary children, accustomed to being surrounded by care and attention, and now, somehow, finding themselves in an unfamiliar and perilous place. If these went into the dark forests alone, they wouldn't make it back. Such places didn't tolerate the weak. They chewed them up, digested, and excreted them without giving it a second thought. Everyone, pair up and form a column! I couldn't believe it when I heard my own voice. It was the tone my father used when he taught beginners. Once a year he would lead novice hunters so they could kill their first beasts, being recognized as the best hunter of our province, and even the entire south of Tier 0. It seemed it was my turn to take on this burden. I knew perfectly well that sooner or later I would take my father's place and become the elder of our village. Or rather, I used to think so until very recently. Now I wasn't so sure. Too much had happened to me over the last few days for things to stay as they had always been. I was clearly aware of as much. Elder Elda tried to glare at me, but seemed to catch something in my eyes, and ended up nodding. Did everyone hear what Elder Xander said? Form pairs, quickly! She barked, and surprisingly, they obeyed. The girls and the 6 boys left without their leaders, Doolin and Carmen. There are plenty of beasts here, so there'll be enough for everyone, I continued as soon as everyone had grouped together. The line was uneven and hardly resembled a formation of hunters, but it was better than having each of them wandering alone in these woods. Elder, you walk to my right at the front of a group. Everyone else, follow us closely. No laggards. Spears out. Only those on the side where the beasts appear will attack. Others should stand their ground and cover the back. Don't turn around, don't panic, don't fuss. Everyone knows how to use a spear, right? The group gave me a reluctant nod. Everyone could handle a spear as well as a sword. After all, it was the second most popular weapon not only in Tier 0, but also in the inner belts. Let's go. Elder, stand closer. The formation must not break. Elder Elda glared at me again, but she didn't argue this time either. Our shoulders touched, and we slowly advanced into the forest. The group followed closely. They seemed more confident, having received clear and understandable orders. I had no illusions about completing Mentor Guerlin's task. On the contrary, it would be ideal if we didn't. I'd rather let Doolin and Carmen compete for the pill. The task for the rest was to survive and not get expelled from the group. We would somehow endure the punishment. Maintaining formation proved quite challenging. The dark forest wasn't like a park where solitary trees stood a few 100 feet apart with short, almost lawn-like grass covering the space between them. What we had to navigate through were dense and sometimes outright impenetrable thickets of small shrubs, branched low firs, and tall grass, which would reach our waist in some areas. After about 10 minutes, sweat droplets appeared on my face. I had to make a path for those following. Elder Elda was doing the same, huffing and sweating, crushing the grass. Sharp dead branches scratched our clothes, but somehow the boys' cloaks and girls' dresses remained pristine, even though I had fallen on my knees in the mud several times, and many others have done likewise. Everyone was silent, stunned by the sudden change in the environment. We had been moving through relatively open terrain for 3 days, and now we were suddenly in impenetrable thickets. Nonetheless, credit was due to the group. They stayed in formation, didn't complain, and refrained from pestering us with pointless questions. They simply followed me and Elder Elda in silence, as if we had every right to lead. There's a clearing ahead. Get ready. We may run into beasts, I warned at the sight of a glade looming ahead. My father had mentioned beasts didn't usually roam in such dense thickets. Just like humans, they were reluctant to expend energy traversing impassable windfalls. It was easier for them to settle in a clearing, turning it into their lair, with the windfall serving as natural protection. Doolin's blood-curdling scream rang out when we were just a few paces away from the edge of a glade. Without a word, Elder Elda and I quickened our pace, finally breaking through the underbrush and emerging into the open. Our group followed, and the orderly line fell apart. Get into formation! I bellowed, realizing what was happening in the glade. Boys, to the front! Spears at the ready! Girls, in the second row! Spears forward! Elder, to the front line! Get in position, damn it! Do you want those wolves to snack on you? Hold the formation! I yelled at the top of my lungs, trying to quell the fear that was paralyzing everyone's movements. My peers had been frozen in a state of shock, so I had to even slap some of them to snap them out of it. Among them was Elder Elda, staring at the huge pack of wolves with eyes wide in terror. Those weren't any of your timid gray beasts jumping at their own shadows. No, they were massive, seasoned killers with fur that shimmered with silver. In Mentor Guerlin's book, such creatures were labeled as wolves on the path of ascension to immortality. The head of one such wolf was mounted on a wall of our house as a testament to my father's great prowess as a hunter. But that was one wolf. And here we were facing about 20 massive creatures, reaching up to my chest. All this flashed through my mind in mere fractions of a second as I continued to scream like a madman. Hold the formation! Spears ready! Elder, back! Guard the flanks! You two, aim your spears sideways! Don't let the wolves flank us! Everyone, take a step back! I had no idea what to do in this situation. Reason suggested that running back along the path we had kindly trampled for the wolves was guaranteed death. The pack would chase us and devour one by one. Only a few might be lucky enough to reach the camp. Where the hell was Mentor Guerlin? And from where was Doolin yelling? My first question went unanswered, but I soon got a response to the second. There was a huge oak in the center of a glade, and one of the wolves had suddenly fallen from it. However, it didn't hit the ground directly, but clung with its teeth to the leg of a hysterically screaming Doolin. He was kicking frantically, trying to shake off the wolf, and finally succeeded. But the unnatural angle of his leg indicated that the wolf's jaws had managed to crush the bone. Doolin's desperate roar had only confirmed my guess. Nevertheless, he didn't fall from the branches, but clung to them with a death grip. New wolves climbed the tree to shake off the newfound treat, but my attention was drawn away from Doolin's situation. The wolves finally realized that another portion of snacks had arrived, and with bristling manes, advanced towards us, baring their teeth. The sight was so terrifying that my hastily assembled formation nearly crumbled. The fear was overwhelming. Some even seemed to have wet themselves. Everyone was as pale as death itself, and as the wolves drew closer, the spears were lowered further. I knew I had to do something, so I started shouting again.
Prepare for battle! Aren't the lot of you inner-tier scions? Have you never seen wolves before? They're just dumb creatures, only good at tugging their tails when they meet real strength. Or should I tell Elder Guerlin you got scared of some mangy mutts? Tell your mentors you're weak and worthless? What immortality do you dream of if you're shivering at the first sight of your enemy? Raise your spears higher! First row, step forward! Second row, step forward! Elder, where are you going? Back! On my command, everyone step forward together! On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, go!
Remarkably, the concerted effort had an effect. 11 people acting in unison took the attacking wolves by surprise. They'd expected us to run, throw our weapons, and become an easy target, but suddenly they were facing a unified front bristling with spears. However, not all the wolves hesitated. 3 particularly fierce ones seemed to be waiting for us. With wild howls, they lunged forward, aiming to break our formation and reach the warm flesh of their prey.
First row, strike!
How lucky I was to have people from the inner tiers of my team, trained by mentors since they were 4 years old. Had they been boys from my village, the battle would have been a lost cause from the start. We would have all been torn apart. But these inner tier youths were used to following precise orders from their mentors, and now, when fear had finally extinguished independent action, they acted on autopilot. They heard an order and they followed it. 3 enormous wolves leaped towards us, and 6 spears met them in midair. But the precision of executing orders didn't guarantee success. I had completely forgotten that we were fighting enhanced versions of wolves. These were no ordinary beasts. Standing next to Elder Elda in the front row, I also thrust my spear at the wolf leaping towards me, but almost screamed in horror when the tip started sliding off its skin instead of piercing it and sticking inside the beast. I saw the spears of the others meet a fate similar to mine with my peripheral vision. Only Elder Elda had lived up to her status. Her spear had managed to run the wolf right through.
Second row, strike!
I yelled, struggling to keep my spear horizontal. The girl struck, but to no avail. Nonetheless, the double attack had worked. None of the 3 wolves that had lunged at us managed to reach our formation. The spears might not have pierced their skin, but they did stop the massive bodies all the same. Only 1 wolf had reached us. Its dead body fell next to Elder Elda. She pulled out her spear, breathing heavily, and readied it again. Her hand shook noticeably, and her face was paler than snow, her eyes wide with shock. According to my father, such shock was a typical reaction for beginner hunters. I had no idea what to do in such cases, however, so I turned to the wolves, still growling just 6 feet away from us, and shouted,
The first attack has been repelled! Well done, everyone! Continue working! Only Elder Elda can pierce their skin. Everyone else, aim for the chest. And don't let the beast reach us! Did everyone hear that? As long as we stand, we live! As long as we are united, we are strong! If anyone breaks formation, they die! Only together can we complete Elder Guerlin's task and not disgrace our claims! What are some wolves to us when we have Elder Elda on our side? Look out!
Came Carmen's shout, and he leaped over the wolves' heads. Twisting in the air, he managed to slash 1 wolf's snout with his spearhead. There was a shriek,
The beast scattered, and Carmen raced towards us at incredible speed, brandishing his spear. Some wolves lunged at him, but the nimble fighter met them with the tip of his weapon at the ready, and, as far as I could see, it left marks on the wolves' snarling snouts. But another group of 5 mature wolves, significantly larger than ours, was in pursuit right behind Carmen. Carmen reached our formation and took a place in the first row between me and Elder Elda without a word.
Command, General!
Carmen's mocking voice rang out.
Your squad has reinforcements. The trouble is, though, I'm not alone. I've brought gifts, and I'm afraid you won't like them much.
I should have expressed some indignation, but I simply had no time for that. I saw that my spear was useless against the wolves, as were the spears of everyone else. Only Carmen and Elder Elda could deal ostensible damage to these creatures, which meant we needed to change our formation urgently.
Reform the ranks! First row, Carmen and Elder Elda. All the boys, form the second row. Girls, you're in the third row. Take your positions. Spears forward. Second row, prevent the wolves from reaching our frontline fighters. Third row, support the second. First row, you're facing the beasts. Only you have the ability to kill them. Ready yourselves. Strike!
It was reassuring to see my decision pay off. Understanding and realistically assessing our capabilities made everything simpler. Yes, my spear couldn't pierce a wolf's skin. Somehow it simply didn't work. However, the spear I thrust into the chest of a beast managed to halt its ferocious charge. True, the impact had nearly wrenched the spear from my grasp, but I had stopped the creature successfully all the same. The collective strike of the rest of the group had mirrored this success. The wolves had recoiled, only to regroup and lunge at us once more, yet not all had managed the counterattack. 2 of the powerfully built beasts had remained grounded. Carmen and Elder Elda were proving why they were the best.
Strike! Hold your ground! Strike! Stand firm! Strike! All groups, advance 3 paces! Be cautious of your footing! Strike! Head towards the tree! We need to rescue Doolin! The wolves will soon retreat. They won't fight to the end.
Incredibly, we were making progress. Carmen and Elder Elda were nothing short of miraculous. Each of their thrusts claimed a wolf's life. Their efficiency was both impressive and intimidating. They left no wounded behind. Elder Elda had fully regained her composure, her movements now characterized by precision, confidence, and decisiveness. Yet, she silently and obediently followed my commands, a stark contrast to her usual contentious demeanor. The Elder Elda I had come to know over the past 4 days would have already challenged me numerous times and probably given me a few clips around the ear. As we pressed forward, advancing towards the wolves, I found myself increasingly amazed that the beasts didn't scatter into the dark forest in fear in the face of resistance. The pack was enormous, no fewer than 30 in number, and we had already dispatched 20 of them. Everything I knew as a hunter suggested that the remaining wolves should be retreating from us with all the haste they could muster. However, I was witnessing quite the opposite. The more we killed, the fiercer the remaining beasts became. Another onslaught had nearly proved fatal for me. By some miracle, my spear had finally managed to pierce the thick hide of a wolf, digging into its flesh. The crazed animal thrashed wildly, its paws repeatedly striking my chest. The blows were horrendous. I thought I'd hear bones crack, but remarkably, my cloak withstood the assault. It didn't tear and blocked the wolf's razor-sharp claws successfully. The injured beast recoiled, pulling the spear from my grip, and limped away. This all transpired in an instant, forcing me to re-engage in the battle and continue issuing commands, despite my pain increasing with every breath I took. The last wolf alive leaped from the oak, failing to reach the much-subdued Doolin, and launched into what would be its final attack. It seemed the wolves had utterly abandoned their instinct of self-preservation, opting to die together as a pack. A heavy silence descended. The dark forest itself seemed stunned by the recent events. A dozen teenagers, not yet embarked on their path to ascension, had annihilated a large pack of wolves that had already begun to ascend. Though we were primarily on the defensive, and the bulk of the work was done by Carmen and Elder Elda, it didn't diminish our accomplishment. We had done it. Yes! 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 Falling to the ground, I grimaced with the pain in my chest, but couldn't help smiling at the sight of the inner tier offspring screaming in elation and embracing each other as they realized what they'd just managed to achieve. Some of the girls cried uncontrollably, but no one faulted them for it. Now that the danger had passed, tears seemed like a natural reaction. What mattered the most was that despite their fear, they had stood firm during the battle and followed orders with precision. Elder Elda sat down next to me, looking dreadful. She was smeared with blood from head to toe. Interestingly, the blood was gradually dripping off her dress, leaving only her face, hair, and hands stained crimson. Her blue eyes appeared even more ominous against this backdrop. "Elder, I grant you a right to call me simply Elda," the young girl declared as if bestowing a great favor, but then added, "In return, I demand the same right. It irritates me to call you Elder. I am stronger than you, and today I proved it once more." "As you wish, Elda. You are stronger. I acknowledge it and won't even argue. Call me Xander by all means." Carmen collapsed next to us. "When we return to Vorend, and we will, as heavens is my witness, my mentor won't leave a single unscathed spot on Elder Guerlin. The mind boggles. What was he thinking sending us against wolves beginning their ascension? He deserves to be taught a good lesson." "Why wait until Vorend, Junior? You can challenge me right here and right now." Elder Guerlin's voice rang out suddenly, startling us all. "Juniors, did I allow you to rest, or have you forgotten the task you were given? Let me remind you. By the end of the day, each of you must bring a wolf carcass to the camp. Those who fail to follow orders will be punished. As for you, apprentice, I'm very disappointed. You received a clear order. Everyone must hand in their weapon after a fight. Where is your spear? What do you plan to return to me? How could you let a wounded wolf escape? How could you allow it to injure you? Are you a hunter, or just out here for a stroll? These were mere beasts, barely stepping onto the path of ascension. Yet look what they did to you. Disgraceful! Our trip is over. We are returning to Vorend. I want to speak to your mentors. I really need to get some idea of who they are raising. Taoists, or just concubines and servants for worthier houses. I expect the wolves to be brought to the camp. All the wolves. And I don't care how you bring them there. And one more thing. That concerns just you, apprentice. Even if you did find your spear in 5 minutes, I do not want to see you in the camp until morning. A night in the dark forest will be a good lesson for the future. A Taoist cannot afford to lose their weapon. If you show up in the camp before Eris rises, you will be punished more severely. I cannot allow my apprentice to disgrace me in the future." Master Guerlin was pleased. Junior Shermill had proven himself a worthy hunter. He managed to find a massive pack of wolves, some of which had already reached the gold rank of a candidate state, and the leader had even advanced to apprentice. Since energy was scarce, the wolves had to hunt constantly, rendering this part of the dark forest utterly lifeless. Driven mad by constant hunger, the wolves had destroyed all living creatures in their path, and a calamity was looming. They could sense a place of human habitation any moment. But they'd encountered Master Guerlin's group, and now this part of Tier 0 was safe. Just where the wolves had found enough energy to ascend to this state remained a mystery, but it would be one for the local hunters to deal with. Trivial matters like those didn't interest Guerlin much. Master Guerlin had had to kill the alpha himself before sending the youngsters into the forest. He knew his charges couldn't handle a creature that had reached the second stage in its development. Ideally, he should have thinned the wolf pack somewhat, eliminating all the golden rank beasts, but after some thought, he had decided against it. The offspring of the families from the inner tiers needed to experience pain and powerlessness firsthand. The artifact cloaks and dresses made in the 3rd tier would protect them from fatal wounds, and fractures and bruises were beneficial for clearing the mind. What didn't kill you made you a stronger Taoist. As expected, Junior Doolin and Junior Carmen had set out immediately with the intent to complete the assignment on their own. Junior Elda's hesitation had surprised him somewhat. She'd lingered there a while, shifting from foot to foot uncertainly. Master Guerlin had already written off the others as incompetents who didn't even bother to train. If such individuals became Taoists, they were unlikely to reach any significant rank. Master Guerlin expanded his perception to cover the entire vicinity, carefully monitoring the actions of the juniors who'd rushed off in search of adventure, and was pleasantly surprised by his apprentice's behavior. The young man acted like a true hunter, organizing everyone into a group and leading them. Junior Shermill confirmed that he had taught this to his son, but this was the first time the boy had ever been in charge of a group. Master Guerlin was not impressed much by the battle. The children had acted as they should have in the given situation. He had expected to see Junior Doolin, Junior Carmen, or at least Junior Elda to take the lead, but certainly not his own apprentice, who had nonetheless disappointed him somewhat. Master Guerlin had been convinced that the young man would manage to pierce the wolf's skin, yet he had not only repeatedly failed to do so, but also lost his weapon once he finally succeeded. Master Guerlin believed that mistakes must be corrected immediately, otherwise they would be repeated. His perception indicated that the wounded wolf had already been dead and somewhere nearby, with no other beasts in the vicinity. Therefore his apprentice was not in danger, and a night stroll would be beneficial for his young body. Moreover, it was a test of spirit. Could he endure a night alone in the forest, thinking it dangerous? Or would he return to the camp, tail tucked between his legs? If it was the latter, there was no way he'd let him continue as an apprentice. The weak had no place beside him. Placing his hand on his apprentice's chest, Master Guerlin healed his wound, then pulled the unconscious Doolin from the branches, slung him over his shoulder, and headed to the camp. House Bao must have been in decline with offspring this week. Upon returning to Vorend, this body needed to be handed over to the mentors and reported to the head of the house. Measures must be taken to spur Doolin toward ascension. In fact, Master Guerlin liked the idea of leaving his apprentice in the forest overnight for another reason. Those who'd brought the wolf carcasses to the camp would now have to face the second part of the task. It would be amusing to watch how those pampered children would butcher the carcasses for the first time in their lives, rummaging through the wolves' innards. He would bet 10 spirit coins that at least 3 of the 11 would throw up. Master Guerlin's guess had been off. It was 7. The Taoists of today didn't hold a candle to their glorious ancestors, alas. Chapter 6. The clearing quickly emptied. The others had grabbed 1 or 2 wolves by the legs and started dragging them to the camp, trying not to look at me. No one understood Elder Guerlin's reaction. If I hadn't reacted promptly, the outcome could have been disastrous. Yet, instead of rewarding me, the mentor had scolded and punished me in front of everyone. My father said nothing. Arguing with a Taoist who had publicly acknowledged me as his apprentice was beyond a village elder's right. However, I couldn't miss how he accidentally dropped his fire starter on the ground. I would have fire tonight. Now I just needed to find that wounded wolf and figure out how to handle it. A wounded animal was a dangerous adversary. "Will you make it through the night alone in the forest?" Carmen asked cautiously before leaving the clearing. "Of course he will. How couldn't he?" Elda snapped too sharply. She, like Carmen, was dragging 4 wolves by the paws to avoid a second trip. The others would have to come back here. "You see, I don't have many options," I smirked, glancing at Elda. "If I die, she'll beat the living daylights out of me. Not something I'd look forward to." "That's the spirit. If you make it back to the camp tomorrow, I'll owe you 2 free sword lessons. Elda?" "Elda what? Is it my fault he's so stiff? No flexibility, no smoothness of motion. I'll give him a couple of lessons, all right? But it's all pointless. You should start martial arts from childhood or just forget all about it. It's near impossible to teach him now." "It was impossible for our group to kill 30 wolves," Carmen declared. "Stretching Xander won't be a problem. Don't you want to hear him scream in the process?" "Scream?" Elda's eyes lit up with anticipation. I involuntarily stepped back from her. I was getting too bloodthirsty a vibe. "You're damn right we'll get Xander into the splits yet. Definitely. Hell, before we reach Vorend, he'll be sitting inside splits. I'll make sure of that." "If I decide to go to this Vorend of yours in the first place," I muttered when Carmen and Elda had left, "what the mentor did had stirred a storm of emotions in me. I had sincerely believed I deserved a reward. But hell, a reward or not, I certainly didn't deserve punishment. This attitude was too much. The aura of grandeur surrounding Elder Guerlin had suddenly vanished. In front of me stood a spiteful Taoist, yanked from his usual environment and exiled for 4 years to Tier 0. He couldn't take out his anger on the offspring of the inner-tier families. The kids could complain to their mentors about their escort's inadequacy. So he found a fool to run errands, someone he could do whatever he pleased with. Punishing me just like that was no problem at all to him, apparently. Go, Xander. Spend the night in the dark forest where a mad pack of wolves on the path of ascension may be roaming. If they devour you, so be it. That will mean you're unworthy of being my apprentice. Iris was slowly descending towards the horizon, urging me to act swiftly. Searching for a wounded animal at night was hardly prudent, so I needed to hurry. Even if I eventually decided to part ways with Elder Guerlin, returning home with the group would be easier. But to do that, I had to survive this night and find my spear. I would therefore have to do the following: find the wolf, finish it off, retrieve the spear, light a fire, and then get through the night. Sounded like a perfect plan. I picked up the fire starter, broke off a sturdy club, and followed the bloody trail. I moved slowly, alert to every rustle. Fearsome beasts seemed to lurk behind every bush, ready to pounce and tear me apart. Yet no attack came. The dark forest appeared lifeless, devoid even of the usual chirping of birds. Only the distant noise from the camp somewhat dispelled the oppressive silence. An eerie feeling took hold of me. When you didn't understand what was happening, the worst scenarios came to mind. My pace slowed even more, but soon I reached my destination. First, the wolf's paws appeared from behind the bushes, then its tail, and part of its body. Then I froze, barely managing to stay in place. I wanted to scream in terror and run away from the unknown, but Carmen's mocking face and Elda's puffed cheeks flashed before my eyes, urging me to stay put. That pair would surely laugh at me if I ran back to the camp, shrieking hysterically. I wouldn't give them that satisfaction. The wolf was here. Judging by its stillness, it was dead. Its hind legs were frozen, as if it had tried to push itself forward in its last moments. Then came the massive body, which should have ended with a huge head and my spear embedded in the chest area, but these were conspicuously missing. Half of the wolf was simply gone. Someone had cleaved the animal in half with a powerful blow and, seemingly in play, pressed the rear half flush against the sheer wall of a small cliff. It was placed so tightly that the wolf seemed to have become one with the rock. Strangely, there was no pool of blood that should have formed from the severed body. Whoever did this to the animal had thoroughly cleaned up afterwards, and that scared me the most. It meant that someone else was in this area besides our group, someone so powerful that they could slice the wolf in half and press it against a rock. But why would anyone do that? I found the whole situation quite baffling. Then a brilliant idea visited my head. I should leave this place. Elder Guerlin could figure out what had happened to the furry creature tomorrow. I would show him half of a wolf and say that was all I could find. The other half had been stolen. It seemed like a sensible idea, so I grabbed the beast's hind leg and pulled it toward me, trying to detach the carcass from the cliff. It came off easily, but then I froze again, afraid to move. The wolf wasn't split in half. Its front part had been hidden in the cliff. I swallowed hard and continued to pull the carcass. The chest with my spear embedded appeared, then the head, and then the rest of a spear. All of it had emerged from the solid wall as if it didn't exist, like I was pulling the animal out of a cave where it had tried to crawl away and die. But this was a solid wall. I saw it clearly. Finally, I extracted the entire wolf from the cliff. I pulled out the spear and felt more confident. Wandering through the dark forest armed with nothing but a stick wasn't very wise by any account. My gaze kept returning to the sheer cliff. The base was rocky, so I couldn't make out any tracks, but I noticed a path a few feet away. Wolves had used this trail often, apparently. The dying beast hadn't crawled to this cliff for no reason. It was returning home. But how? It was a solid wall. Or was it not? Were my eyes deceiving me? I cautiously jabbed the spear into the wall. The tip disappeared into the stone as if it was made of air. There was no resistance. It was only when I moved it in a circular motion that I felt an obstacle, above, to the side, and below. There was a peculiar passage to a cave in front of me, mysteriously disguised as a wall. The spear entered and exited the opening effortlessly. I thought about running to get Elder Guerlin or my father to show them this strange cave, but then thought better of it. The former had sent me to spend the night in the forest among beasts, and the latter hadn't stood up for me. A fire starter didn't count. No, I wouldn't tell them anything. But I had to see what was inside the wolf's lair. Since no one had jumped out to finish me off, it meant there was no one there. Or perhaps there were a few wolf pups that I could tame. If they, like the adults, had embarked on the path to immortality, they would make excellent companions. My uncle, besides being a blacksmith, was also a decent trainer. He could raise the wolf pups and turn them into obedient animals that would serve Khaled well as guardians. Having decided to proceed, I stepped forward with confidence. Until the very last moment, I half expected my nose to crash into the cliff, but it was as if the wall didn't exist. One step, and I found myself in a completely dark place where no light could penetrate. A step back, and I was again under the gentle rays of a setting iris. I needed a torch. With no suitable materials at hand, I had to gather dry branches from the forest, light a fire, and use a suitable stick as a makeshift substitute. To say it wasn't among the best torches I'd ever used would be putting it very mildly. Still, it sufficed to dispel the absolute darkness of a cave. There were no wolf cubs here, although it was indeed a wolf's den. Not the cleanest one, either. Gnawed bones were scattered everywhere, and the smell was so overwhelming that I struggled to suppress my gag reflex. The cave turned out to be quite large, almost the size of our entire house. But what caught my eye were items that had no right to be in a wolf's lair. A table, a chair, bookshelves, books covered in a thick layer of dust. A chest, demons take it. What was a chest doing here? I approached the odd display. The small area that held all the incongruous items stood out in its relative cleanliness as compared to the rest of the cave. There were no bones, dirt, or scraps of wolf fur anywhere, just a thick layer of dust. On the table beside a book lay the most luxurious torch I had ever seen. Its carved handle was clearly not made of wood, and it had a metal grid indicating it was reusable. You could insert a cloth soaked in flammable oil into it. Only fairly wealthy people could afford to use lighting of this sort. I brushed off the dust, brought my burning branch close to it, and the torch burst into bright light, banishing the remaining darkness from the cave. It was as if Iris herself had shrunk and appeared in this forgotten place. After setting the torch in its special socket, I examined the book on the table. All the others were in the bookcases, but this one, for some reason, lay separately. Was it by accident? Or wasn't it? I needed to check. I blew the dust off the cover, but there were no inscriptions on the wooden plate. I turned the plate over very carefully, as if afraid to disturb the peace of whoever had left all this wealth here. Thankfully, the pages didn't crumble to dust. After wiping the dust off a chair and making sure it was sturdy enough to hold me, I began to decipher the intricate curls of writing. The writer seemed to be in a hurry. Some words required going over a few times for me to understand the author's intent, but I grasped the principle eventually and began to infer the meaning in unclear spots myself. Greetings, Seeker. This cave contains all the knowledge and the secrets of the Silver Heron School. The torch lasted until morning. I had to step out of the cave from time to time for a breath of fresh air, but after about 5 minutes of respite, I'd return to the stench of a wolf den and continue reading. Removing the books from the prison formation, as Huang Lung called this cave, was inadvisable, at least until I acquired a personal inventory. Tier 0 has all the ingredients required for crafting an artifact, but they will be difficult to acquire. Some can be bought at the Vorend market, but most must be gathered independently in anomalies, specifically the black level ones. It's challenging and dangerous, but the outcome will be worth it. No matter who you are, you must memorize the complete list of ingredients, consisting of 33 items. Why is it crucial to form a personal inventory in Tier 0?
The answer is clear. By starting to craft artifacts, you'll become strong and move to the first, then the second tier. Returning to Tier 0 to retrieve books and artifacts will be nearly impossible. I've already described in great detail what will happen if you take the books out of a cave openly and someone sees them. They'll kill you and everyone you might have told about the Silver Heron School. It is vital to bear in mind that gathering ingredients in Tier 0 could raise a whole bunch of questions. To prevent this, you must become an official artificer. This might pose a problem. Artificers are usually trained starting in the first tier, while Tier 0 focuses on alchemy. I cannot advise you on how to proceed, but somehow you must convince the mentor assigned to you at the Ascension School that you will make a good artificer. Only after he gives you the first book can you openly use the knowledge from my textbooks and gather ingredients without raising suspicion from your mentors and representatives of various clans. In any case, start with the book entitled The Fundamentals of Artifact Crafting. It's the first book on the lowest shelf. Only after fully understanding this textbook should you move to the next. Remember, the sequence of studying this material is crucial. Jumping from section to section can be far more fatal in artifact craft than in pill making. In the chest are the great artifacts of the Silver Heron, the very items that had caused the Spirit Power School to attack us. Whoever you are, don't dare to open it until you become a master of the golden rank, preferably an overlord. If you open it earlier, the power contained in these artifacts will destroy you. Let the contents of the chest remain a mystery to you. When the time comes, you'll learn what it was that the Spirit Power School had desired so much. It didn't take me long to finish the book on the table. In it, Huang Lung described the main reasons for the downfall of his school and outlined what would happen if anyone discovered the surviving legacy of the Silver Heron School. The school's founder pointed out several books that would aid me in forming meridians and a core, and in mastering elements. But all of those were for the future. Currently, it was more crucial to get through the candidate stage. The deceased elder in the cave had only offered a few pieces of advice here, considering the stage somewhat transitional. Physically training was vital. The more, the better. Hand-to-hand combat, as Elda emphatically suggested, helped toughen muscles and tendons, preparing them for the emergence of meridians, additional threads inside the body through which chi energy would race. Sword work was less beneficial in this respect, yet it shouldn't be neglected either. Many Silver Heron School techniques use the Qian as a catalyst. For me, all this was still overly complex, but one thing was clear as day. This cave was not to be mentioned to anyone, be it my father or my mentor, until I could defend myself. Relying on it for my ascension was also out of question. Huang Lung emphasized this point. If any long-lived Taoist recognized the Silver Heron School techniques in my actions, they might start asking uncomfortable questions. These questions would arise eventually anyway, but by the time they did, I would need to have my own strength to rely on. Personal, a clan's, or a family's. It didn't really matter. In this world, everything was decided by strength. Nonetheless, Huang Lung did provide several sensible tips for the candidate stage, not just for the first steps either. He had revealed some secrets about attaining immortality. All Taoists knew the stages of ascension. They were as follows: candidate, apprentice, warrior, master, overlord, nascent, deity. It was also widely known that all stages were divided into 4 ranks: copper, bronze, silver, and gold. However, there was also a 5th rank at each stage, platinum or diamond, named differently by various schools. Achieving it required harmonious development of 3 aspects: soul, body, and mind. When these 3 grew together and complemented each other, a Taoist gained unprecedented power and could far transcend the known threshold of limitations for a given stage. A platinum warrior could easily defeat a copper master, whereas a gold warrior would suffer a crushing defeat in a similar battle. Finally, I turned my attention to the fundamentals of artifact crafting and remained engrossed in the book until dawn. I had to cram text, images, diagrams, tables, structures, and other things that I didn't understand into my memory. Why was I doing that? Did I have a clear purpose? It didn't matter. I would figure it out when the time came. For now, the priority was to focus intensely on each page and memorize it down to the last character.
Once the last page had been committed to memory, I set the book aside and realized I was exhausted, both physically and mentally. I picked up the next book, started focusing on the first page, and was surprised to see drops of blood falling onto the pages. My body wasn't ready for another dose of Silver Heron's school's wisdom, apparently. I returned the books to the shelves, albeit with extreme reluctance. I couldn't take anything from the cave right now, not even the exquisite torch that could grant my family half a year of prosperity. I planned to return home, take a week to recuperate, and visit again. Huang Lung clarified that the chest in which he hid the great artifacts of his school wasn't sturdy enough, and some energy was leaking out. This energy could be used by beasts to start their path to immortality. However, they would lose their sanity in the process. The chi energy in Tier 0 was too scarce, and ascending beasts would suffer from constant hunger, gradually descending into madness. They would destroy anything with a hint of warm blood nearby to quench their monstrous hunger. Since we destroyed the entire pack, though, I had nothing to fear. All the wolves were dead, and there were no other beasts nearby. I certainly wouldn't return into any once I returned in a week. I wondered if the mentor knew there were no beasts in the vicinity. Surely he must have. Being a master of an unknown rank from the 3rd tier, such people should know everything. Could this be some kind of test? Did the mentor want to see how I would behave in the dark forest at night, surrounded, as I would think, by dangerous beasts? Was he testing my spirit, my courage? Did he expect me to run back to the camp in tears, begging not to be sent out again? Never. I would return to the camp as soon as Iris rose above the horizon and not utter a word about what I did at night. I could have just slept through the night, couldn't I? Or better still, meditated. Another important task that Huang Long often mentioned. Meditation was vital to a Taoist on their road to ascension. Without it, harmonious development was impossible. I just needed to figure out what it was and how to do it correctly. The books I'd managed to read overnight mentioned meditation without any specifics. Either I needed a different book, or Huang Lung had truly believed that everyone in the Deforian Empire knew how to meditate. Emerging into the open air, I inhaled deeply, nearly collapsing as dizziness overwhelmed me. The lack of fresh air inside the cave had taken its toll. As I stood holding the spear that had been the source of all the trouble, I decided to drag the wolf's body back to camp as well. My mentor, whom I already knew for a difficult character, might well express his displeasure if I returned empty-handed. He had, after all, required the inner-tier offspring to haul wolf carcasses back to camp. I decided I should follow suit. Still alive. Oh, you brought the wolf too? Good job. The camp was awaiting my return. Carmen, peering into the forest, rushed towards me upon noticing my unsteady approach. He wordlessly took the wolf's paw from me and started dragging the animal himself, quickly briefing me on the recent events. We didn't sleep at all tonight, fancy that. Your mentor thought it was the perfect time for us to learn how to skin our enemies' corpses and extract valuable ingredients from them. You probably know this stuff already, being a hunter and all. Your father must have taught you. But he'd kept us up until we'd gutted all 30 wolves. You should have seen the faces of the others. They would make a cut, turn pale, and retch their dinner farther than they could see. Mentor Guerrero wasn't affected in the slightest. He'd set the task and demanded we complete it precisely. But you managed your share without any issues, right? Absolutely. So did Elda and a few others. The rest struggled, though. Elda must have been thrilled asking to leave all those wolves to her, I teased. Carmen burst out laughing. Spot on. Honestly, I'm a bit scared of that bloodthirsty brat. You should have seen how her eyes lit up when she was pulling out the guts and examining them. It didn't faze her one bit, as if she was a butcher, not a scion of a great house. A great house? Really? There are no others here, Carmen chuckled. Do you think they assign a master as an escort to just anyone? No, Xander. The 12 individuals your mentor is escorting are indeed representatives of the great houses of the inner tiers, 2nd, 3rd, and I suspect even a few from the 4th. You're the only one without a distinguished lineage. When we return to Vorend, I'll definitely share the amusing tale of how a simple Tier 0 guy had commanded 11 scions of great houses who obeyed him like sheep. And I was one of those sheep. My mentor will surely enjoy this jest. By the way, did I tell you I'm inviting you to visit? I want you as my sparring partner. I'll talk to my mentor about it. And I need a good partner for training. The ones my mentor finds are just boring. If you can do all this without any proper training, it's scary to think what you could achieve later. Later, Junior Carmen, my apprentice will join me in conquering the Tier 0, came the calm voice of Mentor Guerlin. You're late, apprentice. I expected you 30 minutes ago. We are leaving immediately, and since you chose to focus on the forest rather than my order to return to camp at the first rays of Iris, you'll be skipping breakfast, as will anyone else who hasn't finished theirs yet. Put away your spoons and line up. We're moving out. Judging by the looks the others gave me during the journey, no one had managed to eat breakfast. For some reason, this news warmed my heart. Heavens, had Elda's influence rubbed off on me? Was I becoming as spiteful as her? Or was it just Tier 0 pettiness towards the great houses? May the demons take them all. Chapter 7. This is an apprentice's contract. Elder Guerlin placed several sheets of paper, a pen, and ink on the table. Until he turns 16, Xander will officially be considered the apprentice of Master Guerlin of a golden rank. Just Guerlin, not Guerlin Bar, Father clarified. I belong to no great house, but I serve the Phoenix clan, the Taoist replied. Those like me are called Seekers. We are independent and travel through our respective tiers, traversing battlefields and anomalies or fighting demons. We are not tied to any familial territories. However, we have no right to act as mercenaries. Our destiny is to explore the world, not to seek fame or piles of spirit stones. Xander will be an apprentice only until 16, but what will happen after that? Mother cautiously asked, glancing at the papers and the 4 hefty pouches beside them. Elder Guerlin declared that each pouch contained 50 spirit stones taken from apprentice-level creatures and was to be given to my family if I were taken as an apprentice, without my consent. As Elder Guerlin explained, until I turned 16, I had no rights whatsoever. My parents made all decisions for me, and at the moment, they couldn't take their eyes off the pouches filled with spirit stones. After that, everything will depend on Xander, Elder Guerlin answered. In 4 years, I will return to the 3rd tier, and Xander will enroll in the School of Spirit Power, undergo initial initiation, and begin his path to ascension and the quest for immortality. If he succeeds, he will move to the 1st tier to continue his ascent, and eventually reach my tier, where he will become my apprentice again. If he gives up, he'll return to the village. I have no use for worthless apprentices. Why this school in particular? Mother continued to inquire. Isn't it the most challenging? Precisely for that reason. It's where the best train. It's where the offspring of the inner tier houses study. Only in this school can one achieve success. None of the others are worth it. In my opinion, they only hinder ascension instead of facilitating it as they claim. We cannot afford that school's tuition, Elder, Mother persisted. Our village just isn't wealthy enough, and even these stones wouldn't cover 2 years on the path to ascension. Xander will enroll in the School of Spirit Power for free. I will prepare him for this in 4 years' time, Elder Guerlin declared, causing further astonishment from my parents. They finally stopped ogling the pouches of spirit stones and looked at me. Elder Guerlin's statement was quite unusual. Free education was granted only to the rare few who could prove their strength. I wasn't given the right to speak since no one cared about my opinion. I might as well have been invisible. The elders were resolving their issues, and the younger ones had to remain silent. I may have had a lot to say had anyone cared to listen, ranging from my refusal to become Elder Guerlin's apprentice to my disinterest in joining the School of Spirit Power. Why? Simply because I wanted none of that. I didn't even want to think about what was happening. My parents were selling me into 4 years of bondage for 200 spirit stones. What is required of us? Mother asked. Just to sign the contract? Yes, that will be enough for Xander to wear the colors of a Phoenix clan and accompany me throughout Tier 0. Why? Mother frowned, but became uneasy under Elder Guerlin's gaze. After a guilty glance at me, she sighed and signed her name. Father signed without further questions. The document glowed briefly and then disappeared. Judging by my parents' puzzled expressions, they were as stunned as I was.
Now it was Elder Guerlin who announced, "The signed apprenticeship contract has been sent to the Phoenix Clan and the Van House. It has just been announced to the entire Deforian Empire. Xander is now officially an apprentice of Master Guerlin of the Gold Rank. You'll receive your copy of the contract and the Phoenix Clan's payment for having raised a worthy scion shortly. Apprentice, gather your belongings. You have 10 minutes. I'm ready, Mentor," I said, emphasizing the last word. "I have no possessions to take with me." "We leave now." The Mentor stood up and walked out the doorway. I lingered for a moment, looking at my parents. Father's emotionless face revealed nothing, which was hardly surprising, but I noticed tears in my mother's eyes. "It will be better for you this way, son," she whispered, earning a slight cough from Father. Mom closed her eyes to avoid seeing me leave the house. How I wanted to slam the door on my way out, to have it crash into the frame and shatter. I knew it would be petty, silly, childish, and ultimately pointless, but how else to react when I'd just been sold? I had said before the meeting that I didn't want to be an apprentice to Elder Guerlin. I even begged not to be given to him, but my parents decided otherwise. I managed to control myself and didn't slam the door. Stepping outside, I took several deep breaths, fighting back treacherous tears. Elder Guerlin was waiting for me. Without even looking my way, he said, "I don't care about your emotions or desires. Whether you like it or not, you are my apprentice for the next 4 years and must address me as mentor. Your task during our apprenticeship will be strictly to follow my orders. Any disobedience or incorrect execution of an order, similar to what had transpired in the Dark Forest, will be severely punished, and it won't be something as benign as the contemplation of a floor your father likes to task you with. You will experience the full wrath of a Taoist master of the Golden Rank. You must accept that for the next 4 years, the road will be your home, your Jian will be your only friend, and your constant companions will be bloodied knuckles and aching muscles. Your parents, who'd sold you to me for a mere 200 spirit stones, had delayed your training for too long. You will need to be broken, old habits quelled ruthlessly, and new ones instilled. This is what we'll be doing for the next 4 years." As if my parents had any choice, I retorted angrily. Just because I was angry at my parents didn't mean someone else was allowed to insult them. They were my family, and I would defend them in any case. They couldn't refuse a master of a golden rank, and the spirit stones were at least some compensation for a stranger suddenly deciding to claim me. They could have refused, and they knew it well, especially your father. Did you know he was a Taoist apprentice of the Golden Tier? That's impossible. I struggled to process the new information. I read in Huanglong's records that people from the inner tiers couldn't travel to the lower ones without a good supply of spirit stones. Shortage of qi would lead them to experience terrible hunger and eventually losing their sanity. But my father was not insane, and yet our family had never had any spirit stones in its possession. Nevertheless, it's true. Your internal family affairs are none of my concern. If you prove unworthy and return to the village, you can ask him about it yourself. Anyway, your parents did have a choice. They could have refused me, and I wouldn't have been able to influence their decision in any way. The Phoenix clan adheres to the law very strictly. But now you are mine. Do you know how to operate self-propelled carts?" Elder Guerlin gestured vaguely, and something peculiar appeared beside us. It was a cart. 4 wheels and control levers were definitely present, but this cart had neither a tent nor any cargo space. Just 2 seats mounted on 4 wheels and a small canopy to shield the driver and the passenger from the scorching rays of Eris. The wheel attachment was noteworthy. Not the usual springs for carts, but braces of some sort separated by a thick spring. The top part of the wheels was covered by a convex panel, completely hiding them from those in the cart. The wheels themselves were the most intriguing feature, however. Unbelievably wide, about the size of my forearm, and the surface was not smooth, like our cart's wheels, but ribbed. "I await an answer, apprentice." The mentor didn't raise his voice, but I felt my body seize up momentarily, and hundreds of needles seemed to pierce me. It was excruciatingly painful,
and worst of all, I couldn't even scream. My body was not my own. The punishment lasted only a moment. When I regained control, there was no pain, just a sticky sheen of residual cold sweat to remind me of what had happened. "I've tried driving a cart a few times, Elder," I replied, sincerely wishing to avoid another dose of punishment. Not only was it painful, it was also very humiliating to be so utterly powerless. "That will suffice. Take your new position. From now on, you are tasked with the duties of a coachman." I was still trembling as I climbed into the seat. Our cart had nothing like this. There was just a simple wooden bench where my father sat. This one, however, had a soft and quite comfortable seat. Traveling in such luxury was pure delight. The control levers were similar to those in our self-propelled cart, yet I realized my palms were sweating. Father had strictly forbidden me from driving the cart in the village, saying I wasn't ready for such responsibility. I had been taught in an open field, where there was nothing to crash into and no people to run over. But now, villagers had come out to see the Taoists and those he escorted. This was unprecedented in the village, and would be the talk for years, if not more. Elders would tell their grandchildren tales of how a master from the third tier once visited their village and didn't even kill anyone. Because our village revered the law and was under the protection of House Wang, no doubt. Something like that had been told to me by my uncle, who laughed while relaying it. 3 expensive carts from House Wang were already there, ready to depart. The return to the village had exhausted everyone, so now the young nobles sat slumped in their seats, trying to snatch an extra minute of rest. Master Guerlin had turned into a demon the previous day, pushing everyone to their limits. If it had taken us nearly 4 days to reach the Dark Forest, we made the return journey in just 1 day. The stern Taoist ignored all moans, complaints, and threats. When a few apprentices dared to go against his will, showing off their pride, he suppressed everyone so severely with his aura that even Elder Elda got a nosebleed, let alone the others. But Master Guerlin was indifferent to his charge's suffering. He didn't even bother to heal anyone, merely threatening that if we didn't get up and start moving, things would get even worse for us. We were allowed neither lunch nor dinner, and collapsed as we reached the village late in the evening, utterly drained. Covering 50 miles across rough terrain in a day was a monstrous challenge for all of us, even for my father, probably, although he wasn't the kind to make his fatigue observable to anyone. That morning, there was that unpleasant conversation where Master Guerlin offered my family 200 spirit stones if they signed the apprenticeship contract, and now here I sat, in front of the control levers, afraid to touch them. I was unfamiliar with the specifics of this self-propelled cart. Ours was heavy, slow, and cumbersome. You had to jerk the levers with effort to turn and get it moving. The contraption Master Guerlin had pulled from his spatial pouch didn't seem at all like a heavy and cumbersome mode of transport, despite its broad wheels, and that was frightening. What if it slipped out of my control and I crashed into our neighbor's house, which stood directly in our path? The carts with the scions of the inner-tier houses started moving, and Master Guerlin took the seat next to mine. "Follow them, maintaining 100-foot distance," he ordered, then even closed his eyes, as if whatever happened around was of no concern to him, and he was confident I would manage. I touched the lever controlling the speed, nudging it slightly forward. The cart jerked and immediately stopped. I was jolted so much I almost fell out of a seat, but the master seemed to feel nothing. Moreover, he stayed silent, offering no comment on my first attempt to get the cart moving. The second time, I acted with more confidence. The lever moved forward, and we started following House Wang's carts, gradually picking up speed. The assistants who had accompanied us on the expedition were clearly experienced drivers. They skillfully navigated between the houses, and once we were out of the village, they increased their speed even more, leaving us far behind. I'd hardly ever been so nervous in my entire life. I was soaked through, feeling like one big drop of water. Sweat did not get absorbed by the robe and ran down my body, forming a small puddle under my feet. My mouth was dry, my hands clamped onto the levers in a death grip, and my world narrowed to the road and the cart ahead. Soon our speeds aligned, and I began to gradually relax, keeping the distance. Driving the cart turned out to be much easier than I had feared. In fact, this mode of transportation was far superior to ours. Bumps and potholes ceased to be a problem. The master's cart rode over them smoothly, whereas in our cart,
Such obstacles would always be a serious test of one's spinal fortitude. An hour later, we reached Varen, the capital of our province, but passed by without entering the city. My heart raced against my will. We were entering lands I had never seen before. My entire previous life had been spent between the village and this city, interspersed only by a number of trips to the dark forest. Only now did I realize that everything I'd seen before was trivial and insignificant compared to the vast world. We had a 2-week journey to Forend, the capital of Tier 0, according to Carmen's claim at least. And it had only taken us 4 days to reach the dark forest. "Stop!" Master Guerlin's abrupt command startled me, and I reacted at once. I brought the lever to the neutral position, and our cart's wheels locked up. We didn't stop immediately, but slid sideways on the road for a while. My heart seemed to stop beating in that moment. We could have either flipped over or crashed into something. Control over the cart had been lost momentarily. Fortunately, it halted without serious incident, just a few feet shy of the nearest tree. "Get out!" the master commanded sharply, as if something was troubling him. As soon as I jumped out, the cart disappeared into the Taoist's spatial pouch. The trio of carts ahead had stopped in the distance, and their occupants began to disembark, stretching their muscles. However, Master Guerlin wasn't looking in their direction. His attention was focused on something unseen, inaccessible to ordinary people. "Follow me!" he shouted, and took off at an incredible speed, surpassing even the carts. I lagged behind at first, but had no trouble tracking the Taoist. No tracking skills were needed, in fact. Master Guerlin had charged straight ahead, leaving a wide trail in his wake. He'd only deviated a few times to avoid thick trees, bulldozing through bushes as if they were mere twigs. Screams, the clanging of swords, and the terrifying roaring of beasts echoed ahead, forcing me to push myself to the limit to catch the action. Nonetheless, I arrived too late. When I burst onto a small clearing, Master Guerlin was already finishing up, calmly wiping his Jian. There were so many corpses, I didn't bother to count. But what struck me as uncanny was that apart from the human bodies, there were also creatures resembling boars. Only these had a dozen sharp spikes protruding all over their bodies, flattened snouts and mouths filled with terrifying sets of curved and pointed teeth clearly not designed for grazing. Instead of hooves, these creatures had clawed paws, more befitting a wolf, and a strange black smoke emanated from their bodies, quickly dissipating into the air. "Demons," Master Guerlin explained, noticing my interest. "But there are no demons in Tier 0, I blurted out in disbelief. "Everyone knows that." "There were no demons in Tier 0, because that last wormhole was closed 10 years ago. These creatures have opened a new one, and now the main question is whether it's the only one around." Apparently, my expression spoke volumes, as Master Guerlin smirked and asked, "What do you know about the structure of our world, apprentice? Or should I start treating you like an infant who's only just learning to speak and comprehend the world around him, hanging on to every basic fact of life as though it were a miracle?" "Go with the second option, please, mentor," I replied, setting aside useless pride. It was foolish to beat my chest, claiming I knew everything and needed no explanations. I genuinely didn't understand what wormholes were, and why there were also human corpses on the clearing, aside from demons. They hadn't died from the creature's ferocious teeth. It was Master Guerlin who'd killed them. "Wise choice, Junior," the Taoist said, without even a hint of a smirk. "The creatures, unlike humans, are called lower demons. Put on these gloves and gather them into a pile. If a lower demon's body touches your skin, you will die with 100% certainty, considering your development stage. Get to it." Master Guerlin spoke so matter-of-factly, you could have thought nothing critical was happening, while I froze in place. What did he mean by that? If a demon touched my body, I'd die? Was he serious? But evidently the Taoist wasn't joking, given the thick gloves he'd tossed to me. I couldn't help but be fascinated by the spatial pouch dangling from Master Guerlin's belt, momentarily forgetting all about the deadly demons, or rather their corpses. How many interesting and valuable things were contained in that small item, I wondered. I definitely needed to figure out the ingredients for my own personal inventory soon. When your belongings were safe from theft, you were really set. I found the 25 bodies of lower demons on the clearing. Master Gurelin hadn't specified it, but I felt it prudent to gather not just the bodies, but also any large pieces that had detached. After hauling the creatures together, I expected the Taoists to burn the bodies, but reality surprised me. Master Gurelin approached the pile, grabbed the first demon with bare hands, and deftly sliced open its chest with a knife. Watch, apprentice. There should be a demonic core here. Only it's empty. This means that the creature had come from a tier 0 of its own reality, so the hunger it was experiencing here was less intense. I suspect the rest are as useless as this one. No point in bothering with them. Step aside. Master Guerelin's hand released a burst of flame, and the massive pile of demons ignited as if made of dry grass rather than flesh. The blaze soared high above the treetops. I shielded myself with a hand, and realized, in surprise, that my kimono didn't let through any heat. Made of sturdy, heat-resistant, and soft fabric, it likely had 100 more properties, though my mentor wasn't keen on sharing them yet. By all the demons, I was already thinking of Guerlin as my mentor, and all he did was annihilate a bunch of fiends. Still, I decided I wouldn't tell him about the cave.
Now, about what's happening in our world, Junior. There are no precise dates in the chronicles, but at some point an extraordinary object is known to have crashed into our planet, a crystal generating a unique energy, later named Qi. Named the primordial soul, it became the source of all the miracles in our world. Humans learned to harness Qi, created tiers that collected energy at certain locations, devised ascension rules, and realized that immortality awaited them at the end of that long and arduous journey. However, all those great events unfolded against the backdrop of two less fortunate developments. Firstly, the destruction of the previous world had created anomalies. We'll get to that bit shortly. Secondly, the primordial soul had pierced our world, linking it to another, populated by demons. The worlds had initially been connected only through the primordial soul. Demons couldn't penetrate our realm, nor could Taoists enter theirs to annihilate them. But gradually the worlds began to converge. Wormholes formed between two random points, spatial punctures allowing passage from one world to another. Mainly into ours, as research suggests an unprepared person would struggle to survive in the demon world. Demons began to infiltrate our world. If left intact, wormholes strengthen, stabilize, and the worlds at the spatial point merge completely, forming a third, which is neither human nor demonic, and devoid of any familiar logic. Such places are called battlefields, and Taoists visit them for rare and valuable ingredients. The war with the demons has raged for a long time, with varying success for each side. It has reached a stalemate. The demons' territory isn't expanding, but humans cannot drive the beasts back to their lair either. Almost the entire east of the empire is under demonic control, reaching up to the third tier, where they've established impregnable fortresses. I assume these lands are lost to humanity forever. Like humans, demons ascend both in their world and ours, seeking to breach the central tier to destroy our primordial soul. This is a brief summary of the current world affairs. Once we reach Vorend, you'll grab some history books from the library and memorize them. A Taoist must know the primary enemy of our world. Now, ask away.
Master, these aren't just lower demons, I said, looking at the destroyed humans. What are people doing alongside these creatures? Why haven't the demons torn them apart?
Because some of those you see are not humans. Come closer.
The master leaned over a man who, at first glance, looked just like our neighbor, minus the beer gut. He pulled the corpse's eyelids open, and a chill ran down my spine. The bright yellow irises housed vertical pupils of a predator.
The only visual difference between higher demons and humans are the eyes, the master explained. Physiologically, they are as human as we are. Perhaps they were once human. Rumor has it that they can breed with humans, though I can't imagine who would consent to such a thing. Apart from visual differences, there are spiritual ones. Demons reek. They smell of death. No one on the path to immortality would ever mistake this stench for anything else. It's repulsive.
But there are not only higher demons here. I turned, turning towards his severed head. The corpse's eyes were wide open, and although the pupils had rolled back, there was nothing demonic about them. They were the eyes of an ordinary human.
Indeed, the master confirmed. That's why we must return to this area as soon as we can get my charges to Vorend. We need to find and destroy the wormhole before a breach occurs in this area of Tier 0. We'll discuss the rest later. Pile up the bodies. We need to burn everything here. And another thing. None of the noble offspring must find out about the demons. Panic in Tier 0 is the last thing anyone needs.
Chapter 8.
This is unacceptable, Guerlin.
Huriki Wang, mayor of Vorend, was seething with frustration. He paced the confines of his office, pondering a possible way out of his dilemma, but to no avail. The only option left for the leader of Vorend, the southern capital of Tier 0 in the Deforian Empire, was to reiterate the same sentiment repeatedly.
Absolutely unacceptable, Guerlin.
That's Elder Guerlin to you, the Taoist corrected, his voice remaining perfectly calm.
It is unacceptable, Elder Guerlin,
Mayor Wang persisted, undeterred.
You're violating the clan's laws.
There's been no violation, Mayor Wang, as well you know, retorted Guerlin. I've entered Tier 0 unbounded by obligations, and I have not broken any laws or regulations.
Mayor Huriki Wang glanced at the golden sheet on his desk, continuing his restless pacing. Intellectually, he understood the battle had been lost, but his spirit rebelled, seeking more pretexts to reverse the current state of affairs.
The village elder of a god-forsaken hamlet lacks the authority to draw up an apprenticeship agreement. He isn't the head of a clan. I govern here on behalf of House Wang. This is my Tier 0.
The village of Khaled isn't governed by House Wang, Guerlin said, his smile revealing his immense satisfaction at this state of affairs. Like many other villages at Tier 0's edge, didn't you, as the head of House Wang, personally sign the decree on borderlands 2 decades ago? The one granting independence to border villages? Congratulations. They have achieved it. The Phoenix clan has ratified the contract. Would House Wang dare to defy them?
So you traveled to the very border to find a fool willing to be an apprentice seeker?
It would be fitting for you to put more respect into your words, Junior. Guerlin's tone turned frosty.
And what if I don't?
Mayor Wang continued, undaunted.
Will you attack me? Challenge House Wang? Let's see you do it. Here I stand, an apprentice Taoist of bronze rank. I acknowledge your superiority, Elder Guerlin, but are you mightier than the entire House Wang? Is Seeker Guerlin prepared to engage the Phoenix clan's resources to resolve this matter?
Guerlin gave no reply, opting instead for an unreadable expression. Mayor Wang had no alternative but to endorse the apprenticeship agreement. Both men knew this. Yet the mayor was deeply agitated by the turn of events. Halting his pacing, he sat down and tried for a different approach.
Elder Guerlin, you will be the ruin of me. Where am I supposed to find an escort now? I already feel like I'm running a nursery school, not a city. 1,500 noble offspring who haven't even entered school yet. They need to be taken to anomalies for training, but there's no one to lead them now. Your colleagues are overwhelmed with 30 children in each group, and you've decided to shirk your responsibilities. How about you take 6 or 7 groups to the anomaly, and then we can part ways? I'm willing to double your salary.
Offering spiritual coins to a seeker is like promising water to a fish in a river, Guerlin smiled, gesturing towards the golden sheets on the mayor's desk. I'd gladly lead the groups, Mayor Wang, but I no longer have that right. An instructor cannot abandon his apprentice to fate. A mission of great responsibility has been entrusted to me.
The idea to shed the shackles of obligation to accompany the high-born children had first come to Guerlin when Xander brought the wolf carcass to the camp. The Taoist hadn't set such a task, and barely suppressed a satisfied smile. This amusing young man had not only spent a night in the dark forest unwaveringly, but also tried to anticipate his temporary mentor's displeasure. Guerlin realized the likelihood of signing an apprentice contract was slim. According to the clan's laws, only the head of the apprentice's family had the right to sign such a contract. Had Xander lived closer to the center of Tier 0, the thought wouldn't have crossed anyone's mind. Mayor Huriki Wang would never have approved such an appointment. At most, Guerlin could have expected Xander to gain the status of an outer circle apprentice who was essentially little more than an escort. However, things had taken an unexpected turn. Guerlin had found out from the boy's father that House Wang had made a cunning move to avoid sending troops for minor troubles at the border of Tier 0. The villages in the border areas were granted autonomy. They were no longer affiliated with House Wang. This clearly looked like the will of the heavens. Tier 0 was merely a temporary solution for Guerlin's problems. The Seeker's willfulness and his history of derailing many from the path to immortality had escalated to the point where House Bar, governors of a third tier, decided to take control of the unruly individual personally. Fighting against an entire family was futile, so Guerlin seized the opportunity to escape to Tier 0. His plan was to spend 4 years guiding highborn children through anomalies, which would earn him some points of respect with the clan. However, his first excursion revealed his unsuitability as a guide. The same defiance that had caused issues in the third tier persisted in Tier 0. The children, who fancied themselves as the centers of the universe, either didn't know or refused to adhere to basic etiquette and relationship norms between juniors and elders. Guerlin was unwilling to overlook this, despite understanding the inevitable consequences, namely, damage to his reputation with the clan. But then Xander appeared, and with him came the realization of a simple fact. A mentor with an official apprentice was barred from leading groups. And House Wang couldn't exile Guerlin back to the third tier, as his apprentice was found in Tier 0. As long as the amulet-blocking energy hunger remained active, Guerlin would remain there for 4 years. During this time, the turmoil in the third tier would subside, House Bar would forget about the impetuous Seeker, and he would not only prepare his apprentice for further ascension, but also deal with the unexpected issue of a wormhole. Guerlin was actually more eager to address the issue of humans collaborating with demons. Those he'd killed were simple residents of Tier 0, unaffiliated with any clan or family. Finding out who stood behind them was a mystery worthy of a Seeker's attention. There was a persistent knocking. Someone seemed very eager to enter the office. Huriki Wang sighed and placed his seal on the golden sheet, which vanished from the desk at once. The apprenticeship contract was now finalized, and the family of the student who'd earned the right to become a mentor's first apprentice would receive a generous award. The mayor allowed entry, and the servant of House Wang nearly burst into the office, addressing Guerlin instead of Mayor Wang.
Elder, your apprentice! He's dying!
Reality was returning slowly and reluctantly. At first I heard sounds, distant and meaningless. Then came light, gradually gaining shape and eventually morphing into Guerlin, his arms folded behind him, exuding dissatisfaction. A sense of danger associated with displeasing this man stirred in me, prompting me to recall recent events that might have incurred his displeasure. We had annihilated the demons 5 days ago, and had since been traveling almost non-stop to Vorend, the capital of Tier 0. The constant tension didn't allow me to appreciate the city's grandeur fully. Tall stone buildings, paved streets, and crowds in unfamiliar attire were all mere blurs, background to my focus on not crashing the self-propelled cart into people or other vehicles. It was a nightmare maneuvering through the city, avoiding collisions, managing speed, and keeping sight of House Wang's carts carrying my highborn peers. Finally, we entered a broad courtyard, and Guerlin announced a halt. The others disembarked, stretching their limbs, but I couldn't join them. Guerlin had ordered me to follow him. My head was spinning, the motion of a ride lingering, so the splendors of a Wang palace eluded me. After navigating several corridors, we entered a vast room. "This is my apprentice, master," Guerlin's voice reached me. "He needs world history textbooks." "Apprentice?" a raspy voice responded, and I saw the figure Guerlin was addressing. A diminutive elderly dwarf, his head crowned with a dense mass of gray hair, seemingly heavier than his small frame. His most striking feature was an enormous bulbous nose, looming over full lips. Dressed in a classic kimono adorned with House Wang and Phoenix Clan badges, the dwarf sat at a small table, engrossed in an enormous volume bound in dark brown leather. He scrutinized me, his colorless, aged eyes moving from head to toe. and then remarked,
I see no insignia of Seekers or of Elder Guerlin. All I seek is the Phoenix Can badge and garments that have clearly been borrowed. Has Elder Guerlin taken an heir of a noble family as his apprentice? Is House Wang aware of this? Master, I found my apprentice while traversing the vast expanses of Tier Zero. He belongs neither to the Phoenix clan nor the Wang family. The apprenticeship contract is being finalized. I'll attend to my apprentice's appearance as soon as I receive my copy. For now, I had to dress him in whatever was available. As for the Wang family, I believe they are already aware. Mayor Huiki Wang eagerly awaits our meeting. It was remarkable to hear Guerlin speak to someone with such respect. Usually the Taoist issued commands expecting immediate compliance. His words were to be treated as the next best thing to a divine revelation. But here he showed deference and respect towards the dwarf, a stark contrast to the elder Guerlin I had come to know. Proceed, then. It's improper to keep the head of a family waiting. The dwarf chuckled, glancing at me again. Sit down at the table. They'll bring you textbooks. Since you're from Tier 0, you're probably unfamiliar with the rules. So be warned. Create a disturbance and you'll be ejected immediately. Why? Because silence is mandatory in a library. Despite the dwarf addressing Guerlin as elder, I sensed a mysterious latent power in him that quelled any desire to argue. The room had many tables, some occupied by young people aged between 16 and 20, dressed in black robes adorned with the symbol of a school of spirit power, 2 crossed Jians over an oak. This emblem was familiar from Huang Lung's notes. He described his enemy and their insignia in great detail. Although these were merely students seeking knowledge, I instinctively regarded them as adversaries, despite us having had no prior interaction. I had a bunch of books brought to me shortly, and I delved into reading. The history of a world as told by Guerlin was a simplified version of the actual happenings in the Deforian Empire. There were 4 great clans in a state of constant warfare, vying for resources. The Empire's territory was divided into 4 vast sectors, each ruled by a clan. The Dragon Clan controlled the north, the Tiger Clan the west, the Phoenix Clan the south, which was our part, and the Griffins the east. The lands of the east not yet conquered by demons, at any rate. In reality, aggression from otherworldly creatures affected not just the east, but the south and north as well. Only the Tiger Clan looked down on the others, claiming they could eradicate the demons completely, if only they were given control of the entire empire. I got through the first book so quickly I didn't even realize I reached the last page once I did. Guerlin had demanded that I memorized it, so I concentrated hard, committing everything to memory. Unlike the confusing diagrams in the artifact crafting textbook, history was straightforward. The dwarf's assistant brought a second book, which dealt with the great families of the south. However, as I delved into the intricacies of their relationships within the clan, my vision blurred, and darkness engulfed me. These were my last memories before waking up, and I couldn't understand what had angered Guerlin. He looked displeased and silent, a sentiment I shared, though I had plenty to say. Instead of allowing me time to recover, he had immediately taken me to the library. 5 days of handling the chariot could exhaust anyone, not just a 12-year-old like me. My body simply gave in, a common occurrence after all. Perhaps we should test him, Elder. The dwarf's raspy voice cut through the silence. There's something off about him. Where did you say you found him? In a forgotten village on the edge of Tier 0. On the edge as defined by what? Demon lands, a barrier of the ocean? The librarian probed. The latter was true. The great ocean lay some 20 miles away from our village, washing the shores of a vast continent. However, our village didn't benefit from its proximity in any way. A buffer zone near the ocean claimed the lives of anyone who'd ventured too close, as beasts from the sea devoured everything. The zone was lethal to both fauna and flora. The ocean was often mentioned to scare little children in our village, and scarcely spoken of otherwise. Who could test him, master? Guerlin interjected, ignoring the librarian's last question. The heads of schools, the dwarf replied grudgingly, his thick lips curling. Lord Huriki Wang, perhaps, although I am not certain. Some researchers might have the ability, but we lack strong ones in our area. You have one now, Guerlin declared. The librarian snorted. Confirmed. As if they had a choice. Xander's officially my apprentice for the next 4 years. Does he understand what it means to be the apprentice of a seeker? The librarian looked at Guerlin cunningly. Or haven't you enlightened him on such delicate matters? He knows what's necessary. He'll learn the details along the way. If he survives. The dwarf was mocking my mentor openly, but Guerlin seemed unaffected. It all transpires as the heavens will it. Fate had brought me and Xander together for a reason. So, you're telling me that only the school heads can test him? The librarian offered a dismissive shrug. We proceeded to step outside, where Guerlin summoned the self-driving chariot, this time taking the controls himself. Apparently, my driving skills in the capital were unsatisfactory. I didn't dare object, especially since it gave me the chance to finally appreciate the grandeur of Vorend. The capital of the southern region of Tier 0 was impressive. There were no wooden structures. Everything was made of stone, even the roads. The height of the buildings was striking. I saw no single-story houses. Almost every dwelling's first floor was a shop, tavern, or workshop, especially as we moved away from House Wang's palace. Guerlin stopped near a nondescript tailor's shop. The sign was faded and peeling. Inside, the shop was empty of customers, and apparently hosts. Various garments, including Taoist kimonos, hung everywhere. Guerlin pressed a small bell on the counter. What do you want? A sleepy tailor emerged from the back. I had an image of craftsmen in my mind based on my uncle the blacksmith, but this tailor shattered that image completely. He was an unacceptably thin man in his early 20s. Even his sleepy face, swollen as it was, couldn't hide the hollow cheeks. Dark circles under his eyes and pallid skin completed the picture. If this was the tailor, he was clearly drifting into the arena of the unwell. He wore simple city clothes, and only the apron with a phoenix emblem identified him as a master. We need an apprentice's robe, Guerlin replied calmly, unfazed by the tailor's appearance. I don't have any, the tailor responded bluntly. Go elsewhere. The shop is closed. It's open, Guerlin insisted. I'll get that robe here, even if I have to shake it out of you, because only this shop has the kind of robe I'm looking for. This last statement seemed to snap the tailor to reality. He stared at us, his gaze shifting between me and Guerlin, then sighed and waved his hand dismissively and shuffled to the next room. I won't sew anything from scratch, the tailor's voice echoed from inside. I'll adjust a couple of sets I have here to your height. Come back tomorrow at the same time. Your robes will be ready, Seeker. Mentor, may I ask a question? I ventured as we left the tailor's shop. No, was Guerlin's succinct reply, embodying the chariot. Once again, he took the controls, allowing me to marvel at Vorend's sights. But now my thoughts were elsewhere. The tailor was definitely a seeker, which was evident from the absence of House Wang's symbol. His gaunt appearance, as if he'd spent half his life without food or rest, didn't seem to surprise my mentor. Did all master seekers look like this, I wondered? We stopped next at a weaponsmith shop, which was in a state of neglect similar to the tailor's. The smith, who looked just as tired, sleepy, and ill, reluctantly perked up when Guerlin insisted that only this shop had the weapon he sought. A sword was brought out, fitting my hand as if made for me. How much? Guerlin asked, indifferent to the weapon's qualities. 100 spirit coins. I struggled to keep my jaw from dropping. 100 spirit coins for a sword? What was it made of, and what were its capabilities, slaying demons in a single strike? We'll also need a sheath, Guerlin stated, tossing a hefty purse onto the counter. Wait for me outside. Scream, and you'll be punished. I disliked the comment, as well as the smith's overly eager demeanor. He began rummaging through the shops, gathering an assortment of strange tools. After evaluating the items, he gave me an unsettling smirk. So, screaming gets you punished. Bad news, kid. You're not just going to scream.
You'll go completely hoarse with yelling. Follow me. Grabbing the tools and the sword, the smith led me to a back room, down into a basement, through several chambers, and finally into a stone-lined chamber. In the center was a reclining chair with clamps for arms, legs, and head. He gestured for me to sit, and once I did, he secured my limbs. Screaming is the least of your worries when strapped in. Just make sure you don't ruin your clothes. I'd like to have some idea of what's about to happen. Would you now? The smith laughed. Your mentor didn't tell you anything. Nothing about what's going to happen here, nor why you look like you've been run over by a chariot a few dozen times. A chariot? The weaponsmith seemed amused by my words. Let's make a deal, kid. The binding takes 10 minutes. Stay silent for 2 minutes, and I'll answer your questions. Fail, and you leave my shop without answers. Plus, you'll forget the way here. No, wait, a seeker's apprentice is bound to become a seeker himself. Got it. Next time you visit, the prices will be 5 times higher. You'll need a dagger eventually, right? Deal, I said, immediately regretting starting this conversation. The smith seemed too confident in his abilities. Then let's begin. It's improper for a seeker to roam the world unarmed. What followed is difficult to recall. The smith began making incisions in my arms and inserting devices into them. It hurt, but was bearable. I even thought I could endure it for 10 minutes. But when he started to tug on my nerves with tongs, the pain became unbearable. I screamed until I was hoarse, and kept on screaming. I thrashed, trying to break free, but the straps held me tight. Eventually, it was time for the sword. The smith began embedding what he had extracted from my arm into the blade. I passed out from the pain several times, but he would bring me back to continue his torture. Those 10 minutes seemed like an eternity. When it was over, he closed the wounds and used a healing technique. You lasted 35 seconds, so you failed the test, the smith snorted, unstrapping me. The pain was gone, and there was no trace of any wounds, but I felt as if I'd been through a demon's maw. I stood up shakily, grabbed the sword, and headed for the door. The smith smirked and called after me. Won't you even ask how to use your new toothpick? Our deal was no questions. I'll ask my mentor. This isn't a question, it's weapon training, the smith replied. Draw your sword. Feel anything? Anger, shame, a desire to bathe, I replied honestly. The weapon, Junior. Do you feel your weapon? It's in my hand, moderately heavy, comfortable, balanced. Should I feel anything else? Understood. Throw your sword at the wall. Do it! The weaponsmith's last words were a command I couldn't ignore. I flung the sword at the wall, and at the last moment my forearm adjusted the throw in an uncanny way. The Jian spun in the air and embedded itself halfway into the stone wall. I was shocked. My old copper sword would have been flattened by such an impact. Stay where you are, the weaponsmith commanded as I moved towards my sword. Extend your hand and imagine the sword in it. Grip as if holding the hilt. Do it! Again, I couldn't resist his commanding tone. I extended my hand and mimicked gripping a hilt, though it felt foolish. But then a sensation struck my hand, and I found myself firmly gripping a real handle, not an imaginary one. The sword had leapt from the wall into my hand. This can't be, I whispered in astonishment, looking at the Jian. It happens, Junior, and more often than you think, the weaponsmith said, clearly pleased with the effect. This isn't just a sword. It's a first-tier artifact weapon. Such blades are forbidden in Tier 0, and House Wang strictly enforces this law. Therefore, these swords are only available to seekers. Those outside the clan and law, seeking truth, not following rules. You can't yet access all its capabilities. It has several techniques built in, but they can't be activated without meridians. Techniques? I asked, intrigued. Are those the symbols on the blade? Yes. When the time comes, your mentor will teach you how to use them, how to channel energy through a blade properly. How? Hey, what are you doing? His exclamation coincided with the sword's activation. The symbols blazed brightly, and a semi-transparent structure shot from the blade, striking the wall and exploding into fragments. A sizable crater was left in the wall, but I didn't see it. Darkness enveloped me, freeing me from the excruciating pain that had seized my entire body. Guerlin burst into the room and rushed to his apprentice, silently activating a healing technique. Energy was draining rapidly, disappearing like water into sand, necessitating the use of 3 spiritual stones before Xander's condition stabilized. He was still clutching the activated artifact in his hands, its symbols for the ramming technique, one of the artifact's embedded skills, slowly fading. Guerlin pulled the Jian from Xander's unyielding grip, sheathed it, and handed it to the weaponsmith.
Block all the techniques. All of them. We'll return tomorrow, he ordered.
Yes, Elder, the weaponsmith replied, visibly paling. He faced a sleepless and painful night. Elder, how did he activate the technique without access to energy or any meridians? It's impossible. Humans can't do that.
Who said he was human?
Guerlin's words shocked the weaponsmith even more. Picking up his apprentice, the Taoist left the workshop. Materializing the self-propelled cart, Guerlin placed Xander in the passenger seat and smirked, quipping,
Of course he's not human. He's a seeker. And there are no humans among us. Only Taoists.
Guerlin had already had his own suspicions about what was happening with his apprentice, and the old librarian's insistence only reinforced them. If his guesses were correct, a hunt for Xander would soon be declared. Many would wish to kill this seeker, perhaps even first-tier hunters. This predicament mirrored what Guerlin had fled from in the 3rd tier, only this time he had to face a similar scenario in Tier 0. Another manhunt. But what did a seeker care about such trifles? The more would-be hunters, the more prey for him. The 4 years Xander would spend with him promised to be eventful. First, however, they needed confirmation from a school head. Someone had to leak the information, after all. Chapter 9. I opened my eyes and lay still for a moment, disoriented and trying to grasp where I was and what had happened to me. This room clearly wasn't the weaponsmith's stone basement. The ceiling here was made of wooden planks. I felt no pain. My head was clear, and overall I felt surprisingly good. What had occurred in the weaponsmith's shop remained a mystery to me. When he mentioned the symbols on the Jian could activate techniques, it was as if I had been momentarily replaced by someone else. There was a childish urge to activate them, though I thought I was safe since the weaponsmith had said activation was impossible without meridians. So when a wave of warmth surged through my body, into my arm and the Jian, I realized someone in this world had seriously misunderstood something. I saw something translucent rip from the Jian, but then such intense pain enveloped me that I lost consciousness instantly. Now, however, the pain was gone. My arm was intact and breathing was easy. I suspected it was time to get up, find my mentor, and ask how I managed to use a technique without meridians. Sitting up, I noticed neatly folded clothes, my new Jian in its scabbard, and comfortable-looking shoes beside the bed. The clothes seemed odd to me, their colors a mix of green, gray, yellow, and even some blue, closer to cadet blue, in fact. This pattern reminded me of what hunters wore in the forest for camouflage. It seemed designed for blending in. I picked up the kimono and frowned slightly. It lacked the strength and power of the apprentice uniform. This was just regular fabric, incapable of protecting from heat or cold, and likely to tear easily. The complete set of clothes was laid out on the chair, including underwear, trousers, a shirt, and a kimono with a belt. A prominently embroidered phoenix indicated my affiliation with the Phoenix clan, but there were no additional patches denoting a specific family. At the far wall stood a small tub filled with still warm water, so I spent some time cleaning myself up. After dressing and strapping on my Jian, I opened the door and found myself in a small corridor leading to a staircase. I descended and entered a modest tavern with seating for about 10. A grim-looking man with a scowl on his face was standing at the bar, wiping dishes. He glanced my way but remained silent, seemingly immersed his task. A young woman bustled between the tables, serving the few patrons, while a boy of about 6 pretended to mop the floor, though it seemed to me he was merely spreading the dirt around. The atmosphere was bleak and somewhat depressing, reminiscent of a tailor's and weaponsmith's shops. My mentor sat at a table near the back, gazing pensively out a murky window. "Mentor," I greeted him respectfully with a bow, not rushing to take a seat. Perhaps the Taoist wished to dine alone. The girl serving food seized the opportunity. Before I could even blink, several additional plates appeared on the table. My stomach growled traitorously, reminding me of my intense hunger. "Sit down and eat," commanded the Taoist. I temporarily lost all awareness of the outside world as I devoured the food. It was quite plain, inferior to what we had during the journey to the dark forest, but I ate hungrily, barely chewing. The plate emptied quickly, and I yearned for more, but the girl didn't return to our table. My mentor noticed my longing gaze and explained, "You can't eat too much today. You start a pill regimen." "Yes, mentor," I agreed, awkwardly trying to bow while seated, but eventually just nodded. Mentor Guerrillon sighed heavily and said, "Stop bowing to everyone. You're a seeker's apprentice, not a peasant from a distant village who's seeing the capital for the first time." "But I am exactly that, a peasant from a distant village, mentor, and I am seeing the capital for the very first time," I replied, struggling to suppress the urge to bow again. My internal struggle didn't escape the Taoist's notice, and he smirked slightly.
"Already better," my mentor acknowledged. He then presented a challenge to me. "There are 3 situations I need you to think about. The sparring with Junior Elder, the final of a tournament you'd won, and what happened in the weaponsmith's shop. What do these 3 situations have in common? And what question am I interested in asking?" For a moment I was taken aback. No one had ever spoken to me like that. Usually if someone wanted to know something, they'd ask directly, but being prompted to formulate the question myself was a new experience. And amusingly, I understood what the mentor wanted to know. All 3 situations described the same thing, the use of techniques against me. "I see semi-transparent structures when someone uses a technique against me," I stated. The mentor nodded in satisfaction, and then asked, "Only against you? Or do you see techniques in general?" "I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that," I replied honestly. "I haven't had the opportunity to observe others' techniques used against someone else." Instead of answering, the Taoist extended his hand, and a spirit arrow shot forth, shattering an empty table into splinters. The patrons scattered, but no one complained. They merely cast fearful glances at us, keeping their distance in silence. "Now I have an answer, mentor." "I saw your spirit arrow," I said.
"How did you know it was specifically that?" the Taoist probed.
"Why not some other technique?"
"The technique you used had a specific shape, very similar to what Elda had used against me. The difference was in the intensity and clarity. Elda's was semi-transparent. Yours was nearly opaque."
"Draw it,"
he commanded, and a sheet of paper and charcoal appeared on the table. I gulped. Drawing was not my forte. I barely managed to write legibly. Nonetheless, a direct order was given, so I attempted to sketch the spirit arrow. It was crude, but hopefully recognizable. Without a word, my mentor stood up and headed for the exit. There was no usual, "Follow me," but I didn't doubt that was implied. As we left the inn, which looked more like a hideout for the impoverished, I noticed a group of shady figures watching us from the shadows. Something about them was off-putting. Instinctively, my hand clenched, and to my surprise, my Jian leaped into it. I hadn't even realized it had left its scabbard. The sword simply appeared in my hand the moment I wished for it. However, my action was enough for the mysterious group to scatter at once. They simply ran away. I had no intention of pursuing them since they hadn't harmed me. I sheathed my sword and resumed my position as the coachman.
"They're known as bounty hunters," the mentor explained. "More accurately, they're scavengers. They lie in wait for a weak seeker to emerge from a tavern, and then pounce on them as a group. There's a persistent belief in the Empire that a seeker's spatial pouch is filled with all sorts of valuables. Thus these bounty hunters risk everything just to snatch more. They're nothing but bottom feeders, unworthy even of dirtying one's hands."
They attack seekers in the middle of a city? I was shocked by this news.
"House Wang offers protection only to those under its patronage. Seekers belong to no house. We don't even have a guild of our own. What the clan has done for us is to allocate space for taverns and workshops in each tier. The laws forbid harming the owners, but not the visitors. Attacking a seeker is not against the law. We knew what we were getting into when we renounced the clan's protection. But every coin has two sides. Those who attack a seeker risk their own lives. We have no boundaries and follow no rules. We only have our unique value systems. Mine, for example, dictates that helping the weak is a waste of time. Anyone who chooses to become a seeker must understand the consequences of that choice. They must be able to protect themselves and not rely on a stronger sibling. There are no siblings among seekers. We only form temporary partnerships. Now, apprentice, there's something I don't understand. For how long do you intend to keep me standing here? We should have been at the School of Spirit Power 2 hours ago. Instead, we're stuck here in a dirty street on the outskirts of the capital. Go straight, then right at the first turn. Move! The news that seekers were hunted for their profession left me with an unpleasant feeling. Suddenly I longed for home, where everything was familiar, where there were no crowds of menacing scavengers ready to tear me apart just because my chest lacked the patch of a noble house. However, my thoughts evaporated as we approached an epic structure. A towering stone wall loomed over all the houses in the vicinity. I tried to see the end of the wall, but it seemed to stretch to the horizon. The road ended at massive double doors, dwarfing the several Taoists with pikes who looked like dwarfs in comparison. My mentor ordered a halt, stowed the self-propelled cart, and walked towards the passage unhurriedly. I followed him, lagging just a step behind. The School of Spirit Power welcomes those on the path to immortality. One of the Taoists near the gate bowed slightly to my mentor, treating him as an equal. Naturally, he found me beneath his notice. Guerlin, Master of a Golden Rank, requests an audience with the head of a School of Spirit Power. I need to have my apprentice examined, my mentor stated. Please wait in the guest house. Your request will be conveyed to the head, was the response. The guest house was located near the gates, outside the school walls. My mentor didn't argue, and soon we were seated. The chairs may not have been the most comfortable, but we were accorded a separate room, which, I surmised, indicated that we merited some rank. We were even served a pot of decent tea. The tea ceremony didn't involve talking, but as soon as the empty cups were returned to the table, the mentor said, I suppose we'll have to wait a few hours, and you have many questions, apprentice. I grant you the right to ask 3. Choose them carefully. You won't get this opportunity again for another 6 months. My mentor's offer had placed me in a difficult position. I had a multitude of questions, but when I tried to select the 3 most important ones, they all seemed trivial. It wasn't right to ask about the upcoming examination, since I would find out about it soon enough. However, there was at least one question that I hadn't received an answer to, due to my inability to bear the excruciating pain. Why did the weaponsmith and the tailor look as if they were dying? It's the peculiarities of working with artifacts from the inner tiers. Both the tailor and the weaponsmith are ordinary Taoists of the candidate level, but they are forced to work with artifacts from the first or even the second tier. Long-term work with such objects adversely affect one's appearance and health. If you had continued to wear the blue apprentice's robe I'd brought from the 3rd tier, in a month you would have become like them. Your body isn't ready to work with the artifacts from the inner tiers, so it would start losing vitality. I glanced at the sword on my belt but remained silent. My mentor noticed my look and explained, Your sword is an artifact from the 1st tier, so it could have also negatively affected you if not for the binding. You are bound by blood, and from now on, you and the artifact are one entity, and an object cannot harm itself. Master craftsfolk can't bind items they trade to themselves, I realized. Otherwise, no one would buy them. Mentor, I would like to postpone my right for the other 2 questions, if I may. So much has happened over the last week that everything in my mind is a jumble. What seems important to me now may turn out to be trivial later. Since the next opportunity to ask questions will only come in 6 months, I wouldn't want to waste it on something foolish. A wise decision, agreed the mentor. I didn't specify that the right to ask questions was to be used here and now, so I can't refuse. Next time I will be more specific with my wording. Suddenly there was a knock. The door opened and a breathless Taoist appeared.
Master Gwerlin of the Golden Rank, the head of a school of spirit power here in Tier 0 is ready to see you. Please follow me. Ready to see us? It felt like no more than half an hour had passed. My mentor took the news in stride, and we followed our guide. The massive double doors swung open, letting us into the territory of a school of spirit power. For a while, I earnestly tried to emulate the mentor and looked straight ahead, but curiosity got the better of me eventually. We hadn't walked 100 steps before I was already gawking at the unusual architecture. Immaculate parks, blue ponds, and mysterious stones placed on absolutely smooth sand. Everything looked amazing and unusual. I was especially impressed by the 4 statues near what our guide called the main building. Here were all 4 symbols of the major clans: the phoenix, the dragon, the tiger, and the griffin. The beasts stood together, as if to demonstrate that the school of spirit power was open to any Taoist of the empire, regardless of clan affiliation. I also gazed at the students themselves. They were divided into groups of about 20, doing some strange gymnastics reminiscent of hand-to-hand combat. It looked as though they were practicing shadow fighting without opponents. I saw students fighting with swords and staffs in the distance, but I couldn't make out the details. We had reached the entrance to the main building. It towered over the rest, and we had to climb a staircase that was at least 100 steps long to reach the top. The mentor didn't even pant, but I found the climb challenging. Wide doors opened before us, and we entered a spacious hall at the far end of which sat an old man wearing the school's uniform. His long white beard reached down to his chest, and his thick eyebrows hid his eyes, creating a deceptive impression that the elder was asleep. There was a force in the Taoist that I felt unable to oppose. The mentor moved forward, while I remained stuck as if having hit an invisible and yet impenetrable wall. There was no order to wait, so I had to bend forward and continue moving, sliding my feet along the floor. My head and chest were pressed against the invisible wall, but my feet slid, and I continued to follow the mentor. Whatever force restricted me mattered nothing.
Welcome to my school, Seeker Gwerlin. The elder spoke as my mentor approached him. He didn't address him as elder or master, but simply as seeker, someone who lived on their own, outside the law. I recalled the conversation my mentor had with the Taoists at the gates. He hadn't mentioned being a seeker to them. That much was certain. However, the head of the school clearly knew who had come to visit him and seemed to be in a substantial quandary. The way he stroked his long beard implied as much to me, at any rate. Elders in the village used to do that when I overwhelmed them with questions. They couldn't refuse me since I was the son of a village head. Not the least significant person in the village by far, although insistent, perhaps overly so. So they would always think long and hard before they'd supply me with an answer. My greetings to the head of a school of spirit power in Tier 0, nodded the mentor. I have a student here, but I am not entirely sure about his current level. I am therefore uncertain what his development should focus on, so that he could enroll in the School of Spirit Power in 4 years and embark on the path of ascension. I request assistance in examining him. A seeker wishes to examine his apprentice. The thick eyebrows of the school's head moved, as if amused by the unusual request. Have the demons announced they were leaving our world? I understand your bewilderment, but my request stands. This is my first apprentice. I cannot afford a mistake. The old man continued to stroke his beard, not taking his eyes off my mentor. He may just as well have been asleep. The bushy eyebrows didn't allow me to see any details. In any case, I continued to push against the invisible barrier. My legs were getting tired, but I wasn't about to give up. Finally, the head of a school said, This will cost you 400 spirit stones, Seeker. The cost of 2 years of schooling. My mentor revealed his knowledge of the local prices. I came here for results, not to bargain. If a head of a school decided that the cost of examining a 12-year-old boy is equivalent to 2 years of their schooling, who am I to argue? You have yourself correctly noted that I was a seeker, not a trader. Will you count them? 4 hefty pouches appeared in my mentor's hands. Stepping aside, the Taoist placed the payment on a small table and returned to his place. I didn't even feel surprised. The value of a spirit coin was still a mystery to me. My mentor had given 3 coins for Dulin's sword and 100 for my Jian without bargaining.
a sum that equaled half a year of schooling at the School of Spirit Power, as I now understood. The ease with which my mentor parted with such an amount made me wonder how many spirit coins he actually had. The invisible barrier disappeared. I wasn't entirely sure how that happened. I barely managed to keep myself from falling as I reached my mentor and exhaled in relief. My hips burned as if on fire. I wanted to slap them, or better yet, fall down and raise my legs up, but I guess such behavior would have raised quite a few eyebrows, so I had to bite the bullet and stand, finally managing to take a good look at the elder. But was elder really a proper way of referring to him, I wondered? His gray hair, beard, and mustache had deceived me. Up close, I clearly saw that this Taoist couldn't be called an old man. There were actual old men in my village. They had wrinkled skin and roomy, colorless eyes. Even the dwarf librarian had looked more like an elder than the head of a school of spirit power. He had a smooth skin without any hint of age spots, and clear eyes with no trace of age. It felt as if the school head was as old as my mentor, but for the sake of status, they had to paste gray hair onto his skull.
Step aside, Seeker. Let your student stand, and make sure he doesn't fidget, demanded the school head.
Then he stood up and started drawing beautiful patterns in the air. I watched with interest the whirlwinds of energy left behind by these movements, which were gradually dissipating in the air. However, they didn't disappear completely. The school head's deft hands kept replenishing them. He increased his speed, and gradually a semi-transparent but stable energy structure began to form in the air. With a final movement, securing the results, the school head directed his open palms towards me, and the whole structure moved, rushing in my direction. I recoiled but stood my ground. I had been ordered to stand and not fidget. The structure hovered in front of my face for a while, then shrank in size and entered my chest. There was no resistance or impact. A moment later, the construct of a school head's technique flew back out and crashed into the chest of its creator. The man staggered and sat down in the chair, closing his eyes. A minute passed. 2 minutes. 5. My mentor and I silently waited for the verdict of a head of a school of spirit power, but he showed no signs of opening his eyes. My mentor decided to act first.
I need the results, head. You know the answer perfectly well, Seeker.
The old man opened his eyes and looked at me in a way that made me feel extremely uncomfortable. A heat rose inside. My chest felt squeezed, but the heavy hand of my mentor, which had fallen on my shoulder, relieved all discomfort.
There's no need for that, head. An attack on my student is an attack on me. The School of Spirit Power has received its payment, and now I await the answer. You have examined my student. Would you now announce the result of your examination? You know very well that we cannot allow him to become a seeker. I require your answer, Junior. Or do I need to demolish the entire school to get it?
Mentor Guerlin raised his voice, and the pressure was on the head of the school this time. Blood flowed from his nose, staining his snow-white hair. Apparently this was the last straw. The old man sagged and said,
His spirit is at 0, which is normal for his age. He has no formed meridians, not even their beginnings. The body is at the initial stage of its development. It's not ready to receive chi energy. Intense training is required, likely pills too, as at his age it's impossible to achieve the desired result without them. As for his mind, the boy is an absolute. His mind will always be at maximum values at all stages of ascension.
Mentor Guerlin turned and walked away. He had heard all he wanted. I hesitated for a moment but quickly caught up with the Taoist, and behind us came
information that a seeker student is a mental absolute will be sent to House Wang and the head of a school of spirit power of a first tier today. No one will allow this to happen.
Let them try, Mentor Guerlin murmured quietly, but with a terrifyingly bloodthirsty smirk. Let them try. Come, Absolute Xander. It's time to tell you who you are and what problems you're likely to run into as a result. What problems? I smirked, still impressed by what had happened. Am I to understand that the School of Spirit Power is now closed to me? And it's not just their school, apprentice. From now on, every school of every tier is closed to you, because no one will ever allow a seeker who is a mental absolute to access their secrets. You will have to fight tooth and nail for everything.
So those teeth need to be made strong and sharp. You'll need every advantage you can get.
Chapter 10. The mind was one of the three key aspects of development for a Taoist, absolutely essential for their transformation. Those seeking immortality meditated for weeks in special places of power to unlock their meridians or spirit core. They trained rigorously, preparing their bodies for contact with Qi energy, and then the most intriguing part began: actual learning. To develop the third aspect, Taoists had to read a wide variety of books, solve countless problems, and even be able to memorize and recite poems. In short, they were expected to do everything to train their mind and make it one of their main tools on their path to ascension. Certain powerful mnemonic techniques became accessible to those who got to the warrior stage, those who could boost the development of memory, but not intellect itself. One couldn't force the brain to use the information fed into it unless it was accustomed to doing so. The development of one's intellect was one of the most challenging tasks for a Taoist, often becoming a limiting factor in their further elevation. If you couldn't remember techniques, seals, the correct sequence and proportions of ingredients for creating pills or artifacts, or properly use your knowledge in various situations, you weren't worth much as a Taoist. This is where mental absolutes came in, who were quite unencumbered by this problem. They didn't need to train their minds. Those were already at the pinnacle of their development. Mental absolutes weren't that unique. As Mentor Guerlin had told me with a morbid grin, they were a very valuable class of perfectly powerless individuals. For many families, mental absolutes guaranteed the preservation of unique knowledge passed down through generations. Essentially, mental absolutes were birds in golden cages, walking libraries with all the implications. They were courted and had most of their desires fulfilled, but they weren't allowed anywhere beyond their rooms. There was always a risk that someone might kidnap a mental absolute and learn all the secrets of a family, school, or clan from them. Therefore, each of these unfortunate individuals had a capsule embedded in their body with a fast-acting poison, which could be activated remotely by the head of a corresponding family, school, or clan. They didn't even need to know where their slave was. All they needed to do was wish for the capsule's destruction. Removing it was impossible. The capsule was placed near the focus point or core of a Taoist, and its removal would mean instant death. The heads of families, schools, and clans couldn't afford the slightest risk associated with the disclosure of their secrets. And so it came to pass that a mental absolute emerged among the seekers all of a sudden. And this one wasn't just any seeker, but an apprentice of a golden rank Taoist master. This mental absolute had visited the school of spiritual power and witnessed firsthand the head of the school using one of its secret techniques, a Taoist's examination. The mentor himself hadn't seen the symbol formed by the hands of the school's head, but he had no doubt that I had. Moreover, not only had I seen it, but I also remembered it down to the last detail. As proof, the mentor placed a sheet of paper in front of me, handed me a pencil, and ordered me to draw the construction. Surprisingly, it was easy. Once I closed my eyes, the semi-transparent energy formation appeared before them at once. "Which only goes to show," my mentor said as he burned the sheet and brushed the ashes to the floor, "you have unwittingly learned a secret, albeit not the most valuable, technique of a school of spirit power. A technique for which other schools would pay a pretty penny, by the way. In my estimate, you could get anywhere from 100 to 300 spirit coins for such a drawing and the vector of hand movements, without which, by the way, the seals are useless. And this is only in Tier 0, where only a few can use these techniques. That's why independent mental absolutes are strongly discouraged. You see techniques, you memorize movement vectors. Information is one of the most valuable resources in our world, apprentice, and you are defying this law by your mere existence. Then I don't understand why schools are closed to me. If mental absolutes are widely used, why can't they use me too?" "Because you are a seeker," came the short reply. "I am not a seeker. I am a student of a seeker, and no one has even asked me about any of this." "I can tell you one thing, apprentice. You've gotten unlucky. You've been sold to me for 200 spirit stones, which has predetermined your entire future life.
No school or clan would ever dare to take a mental absolute who had once been officially registered as a Seeker's apprentice. Who knows how those suspicious and secretive individuals may have manipulated you? What if you swear allegiance only to betray them at the first opportunity, passing their knowledge on to the Seekers, even at the cost of your own life, perhaps? It's much easier to kill you than to risk secrets, or even better, to torture you in an attempt to extract the secrets of the Seekers from you. After all, we don't implant poison capsules into people. We don't lock mental absolutes in cages either. We treat them just as we would treat any other Taoist. If heavens hadn't brought our paths together, and you had one day come to a school of ascension, you would have been accepted without any entrance exams. But you would have never left Tier 0, turning into a walking library of the school that would have taken you in. You would have become the honored great keeper of the secrets of Tier 0. They would have pampered you, brought you food and concubines, and make sure you were kept happy in every other aspect. But you would not be allowed beyond the inner courtyard, and even there you'd remain under strict supervision. You are too young to decide for yourself, so the choice of your fate was made by me. Living in a golden cage is unworthy of a Taoist. You cannot hope to ascend this way. I have the right to ask 2 more questions, Mentor, and I am ready to ask the first one. In 4 years you will depart to the 3rd tier, while I will remain here in Tier 0. The schools of ascension are closed to me. The Wang family's protection is unavailable to me as well. Scavengers will hunt me all across the tier. How many days, or rather hours, do you think I will survive after you leave? How long will it take for them to finish off a novice absolute? First of all, not just any absolute, but a mental absolute, apprentice. You've got to use the correct terminology. Are there absolutes of the soul and the body, then? I asked, surprised. Naturally. If I'm not mistaken, your acquaintances are just such. Junior Elder is, with a 100% certainty, an absolute of a spirit. Her first meridian had already been formed at birth, and as soon as she moves to the 1st tier, she will quickly reach the peak of her development. I'm also 100% certain that Junior Carmen is a body absolute. Moreover, this young man is quite observant. He immediately identified you as a promising Taoist, and even invited you to his group. Noticing details is an important part of any Taoist's development, apprentice. Carmen recognized your abilities in chess, in memorizing the textbook, and in mastering the combinations and stances they taught you. In fact, I am a bit disappointed in the girl. She should have been the first to invite you, promising you heaps of gold and all kinds of boons. Her mistake. Are there absolutes without aspects? The founders of all schools and the heads of great clans, families, and guides are all pure absolutes. Such Taoists are born extremely rarely, and immediately become the focus of close attention. But let's return to your question. If you hadn't become my student, you would have lived a long, fulfilling, but very limited life. With me, you won't face such a fate. If problems avoid us, we will seek them out ourselves. To be frank with you, apprentice, I'm not even sure that you will be able to survive for these 4 years. By the time I leave Tier 0, you will either be dead or capable of opposing any scavenger you'll run into here, as well as any guests from the 1st tier, should such fools turn up. The stronger ones won't be allowed to come here. You are of no interest to them anyway. And if you can't handle the small fry, why would you even vie for ascension in the first place if you start running from weaklings? Besides, you will have to survive without me for 2 years at any rate, traveling around the tier. It's impossible to move to the 1st tier before you turn 18. Such is the law of the Empire. Have I answered your vital question, student? Can we proceed to matters more important than discussing your fears? Yes, Mentor. The answer has been received and my curiosity is satisfied. I couldn't hide my dissatisfaction, but the Taoist ignored it. I didn't understand whom I should be angrier with. The mentor who came to the village and completely destroyed my measured and happy life, or the parents who'd sold me into slavery to this man for 4 years. In that case, it is my turn to ask you a question, but first let me give you some context. A distinctive feature of mental absolutes is their aptitude for craftsmanship. I've seen your sword, a pretty decent job for someone who's hardly ever held a proper blacksmith's hammer. With proper perseverance, you'll become an excellent craftsman, capable of providing for yourself in the first and even in the second tier. Not to mention Tier 0. Products of a mental absolute will be snatched up very eagerly indeed. Snatched up, you say? Along with the craftsmen, presumably. You said it yourself, but I would be hunted by every bravo in the tier, and maybe even a bunch of visiting thugs. The hunt is on for any seeker, yet this doesn't stop House Wang, for instance, from trading with us. Some, like myself, are even hired to protect the offspring of inner-tier nobility. You'll have to come to terms with the fact that the same person who tries to kill you in the morning might trade with you at noon, invite you to a feast at his house in the evening, and then try to kill you again the next morning. Such is the path of seekers. We travel where families and even major clans are forbidden to tread. We destroy beasts and demons across the world in all tiers. We obtain the most valuable resources and have a right to vanquish anomalies or battlefields. We defy the law, but the law defies us too. So you will be traded with, apprentice. Even the School of Spirit Power will trade with you if you create something truly valuable and important. All that's left is to decide what exactly you want to do. So finally, I am ready to ask my question. What do you want to specialize in? The mentor is giving me a choice? I asked, surprised. Naturally. My task as a mentor is to make you work hard, to make you improve, to make you embark on the path of ascension and advance far enough to survive in the outer tiers. What you wish to engage in is entirely your decision. I won't even offer advice. If needed, I can tell you about all the professions that exist in the Empire, but the choice, as I said, is entirely yours. Artifact crafting, I said without hesitation. I want to be an artificer. Good choice, but there's a catch. They don't teach artifact crafting in Tier 0. For successful item creation, it's necessary to manipulate chi energy, and to have access to various devices for its integration. I have neither the textbooks nor the devices at hand. You also lack any meridians. Training in the profession will have to be postponed until better times. We shouldn't postpone this, mentor. I need to find a textbook on artifact crafting right here in Tier 0, as well as the tools. I have the ability to activate energy without forming meridians. Yes, it may be painful, excruciatingly so in fact, potentially even deadly perhaps, but as long as you are with me, you won't let me die. By the time I have the energy conduit I need, I want to have the necessary knowledge and experience. The mentor pondered, then slowly said, Instruments can be bought in shops, but that won't solve the problem. The textbook cannot be obtained in any direct fashion. House Wang and the Ascension schools will have one, but after it has been announced to everyone in Tier 0 that you are a mental absolute, none of them will provide us with a single textbook. We'll have to use intermediaries. But ordinary seekers won't do. We cannot underestimate House Wang and the Ascension schools. If any seeker asks for textbooks, they will be killed on the spot. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no connections in this tier, and it isn't easy to find someone prepared to sell you a textbook on artifact crafting. There is an option to order it from the first tier, but for that, we would once again need to go to House Wang. I have already described to you what would happen in that case. They would try to kill us both to prevent you from learning. We'll need to think about it. What about seeking help from the other two absolutes? Elder and Carmen seemed quite reasonable to me. Surely they won't refuse to help us with a small request. I will certainly beat this misplaced faith in people out of you, my mentor declared. Junior Elder and Junior Carmen are being raised in the spirit of making their houses stronger, and their loyalties are to their houses only. The minor request you're talking about could turn into a major issue in the future. They won't refuse you, but you'll end up owing them a favor. They might even formalize it in a contract. And when the time comes, you will find yourself in a situation where you will have no choice but to fulfill their request, no matter how much it might contradict your beliefs. You need to learn the main rule of this world, apprentice. Never trust anyone from the great houses. Even House Wang, despite them managing the Tier 0 zone for the Phoenix clan. Your problem needs to be solved differently. A library? I just need 2 or 3 hours to skim through the textbook. And who will let you into a library? Everything belonging to the Wang clan is now off limits to you. No, apprentice, we will act differently. You are right in one thing. We will have to use the services of House Wang, but we will not approach them from a position of someone making a request, but from a position of strength. They will be the ones asking us a favor. No one knows that we have encountered demons. We will pretend that we didn't run into any either. As soon as the creatures from another reality layer become a threat to Tier 0, House Wang will no longer be able to turn a blind eye to what's happening. There are not many Taoists at a high enough stage of ascension in Tier 0, so they'll have to come to me in any case. I suppose it will happen in about 6 months. Then, you will get your textbook. You will allow demons to destroy innocent villages? I was horrified. I am not a defender of Tier 0, apprentice. I am not responsible for those who have entrusted their lives to House Wang. I am a seeker. My task is to explore the world, not to run around looking for an opened wormhole. Although, no, I'm being dishonest. Finding an opened wormhole is also interesting. You can get a lot of valuable things when you destroy it, and we'll do this as soon as House Wang comes to us begging for their help. My village. I paled, imagining that creatures such as the ones we'd run into earlier could tear apart everyone dear to me, even my parents who'd sold me to this fearsome man. Your village is not at risk. I saw a good training ground en route to Vorend. It's located near the center of your province, so the creatures will avoid that area by a long shot. Besides, we can't get lost. House Wang needs to know where to find us. Well, that's enough talking for today. They're already waiting for us. Who? I was taken aback. The mentor hadn't mentioned that we were going to visit anyone. 10 bounty hunters who have arrived to the tavern over the last half hour. 4 apprentice Taoists from the first tier and 6 local peak Taoist candidates. I'm disappointed, actually. I thought they would gather a more serious group for the first attack. Is there really such a shortage of strong individuals in Tier 0? They're planning to kill us? The news made everything inside me clench, but the mentor managed to add fuel to the fire. Not us. You. From now on, you are target number 1 for all bounty hunters. I'm sure scavengers all across Tier 0 will receive orders to eliminate you within a week. House Wang won't allow a seeker who is a mental absolute to move to the first tier. Today is your last day of rest. From now on, you will deal with such attacks yourself. We cannot attack first. We need to provoke them. You go into the middle of a street and stand, waiting for the attack. Go ahead. I walked towards the exit from a seeker's tavern on unsteady legs. We had arrived here right after our visit to the School of Spirit Power, having waited for something for quite a while. Now I understood what we'd been waiting for. The head of a School of Spirit Power needed time to find worthy candidates for finishing off a rogue mental absolute. But the old man, who was not really an old man, knew that a peak Taoist master accompanied me. From what I'd learned about the power of Taoists, the difference in their stages was insurmountable. Even a dozen candidates of a golden rank couldn't do anything to a golden rank apprentice, and they'd be facing a full master. All of this seemed very odd and irregular. I went out onto the street and stopped. My mentor said that 10 people had gathered here, but I didn't see anyone. However, I saw something else that made me hesitate to go any further. A strange energetic construction shimmered just a few feet away from the entrance, right on the cobblestones. It looked dense and saturated, just like the spirit arrow technique used by my mentor. Visually, this construction was very different from what the head of a School of Spirit Power had used. That one was made of smooth, continuous lines, but here there were sharp angles, and the energy flows formed a recognizable pattern, a spider sitting at the center of a web. I didn't even know how one would need to wave their hands to draw something like that, but I didn't want to step onto any part of that thing. A thin thread of energy emanated from the center of the construct and stretched to the nearest house, disappearing in the shadow. It was so similar to the traps my father had taught me to set for animals that I even wanted to go back into the tavern, but I didn't manage. The door opened and my mentor appeared with an irritated look on his face. You were given a very specific order, student. Before I punish you, I want to hear some reasonable explanation for your tardiness. Why aren't you in the middle of a street yet?
I don't want to step on that trap. I tried not to nod at the energy construction at my feet. Remembering that my mentor might not see it, I explained. There are dense energy threads on the ground. They form a pattern of a spider on a web. The density of the energy is comparable to that of your spirit arrow. A thread leads to a house opposite from the center of the thread. Are you sure about the house opposite? Interest replaced the irritation in the mentor's voice. The gray house opposite, the far left window of the first floor. If you take the width of the window as a unit, it's 3 units to the left, 2 units down. The line goes there. What's on the ground is called a seal. According to your description, it's a sticky trap. An artifact of the warrior stage. Such a trifle won't detain me for long, but it can easily take me out of circulation for about 10 seconds. Enough time to disrupt your spirit armor. Tell me more about the boundaries of a seal. It begins just a step away from the bottom stair. On the left, I began to describe the boundaries of a seal, calmly and matter-of-factly, to my own surprise. I neither waved my hands nor panicked. To an onlooker, it would appear as though my mentor and I were casually discussing the weather and deciding our next move. Well, you avoided punishment. I don't see anyone near the wall, and that concerns me. Most likely a cloaking artifact has been used, and not a weak one either, if it had managed to divert my gaze. That's good. Such artifacts are quite valuable and can be sold for good money. Sold? I was taken aback. Of course. How else are seekers supposed to get spirit coins? From fools who fancy themselves true immortals, throwing traps in broad daylight, that's how. And not just any traps. These wouldn't affect ordinary people. You could walk into it and come out without any problems. It's a trap set for me, a master of a golden rank. The School of Spirit Power has initiated a hunt, so the scavengers are trying. Although it seems to me these are no longer scavengers, the preparation is too good. I assume it's some mercenary squad that will take care of the school's dirty work in Tier 0. Apparently, they hadn't managed to return to the first tier yet, so they were intercepted and given a new task. But enough talk. I'll deal with those hiding in the shadows first. Your task is to survive. I'll take out most of those on the left, but I can't do anything about the 3 on the right. I can't suppress them with my aura, or I might accidentally harm ordinary townspeople. No wonder a whole dozen ordinary people are lying nearby, bound hand and foot by the look of it. If I activate my aura fully, they'll die. A clever move to force me out of the zone, but we won't give our enemies that satisfaction. 10 seconds, student. You must survive, or else I'll be disappointed in you. Your opponents are 3 Taoist candidates. Get to it. With these words, my mentor's silhouette blurred. He was moving at a speed impossible for a human. Something sparkled near the place where the energy channel had led. The channel evaporated, and with it, the seal. I leaped forward and immediately ducked, letting 3 techniques fly over my head. The trio of opponents that my mentor had mentioned revealed themselves. They detached from the wall and charged towards me, continuing to fire techniques on the move. My sword leapt from its sheath into my hand in sync with my swing. The trio realized they had missed, and their next use of techniques was more refined. One shot at my chest, another at my legs, and the third slightly to the side, leaving me no room to dodge. If I hadn't seen these strikes, I would surely have been doomed. They would have pinned me down without even asking my name. But instead of dying nobly, as the attackers must have expected me to, I charged at them, deflecting the arrows that hindered my run in midair. Swords flashed in the hands of my opponents. They seemed to even bare their teeth, anticipating to dispatch the fool who decided to commit ritual suicide by jumping onto their blades. But their smiles quickly faded when I reached the first one. My opponent was twice my height, fast, dangerous, but not prepared to fight someone as small as me. It was inconvenient for him and required deviation from his usual movements. I always used this to my advantage in sparring with my father, sometimes even managing to strike before he could counter. But then, we were working with training weapons, incapable of inflicting any real harm. Now, there was a dangerous first-tier artifact in my hands. I dropped to my knees and slid on them across the stones, managing to dodge the blow. My knees flared with pain. Sliding over stones was harder than on the ground. But I'd achieved my goal. I was now in close proximity to my opponent. Swiping my sword at his legs, I toppled to the side and rolled onto my feet, using the Jian to deflect 2 more techniques. The street filled with a wild scream of agony. My Jian had sliced through my opponent's legs as if they were dry reeds. I should have started trembling or some such, as I had inflicted a serious injury on a person for the first time, but there was no time for that. The 2 other mercenaries didn't even glance at their comrade. They continued to bombard me with techniques, forcing me to retreat. I was afraid to launch another attack like that one. I doubted that my enemies were so foolish as to not learn from their experience, even with blood running from their noses. No matter how you looked at it, only spirit geniuses could use techniques in Tier 0 without repercussions. These bastards clearly weren't that advanced. One of the attackers froze in place unexpectedly and split into 2 symmetrical halves. Mentor Guerlin appeared beside him, shaking the blood off his sword. The last opponent froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the Master Taoist. He understood he stood no chance against such an adversary, but Mentor Guerlin once again surprised everyone.
Student, this enemy is yours. Remember, if he kills you, I'll be disappointed. Mercenary, if you defeat the boy, you'll live. I won't seek revenge. My word. It was amusing to see how helplessness in the opponent's eyes was replaced by anticipation of an easy victory. The Taoist drew his sword and made several quick movements, preparing to attack. He had seen what I did to my first opponent and was not going to allow the same. Moreover, he kept one hand free to use techniques. I swallowed hard, not understanding what Mentor Guerlin was counting on. I couldn't defeat an experienced mercenary, not a chance. He would overpower me and finish me off with a technique. My only chance had been the element of surprise, but that moment was already gone. Or was it? Surprise. The thing no one expected. I didn't take my eyes off the Taoist slowly approaching me. He already saw himself as the victor. He was probably already savoring the reward for my head. Therefore,
Now!
I swung and hurled my sword at my opponent. It looked like a gesture of desperation, a foolish child getting rid of his only weapon. As expected, my throw didn't reach its target. The Taoist easily dodged, not even bothering to block. A spirit arrow shot from his hand, and now it was my turn to dodge. He'd aimed at my groin. A vile smirk appeared on the mercenary's face. He bent down to charge at me, but froze, staring in disbelief at the blade emerging from his chest. Continuing its motion, my Jian dragged his body along. The sword longs for one thing, to return to my hand as quickly as possible, and a minor obstacle like one unlucky mercenary was no hindrance. Turning around and nearly splitting the opponent in 2, the sword found its way back to my hands, and I made a quick movement I had observed from the mentor, shaking the blood off the blade.
Not bad, but don't do that again. That trick might work against candidate stage incompetence, but in a fight with higher-ranked Taoists, you'll just lose your weapon. Intercepting someone else's artifact and neutralizing it is no problem. We will also learn this simple trick. But overall, really, not bad. You asked how long you would live after my departure. Let me clarify my answer. A little longer than a couple of hours, certainly. But how much longer depends on you and you alone. Collect your well-earned spoils, and let's move on. You still need to do some training.
Chapter 11. Pain was the sensation I woke up to, filled my days with, fell asleep to, and even experienced while asleep, as it seemed. Pain had become my alter ego. It enveloped me constantly, its intensity fluctuating periodically. Dull, sharp, stabbing, and cutting. Mentor Guerlin knew the art of pain and introduced me to its various facets with monstrous consistency.
Hold on! 20 more seconds. Hold, damn you! Hands up!
I was standing on one leg with the other one bent, holding sandbags in my hands. And those sandbags were pretty damn heavy. Sweat clouded my eyes. I was gasping for air, my face was burning, and there was an overwhelming desire to collapse, curl up and forget about this nightmare for just a moment. But no one had granted me that right. 20 more seconds. I had to endure.
All right, we're done with the warm-up. The voice of my tormentor cut through the buzzing in my ears. Proceed to meditation. There's a spirit stone in front of you. Feel its energy. I was desperately thirsty, but I knew that the chance to quench my thirst would only come after meditation. Another torture devised by Mentor Guerlin. He didn't limit me in meditation, allowing me to sit for as long as my soul desired, but he forbade drinking. After the ordeal he called a warm-up, I would have given anything for a sip of water, and yet I felt as though there were two beings battling within me. One craved water, the other rest. I knew that as soon as the meditation ended and I had my drink, the main training session would begin. That dreaded part of a day I never could see through to the very end. I always passed out. As I was sitting in the lotus position, I closed my eyes and began to regulate my breathing, which was the first step necessary to initiate the recovery process. Gradually, my heartbeat normalized. My lungs no longer felt like bursting out, and I even slipped into a state of half-sleep. Over the time Mentor Guerlin had been tormenting me, my body had adapted, seizing the slightest opportunity for rest, for it was always in short supply. However, today I couldn't fall asleep. The voice of Mentor Guerlin reached me through the haze. As far as I know, today is a special day for you, apprentice. You've turned 13. I suppose it is worth celebrating. What do you say? Sleep vanished instantly. A shiver ran down my spine, and I felt a sudden urge to play dead. The last time the mentor decided to have a celebration, it turned into such a nightmare that the Taoist had to treat my injuries the next morning because I couldn't get up on my own. A prospect someone else might find enjoyable meant only one thing for me. There would be extra pain. I had to respond, hopelessly, hoping for the best. It's just another day, Mentor, just like all the others. One should never refuse a celebration, apprentice, the Taoist smirked. You've trained well over the past 8 months. In my opinion, you deserve a day off. What do you say? The news was so unusual that I opened my eyes. The meditation ended before it really began. 8 months had passed since we left Vorend. 8 months of pain, suffering, and attempts to escape from the madman. I did actually have a breakdown once and decided that the path of ascension was not for me. I managed to get about half a mile away before the mentor caught up with me. That attempt to gain freedom had terrifying consequences. It seemed the mentor had killed me and then somehow resurrected me to kill me again, and again, and so on, until the idea that it was better to die during insane training sessions than to ever experience the mentor's wrath again got firmly implanted in my mind. There were about 10 attempts on our life over those 8 months. The ashes of those madmen had long been scattered all across Tier 0. If the first group we'd encountered in Vorend had been in the possession of numerous artifacts, much to the delight of my mentor, the others were but ordinary residents of a tier, clueless about techniques. They tried to overwhelm us with numbers, shot at us from a distance, set traps, and sent someone who could control a pack of dogs once. How I rejoiced at every attack. For me, it was a real celebration. To swing a sword, dodge blows, deflect arrows, look at the bewildered faces of the madmen who failed to understand why they couldn't land a single hit on me, and then collect the spoils. On the day of an attack, there were no training sessions. We had to go to Varennes, the province capital, to deliver the loot. The mentor was very meticulous about this. Every seeker needed to have a certain amount of spirit coins for unforeseen expenses. The news about the day off seemed too good to be true, so I decided to clarify. Mentor, is a day off really a day off? Or just a change of activity? It is a bona fide day off. Since you've turned 13 today and no one has rushed to us with requests for help, I've decided to take you to an anomaly. It's time to introduce you to the legacy of the ancients. I filed the application long ago, and today is our turn. We're heading straight to the yellow anomaly. I see no point in wandering through the whites. They have very little to offer. So finish your meditation, wash up, rinse your clothes, and let's head out. We still have to get to the anomaly, and that's bound to take a while. I forgot all about my thirst. However, as soon as I jumped to my feet, I saw stars dancing before my eyes and nearly collapsed to the ground. My body was in a state of extreme exhaustion. I drank the 2-pint mug the smiling tormentor handed me so quickly that I didn't even notice it. By the second, I tasted it.
and only by the third did I start drinking like normal people do, taking big gulps, but without feeling a desire to swallow the mug as well. I peeled off my thoroughly soaked robe, climbed into the river, and stood there for a while, enjoying the coolness. 8 months of training with the Taoist had changed me significantly. I had lost weight, even though I had considered myself slim before. I'd grown almost 2 heads taller, which required a complete change of clothes. But the most significant prowess was in strength and agility. What I had deemed impossible 8 months ago had by now become commonplace. Even doing the splits. Heavens, how I dreaded remembering the horror when the mentor decided it was time to stretch me, was now possible without warming up. I suppose if it weren't for the pills the Taoist constantly fed me, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such progress. They had a miraculous effect, significantly expanding the boundaries of what was possible. My muscles became stronger and more elastic, my endurance increased, and with each passing day the runs my mentor arranged for me got faster. But one cannot live on pills forever. One's body might develop a dependency, and in that case, ascension would be out of the question. I would hit a physical development threshold that would be extremely hard to overcome. Nevertheless, going completely without pills was impossible in my case. I had started serious training too late in life. According to the mentor, though, the current training could hardly be called serious. Serious training would await me later when I could at least slightly enhance my spirit. Meditation was supposed to do just that. I needed to start feeling the spirit stones somehow. The mentor couldn't explain how that was done, and there was nothing in Huang Lung's records about it either. Both Taoists claim that, if heaven willed it, I would simply see the energy of the stones at some point. I couldn't at the moment. I could see the constructions around them, but not the buzzing stones themselves. That felt terribly unfair. Today truly seemed like a holiday. The mentor himself took the controls, allowing me to relax and do nothing for once. However, my enjoyment had been short-lived. The Taoist drove his self-propelled cart as if an entire army of demons was chasing us. Despite constant practice, I couldn't manage such control. This was a completely different level of mastery over the cart. My father had told me what anomalies look like. Our village had been given the right to visit a yellow anomaly every 2 months. More precisely, my father and a few of his hunters had, because even a yellow anomaly was a deadly place for the majority of Tier 0 population. But what was an anomaly? First and foremost, an anomaly was a fragment of the ancient world, one where the chi energy hadn't yet existed. Such fragments refused to fade into history. Each one had a certain ancient relic called a heart at its center, which kept the anomaly in a stable state. The heart of the anomaly controlled its entire area and created defenders, mechanical creatures known as golems. Over thousands of years, anomalies adapted to the realities of our world and began to interact with the chi energy in some way, absorbing it from the environment and distilling it into spirit stones. The stones, in turn, served the golem defenders as an energy source. Thus, a cycle of energy was maintained. The anomaly drew it from our world and gave it to the golems, in the form of spirit stones, whereas we destroyed the golems, took the spirit stones, and used them, freeing the energy and returning it to the world. Anomalies were the only source of spirit stones in Tier 0. House Wang monitored anomaly access very strictly, charging a substantial fee for each expedition, namely half of everything the hunters gathered. Each anomaly was enclosed by a fence, but the most important feature was its visual appearance. It wasn't just an area with crazed mechanisms running around. The echo of antiquity looked like a small distortion in space. It refracted the rays of Eris like a piece of ice that had somehow become intangible, or hundreds of huge incorporeal mirrors assembled together at all possible angles. My father said that when he first saw an anomaly, he got a migraine from the constant shifting of light and reflections. Another crucial detail regarding anomalies was that they had their own color-coded grading: white, yellow, red, blue, black. The color division wasn't determined by humans, but by the anomalies themselves. Beneath the jumble of bodiless mirrors lay a distinctly visible circle, which defined the level. The grading was quite simple. Weak golems were found in white anomalies, and the spirit stones harvested from there were the same trash that House Wang representatives had given me as a reward for winning the tournament, if not worse. There were no herbs, no minerals, and no chance of finding any ancient caches. So they were useless things destroyed at first opportunity. The level of an anomaly was determined upon its formation and did not evolve. Black anomalies were the exact opposite of their white counterparts. The probability of surviving them approached 0. And there weren't just golems of all possible types and sizes lurking among those black mirrors, but other hazards as well. Suddenly appearing poisonous clouds, unexpected lightning strikes, traps at every step, enclosed and silical spaces impossible to escape from, and of course, chi energy corresponding to the level of a second, or even the third tier, which would tear a common person to shreds if they dared enter a place like this. Perhaps my father had just told me a bunch of scary old wives' tales. He had never ventured beyond the yellow level himself. Nonetheless, everyone believed that if a hero could conquer a black anomaly, they would become fabulously wealthy. The inexplicable energy present in black anomalies made herbs from higher tiers grow there, and the older the anomaly, the rarer these herbs were. That was precisely why Huang Lung's records indicated that I should visit a black anomaly. Only there could one gather ingredients usually found in the second and third tiers. There was only one black anomaly known in Tier 0, located near the barrier separating Tier 0 and the first tier. Carmen had told me this. Taoists invited from the upper tiers had cleared up the entrance, making it relatively safe, and started to take the offspring of noble families there. One of the criteria for transitioning to the first tier was the formation of 2 stable nodes in the body, so that a meridian could form between them in the first tier. "It's getting interesting," the mentor said as soon as we arrived. The mirror construction described by my father was in place, as was a small fence around it, but there were suspiciously many people nearby. Several self-propelled carts owned by House Wang were here too, and not just any carts, but the kind used to transport the offspring of families from the inner tiers. We stopped not far from the crowd. Judging by the symbols on their chests, those gathered here belonged to House Wang, and all of them glanced at us tensely, some looking outright terrified, in fact. "Juniors, for what reason have you gathered near my anomaly?" The mentor didn't beat around the bush, making it clear he wasn't pleased to see anyone. "Or has House Wang forgotten the clan law about the access of those seeking immortality to anomalies and transferred my reservation to someone else?" Judging by how the crowd had started to shift and glance around, something was amiss with this anomaly. The only thing that comforted me was that none of those gathered seemed intent on killing me. At least, not yet. "The right to reserve an anomaly is sacred," came a voice. The crowd parted, letting through an elder. Like everyone else, he wore 2 patches, but the respectful manner in which he was treated belied his high status. "Deputy Grong Wang, such an unexpected pleasure," my mentor offered with a nod. He was evidently familiar with this Taoist. "What need has brought the third most important person in House Wang so far from the capital?" "House Wang clan wishes to offer you a job, Seeker. A wormhole has appeared in Tier 0. Find it." "I'm afraid it's not that simple, Deputy. By the will of the Phoenix clan, I'm still bound to play the role of a mentor for another 3 years and 4 months. Tell me, Junior, would I be able to leave my apprentice in the care of House Wang and set off to search for the wormhole with a clear conscience? Will I find my apprentice alive when I return from destroying the demons that have invaded Tier 0? "No, Seeker, you wouldn't. Your apprentice would get killed," the third man of House Wang replied calmly. Such candor was refreshing. It gave the impression that one could deal with this man. If he wanted you dead, he would tell you openly. "In that case, how can we even begin to discuss an assignment? I have no one to leave my apprentice with, and he is not ready for a journey to the wormhole. He's still human, not a Taoist. One touch from a demon, and even I wouldn't be able to heal him. House Wang will have to find another seeker for this job, Deputy, or hire a group of mercenaries in the first tier and pay for their passage here. We are aware that you have a very unusual apprentice, Seeker, of the sort that should be killed at the first opportunity. The kind that would be really dangerous to let into the first tier. We knew your first reaction would be to refuse, and yet here we are." This indicated that the situation had completely spiraled out of House Wang's control. If they needed a master Taoist, things were not just bad. A catastrophe was looming. "Before House Wang makes its offer,
I'd like to outline a few mandatory parts, the mentor replied after a brief pause. My apprentice has expressed a desire to engage in artifact crafting. Moreover, I am of the opinion that no Taoist can exist without a solid foundation in alchemy. I am ready to hear your offer, Deputy Grong Wang. How badly do you need a Master Taoist of a golden rank? If you eliminate the wormhole and destroy all the demons, Elder, House Wang guarantees your apprentice safe passage to the first tier, should he live to the age permitted for transition. As far as I know, your apprentice turned 13 today. In 5 years, he will have the right to enter Vorend and pass the barrier without any threat to his life. House Wang guarantees his immunity. The mentor looked at the deputy silently, showing no emotion. The latter squirmed a little but continued. However, that's not all, Elder. In addition to 200 spirit coins, House Wang will provide you with a beginner's textbook on alchemy and artifact crafting, as well all necessary tools for training and engaging in these noble professions. This time the mentor nodded, indicating that the deputy was moving in the right direction. For a while the Taoists looked into each other's eyes, as if conducting some invisible battle, and the deputy appeared to have lost. House Wang agrees that any spoils that Elder Guerlin might capture in the process of destroying the wormhole will belong to him by a seeker's right. House Wang will not claim anything. When do I start? The mentor asked, and the elder exhaled with relief. Apparently he had doubted that a Master Taoist would agree to help him until the last moment. Immediately, Elder. We have already delayed your invitation for as long as possible, trying to cope on our own. Were any mercenaries from the first tier invited? We hired 2 groups, Elder, but they turned out to be unable to cope. Something strange is happening with this wormhole. It doesn't merely disgorge beasts, but humanoid demons as well, and by no means are those from Tier 0 of their world. We don't know what had killed the mercenaries, but their contracts blackened within a few hours after they had started on their assignment. Considering the travel time to the wormhole, something must have killed 10 apprentice Taoists in just minutes, as well as several House Wang squads sent there. The demons have occupied extensive lands and are beginning to entrench themselves, building castles and fortifications. You didn't inform the clan about this, of course, the mentor snorted. The elder turned pale but responded quite adequately. House Wang considers this a local Tier 0 problem that need not involve the entire clan sector. It is our obligation to deal with the demons using our own resources. Even if a mental absolute, who is also a seeker, manages to transition to the first tier as a result, it is as the heavens will it to be, Elder. He is to live in Tier 0 for 2 years after your departure. Anything can happen during that time. House Wang will certainly pay attention to your apprentice when the moment comes. All right, that's settled then. Does House Wang have access to a red anomaly? No, Elder. All the red and blue anomalies are sealed. They are too dangerous for our tier. Black? The mentor asked reluctantly. 2. One is used for spirit training and the other has been mothballed. Why? Uncontrollable bursts of second-tier energy at random places, an abundance of traps and warrior-stage golems. This anomaly was discovered relatively recently, a mere 10 years ago. A petition for an overlord summon has been sent, but only heaven knows when it will be reviewed. Since we're not entering the yellow anomaly today, add to the contract the right to visit the conserved black one, declared Mentor Guerlin, eliciting a rather mixed reaction from those around. The deputy even explained, Elder, if simple golems of the anomaly are at warrior stage, then the guardians. I'm well aware of the structure of anomalies, Junior, the mentor said coldly. That is my wish. The black anomaly will be reserved for me until my departure from Tier 0. Whether I go there or not is my concern, and mine alone. For the next 3 years and 4 months, no one will lay any claims to this anomaly. Not even a Phoenix Clan head who happens to wander into our domain. We will add this to the contract, Elder. Anything else? That will suffice. The textbooks and tools should be waiting for us at our training location. Does Deputy Grong Wang know where I train my apprentice? Yes, Elder. I need a few minutes to prepare the contract. Please wait. Some tea? I wouldn't refuse. I've heard House Wang can boast of extraordinary varieties of green tea with a unique, creamy flavor. I will arrange for it to be provided to you. Please come to my tent, Elder. Here and now your apprentice is under the protection of House Wang, which means he is perfectly safe. You have my word on it. Stay here, the mentor commanded, leaving me alone amidst a huge and rather unfriendly crowd. I didn't like the looks some individuals were giving me at all, and suddenly an unpleasant sensation emerged between my shoulder blades. It felt as if someone had crept up behind me and started to prick me with sharp needles that penetrated my robe easily. It was extremely unpleasant and felt so real that I even turned around to see who might be causing it. But there was no one nearby. Yet the uncomfortable feeling persisted. Deciding that I had nothing to share with these people anyway, I moved to the passage in the wall leading into the anomaly and sat down in the lotus position. I had some extra minutes to rest, and over the last 8 months I had grown accustomed to resting this way, sitting and pretending to meditate. The prickling sensation between my shoulder blades didn't disappear, but soon it became secondary. I felt something unusual. Something warm and comforting began to envelop me from all sides, invoking a forgotten sense of security. Not even security. Serenity. The warmth provided peace. These blissful sensations were unreal and existed only in my imagination. Nevertheless, they helped rid me of the itching between my shoulder blades, and even significantly eased the pain in my constantly aching muscles. The latter hadn't happened in a long time. I had completely forgotten what it was like to live without the nagging pain. The mentor had only healed me during the first few months. I continued to enjoy the pleasant sensations, surrendering to them completely, and unexpectedly, the source of them began to form in front of me. That very whirl of shimmering, bodiless mirrors that marked the entrance to the anomaly. From it stretched threads of warmth and serenity, enveloping my body. Something flickered, and suddenly everything disappeared. The unpleasant sensations between my shoulder blades, the pain in my muscles, the noise and conversations of a crowd, even the colors and shapes. Only I remained, the entrance to the anomaly, and the threads of serenity offering warmth. How long this bliss lasted, I could not say. A blink of an eye, a minute, an eternity. I savored every instant, basking in the unusual sensations. However, all good things invariably came to an end. The warmth ceased, the mirrors stopped abruptly and crumbled, dissolving into darkness. I opened my eyes. The entrance to the anomaly remained in place, still raging with dancing mirrors as before. The yellow circle beneath the entrance indicated that nothing had changed at all, but I disagreed vehemently. Something had changed, something fundamental. I could feel the entrance. I didn't know what to compare it to, but one look at the anomaly was enough for me to realize it with absolute clarity. I had no chance of passing through it. If I entered, I would die with 100% certainty. And this wasn't a judgment dictated by fear, but a plain statement of fact, based on... I had no idea what it could possibly be based on. It just was. The mentor's voice that sounded behind me was so unexpected that I jumped. The warmth and serenity were gone for good as I was pulled back into the real world. The pain in my muscles and numb legs returned, while the needles between my shoulder blades now felt even sharper and more sensitive. All the sensations had returned, but something had remained. The feeling the anomaly entrance was giving me. It hadn't disappeared. Welcome to our challenging world, candidate Taoists of the copper rank. Your journey towards immortality begins today. May it be thorny and difficult, as befits the path of a true Taoist. Rest assured that I, as your mentor, will see to it.
Chapter 12.
Stand up and fight. How much longer, mentor?
I rasped, lying on the ground. I had no strength to get up. I genuinely hoped that dealing with the wormhole would postpone my training indefinitely, but I had underestimated my mentor. We needed 2 days to reach the lands coveted by the demons, and he was in no hurry. On the contrary, we were making more stops now, and they were longer. My physical training, as the Taoists claimed, had been largely completed. Now it was time to directly strengthen the body and spirit. Exercises with the sword, spear, and even the bow began, as well as the kind of shadow fighting that I saw in the School of Spirit Power, although in our case, they occurred in 3 stages. First, the mentor practiced a given strike or block technique with me, then made me repeat it on a special strange device resembling a balding tree with thick, short branches, and it all ended with sparring, during which the Taoist beat me worse than Elda.
You didn't deflect the strike. What have you been doing for the last hour, apprentice? The strike was impossible to deflect. You are capable of deflecting any strike that isn't enhanced by a technique. Your skills allow it. Your body allows it. Why aren't you doing what you're supposed to do? Why doubt your strength? Who are you? A Taoist who has embarked on the path of ascension, or someone only capable of complaining and moaning about their unfair fate? A Taoist! But I maintain that the strike could not be deflected. Not in 1,000 years. What's the point of training in combat without techniques? Where would that even be necessary?
I finally got to my feet, wheezing softly. The left side of my body was on fire. Something was broken again. How much would I have to endure? What kind of training was this? The mentor clearly had to make an effort not to slap me for my foolish questions. The Taoist placed his palm on my chest with a sigh and activated healing. There was a crunch and my shoulder snapped back into place with a wave of sharp pain washing over me. The sensation was already so familiar I didn't even scream. A Taoist can be left without their techniques under many circumstances, apprentice. First and foremost on the battlefields. In places where 2 worlds have merged and gone mad, the laws of nature get so crazy sometimes that no techniques work at all, neither for Taoists nor for demons. You must fight with weapons and body. Techniques don't work if a Taoist is shackled with a negatite chain. Black metal, as it's also called. It comes from an ore mined in black anomalies. It is completely insensitive to energy and blocks its use. So here are 2 scenarios for you already. The third and most common reason the Taoists cannot use techniques is the nullification of meridians. To activate a technique, several meridians must be activated, forcing them to transfer energy to the exit point. A weapon, a hand, or even one's entire body. It all depends on the specific technique. During fights, when the same meridians are used repeatedly, they heat up, stop absorbing the energy from the environment or from spirit stones, and after giving off the last portion of accumulated energy, become nullified. It becomes impossible to use these meridians for a while, and as a result, some techniques become blocked. Very often exactly the ones that you rely on the most frequently. Therefore, Taoists must constantly improve, strengthening the body and their meridians so as to delay nullification for as long as possible. Still, sooner or later it happens to everyone. What then? Accept death meekly and obediently? Artifacts, I replied without hesitation. This was exactly what Huang Lung emphasized in his teachings. He didn't write about overheating and the subsequent nullification of meridians, but he did mention that in cases when it was impossible to use techniques, one could rely on artifacts into which these techniques would be already embedded. Incidentally, my Jian was such before it had been altered. I had been capable of using techniques simply by energizing the sword. Unfortunately, I could no longer do it, since it was too dangerous. It's impossible to create artifacts for every situation imaginable, apprentice, the mentor replied. That line of thought is sound in general, but its fundamental flaw is that a Taoist might end up in a situation when they won't have even a sliver of energy left to activate an artifact. The same goes for battlefields. Only a well-developed body can protect you from trouble. But you don't believe in yourself. You lose to me even before the fight begins. You already lose in your thoughts. You need to rid yourself of this habit, or else the path to the bronze rank will be closed to you. Training is over for today. You should think about my words, understand who you want to be in this life. We rode in complete silence for a while. The mentor was angry that I wasn't progressing, and I was angry at everything in general. I didn't even want to rest. The idea that a Taoist of the lowest stage of development and rank could deflect an attack by a master of the golden rank seemed absurd to me. I had seen the mentor in combat. He was so fast you couldn't track him with your eyes.
His strikes shook walls, and he could tear a person in half with a single movement. How could anyone deflect an attack from someone like him? Impossible. Yet Vitalis insisted it was possible. He just told me to believe in myself, which was a bunch of baloney in my opinion. If I didn't believe in myself, I'd never have left home to begin with. Then I sensed a stench of something burning. A small house in our village had burned to the ground once, and this was the very smell coming from the ashes. The smell of something charred and dead. The house in question had belonged to an elderly couple too frail to escape. The kids had avoided that spot for a long time, and it wasn't just because their parents forbade them to. It was the smell. This smell. A gut-wrenching stench of death and burning. We rounded a few turns, then the forest ended abruptly, and we emerged into an open space. I gasped for air, realizing where the smell of death was coming from. There used to be a village here, about 30 houses overall, which made it medium-sized by Tier 0 standards. It was located near a wide road and must have been popular with travelers. But the village wasn't there anymore. We rode into a grisly sight of ashes and corpses strewn all around the area. And it wasn't just human corpses. Horses, dogs, and chickens had been slaughtered as well. All life had been destroyed, and the village burned to the ground. Even the fence around the settlement had been burned. I had never seen such horrors before, so I didn't even know how to react. It was terrifying to the point of making my legs tremble. If I hadn't been sitting in the self-propelled cart, I could have fallen to my knees from shock easily. The mentor pushed the levers, and we slowly moved forward. There was no point in closing my eyes. The main horror came from the dreadful smell of burnt flesh.
They didn't even resist, the mentor frowned. I see no pikes, spears, or bows. Nothing at all. It feels like everyone had succumbed to some kind of panic, and the demons just proceeded to tear them apart, reveling in a bloody feast. Stay put.
Is someone still there? I tensed up. My Jian leaped into my hand like a faithful dog, ready to fend off any attacker.
Yes, but they're not demons. I sense people. 2 of them.
The mentor jumped out of a cart and moved forward.
Come out. There are no more demons. I'm a Taoist from the 3rd tier. Come here to destroy the foul creatures.
A certain unknown force emanated from the mentor, making even me relax. Normally, the Taoist used his overpowering aura to suppress and intimidate everyone, but this time he had clearly used something else, something that had a calming effect. Only now did I realize that I knew absolutely nothing about the capabilities of a Taoist who had taken it upon himself to train me. How did he identify people from a distance? He knew who and how many had come after us in Vorend, and he knew when the scavengers had been approaching. He had even sensed that group of demons we'd killed long ago from a substantial distance. How? This question definitely needed answering. Perhaps it worked without techniques. Maybe it could be trained. 2 teenagers roughly my age appeared near the ruins of one of the houses, as if emerging from the ground. They were grimy and filthy, and eyed the mentor warily, clearly ready to flee at the first opportunity. The aura emanating from the mentor was so relaxing that I couldn't even hear their conversation. Just at some point, one of the teenagers pointed in a direction, while their companion fell to his knees and burst into tears. The first leaned over to embrace their friend. What happened next struck me as verging on the impossible. The mentor tossed the teenagers a bag of food, as well as a small pouch. I distinctly heard the jingle of spirit coins, and most likely also the clinking of spirit stones coming from within. The sweet bliss disappeared at once, and I pricked my ears, eager to catch what little of a conversation I still could.
This should be enough to get you to Vorend. Go to the Seeker's Inn and say that Senior Guerlin had sent you. They will take care of you there. And wash yourself somewhere. They won't let you into the city looking like that.
The mentor turned around, approaching the cart.
The demons were here 3 days ago. These 2 spent all their time in the cellar, too scared to even move. There's something about the boy that sets him apart, and the girl is not even from this tier. I gave him a chance. The rest is in their hands. If they dare to challenge the heavens, they will survive. If they don't, well, their choice will have been like that. The weak have no place in our world.
But
Why did you... Nothing in this world happens without reason. Every encounter on our path has some purpose. The heavens see everything, and their will decides who is worthy of further ascension and who needs to have obstacles placed in front of them. These two have managed to survive where 99% of others would have perished, and did in fact perish. Such individuals deserve a chance, and it was within my power to give it to them. If they are truly worthy, they will survive, and if the heavens make our paths cross again, they will repay the kindness. This is an important lesson, apprentice. Take it well to heart.
By the end of the day, we had passed several more villages, or rather, what was left of them. There were no more survivors. The bloodthirsty creatures from another world had torn everyone apart. Even the birds, it seemed. Only the wind wandering through the treetops diluted the oppressive silence a little. After setting up the tent, the mentor didn't even make me train, which was highly irregular. The Taoist just stared into the burning fire, lost in his own thoughts. I didn't even want to imagine what was going through his head, because had he mentioned that demons had appeared in Tier 0 8 months ago, all those dead bodies we passed tonight might have remained living creatures. House Wang could have sent an army here and nipped the demon invasion in the bud, preventing such horrors. The last village we'd passed a few hours ago must have been destroyed very recently. Several houses had still been burning. I woke up feeling strange. Something felt unsettling, but it was impossible to say what exactly. I just felt a sense of danger. As I stepped out the tent, I was surprised to see that the mentor hadn't even tried to lie down, remaining seated next to the fire. "Mentor, are you all right?" I asked, unsure of what specifically was bothering me. The Taoist had changed. If before he practically radiated strength and power, now I was seeing an ordinary person before me. Ordinary would be the wrong term to use, perhaps. A person like my father. He still looked like a strong warrior, but no longer possessed the aura of power he had before.
Don't share any of your impressions with me yet. Sit down and meditate. Now you are a scion of a great house, and I am your guardian. Just call me Guerlin, came a most bizarre command, and in such a soft voice that I barely heard him. I knew well that the mentor didn't repeat himself. If he required such strange behavior on my part, he must have had a good reason. My mind wandered to the group of nobles among whom I'd met Elda and Carmen. If the latter two seemed mature enough to me, some behaved like overgrown children. They were constantly complaining, grumbling about the assistant's slowness, and demanding extra attention. They may have organized and demonstrated their strength during the fight with the wolves, but how they acted in everyday life annoyed me to no end. I grimaced, and then whined, unexpectedly even for myself. "Guerlin, how much longer? This fire is keeping me from falling asleep. Why are you doing this again?" For just a moment, the mentor allowed himself a brief, sardonic grin, a subtle acknowledgement of the act I was putting on, which I managed to catch. Quickly returning to his usual stone-face expression, he responded with enough volume to carry across the woods. "It's just a restless feeling, my lord. I really don't like it here in these parts." "What's there not to like? It's merely a forest. Right, that's it. I've had it with you. Upon our return, I shall draft a letter to my parents insisting they never pair me with you again. What use as a guardian who jumps at shadows? This is Tier 0. Surely there's no one here. Heaven, what reeks so?" I started by mimicking the words of a petulant girl, but the end of a sentence was my own genuine reaction to a sweet, putrid stench of decay that assaulted my senses. The scent was intoxicating, maddening, and seductive all at once. My body reacted quite unexpectedly. I slumped onto the ground as if all strength had been drained from me at once, feeling like I had just completed a full workout. Attempts to stand were futile. I had little control over my body. A guttural roar sounded, and 3 demons emerged at the edge of a light cast by fire. They were similar to the boars the mentor had killed, but distinctly different. They differed like a warrior would differ from a peasant. The trio had long fangs, bony growths all over their bodies, and numerous spikes. "Well, well, well, what do we have here?" a voice followed, stirring a tumult of emotions within me. On one hand, I was gripped by abject terror.
On the other, I couldn't help an irresistible urge to meet the speaker with such an enchanting tone, for it was a female voice. As the darkness behind the growling demons deepened, a semi-naked woman stepped into the light. My heart, despite the looming danger, began to beat wildly. Blood drained from my head, pooling elsewhere in anticipation. The figure, standing behind the demons, was mesmerizing, flawless. Each movement, every tilt of her head, ignited a fierce desire within me to prostrate myself at her feet and plead for her mercy. Not even her golden eyes deterred me as they shimmered in the firelight. All such details seemed trivial now. An inner-tier boy with a hound on a leash. So, sweet golden youth, why don't you tell me how valuable you are to your family? Very, my lady, my body replied against my will. I'm the sole heir. My father says I'll inherit all our lands when I grow up. Excellent, the beauty purred as she approached by a few more steps. The strange smell got stronger. It was intoxicating, making my mind swim. It took all my concentration to tear my gaze away from the beautiful woman's face and look at my mentor. He was sitting motionless with an inscrutable expression on his face. It was as if his entire life had been flashing before his eyes. Is your guardian dangerous? The woman's question redirected my attention back to her. She had stopped a mere 10 paces from me. I gulped involuntarily, her string-like top barely containing her enormous bosom, while the skirt might as well have been a loincloth, offering a full view of a stupendous pair of legs. My body reacted in an unexpected manner to her barely clothed form, a testament to my utter inexperience in such matters and the compelling allure of her presence. Yet, a part of me resisted the urge to approach, mindful as I was in particular of the 3 menacing demons by her side, seemingly ready to devour anyone who dared get too close to their mistress. Gwyrlin? Yes, my lady, he poses a danger. To me, certainly. He subjects me to daily beatings and relentless training. Upon my return home, I intend to lodge a complaint against him with my parents. They should have never entrusted me to his care. I wasn't asking about that. The woman frowned, and the demons beside her growled even louder, the cloying stench overwhelming my senses. Yet the creature's growling snapped me back to reality a little. No, my lady, he is not a danger, I managed to say, though my tongue felt heavy and uncooperative. How could a mere apprentice of a golden rank pose a threat to one so magnificent? An apprentice of a golden rank? The enchantress shifted her gaze to my mentor, her smile sharpening dangerously. Very well. Excellent, in fact. All is clear. They are under control. The darkness beyond the bonfire stirred again, and 2 figures entered the circle of light. A grim demon, whose shoulders were twice the width of my uncle the blacksmith's, and a teenager slightly younger than me, with a sneer so vile that all the residual charm of a half-naked beauty seemed to have evaporated at that moment. Just an apprentice? The brat asked disdainfully. His voice was unbearably unpleasant. A golden rank, my lady, the demoness bowed, making me reel again. So it was not a boy, but a girl? This demon looked nothing like a girl. Or were they all like that there? I want to eat this one, too, the girl pointed at me. No, my lady. This one should be exchanged for a huge mound of spirit stones. People are exceedingly fond of their offspring, and will do anything for them. I'm hungry. Why is she arguing with me, Bermadil? She wants her share of the stones, a deep basso rumbled. The huge higher demon spoke as a boulder might have, had it been given the gift of speech. To hell with the stones, I'm ravenous. He's a Taoist. That one's a Taoist, too. Taoists provide sustenance, and I need food. I hate this world. I want to go back to ours. Oh, yes, Bermadil. Once I'm done devouring these Taoists, I want you to tell me all about my home again. Someday I will achieve my mother's greatness and take her place in the second belt. I will achieve greatness. So, the demons from the second belt control the wormhole. Very interesting. The voice of my mentor rang out, and the atmosphere around us changed drastically. I didn't even have time to blink before the trio of terrifying lower demons got cleaved in half. The massive hunk known as Bermadil got decapitated, and there was nothing at all left of the beauty. My mentor had used some technique, and a slab of energy crashed down on the demoness, literally flattening the woman. Only the diminutive demon remained, gazing at the suddenly awakened Master Taoist with golden eyes open wide. My mentor tossed me a rope and a strange chain. Catching the latter, I almost threw it away at once. It seemed to absorb life force itself.
Bind the demon. Secure the chain around its neck. House Wang will appreciate such a gift.
Carrying out the order was easy enough. The demon girl didn't resist at all. It seemed her will was crushed completely by my mentor's mere presence. My father had taught me to tie sturdy knots, so I managed to wrap her up thoroughly, turning her into a large cocoon, courtesy of a long rope my mentor had provided.
Drag the demon towards the tent and come here,
commanded my mentor, once I had finished. Strangely, I found myself reluctant to address the Taoist by name, even though no one had forbidden it. He handed me a knife, gestured towards the 3 younger demons, and said,
Cut them up. Now that you're a Taoist, demon venom won't kill you.
But it's still harmful, right?
Sure is. Demon venom is quite dangerous and very disagreeable to an untrained Taoist, a fact demons often use to their advantage in combat. But there's a solution, albeit a rather unpleasant one. You can develop immunity to any poison, demon venom included. It's fortunate we've encountered such formidable foes so early on. Your body will quickly learn how to counteract their venom. They each contain demonic cores. Your task is to extract them. Get to it.
A plant known as hogweed came to my mind as soon as I started butchering the demons' carcasses. It was notorious for a certain dangerous property. When its sap touched human skin, it completely stripped away the skin's protection against the rays of Eris, which resulted in severe burns and even death upon exposure to sunlight. I had once picked a few shoots carelessly as a kid, being in complete ignorance of this fact. The ensuing burn had been agonizing. My hand had swollen up with blisters as large as fists. My father said I'd remember that lesson for life. And I had indeed steered clear of dangerous plants ever since. Now, as I was dissecting the demons, I understood that the pain from the hogweed was but a gentle tickle compared to this. My hands felt as though they had been plunged into boiling water, then salted and placed on coals. Then the cycle repeated. Tears flowed involuntarily, and I found myself gasping, growling, cursing all the demons and their creators. Yet I continued with my butchery. Excruciating as the pain may have been, it didn't hinder my hands' work. My mentor said the demonic core would have the shape of a small dark orb. As I discovered, these cores had many weird energy-filled threads stretched towards them, converging at certain points filled with darkness. I realized these points were nodes, and the energy threads were meridians. The demon I was dissecting must have achieved a certain stage of ascension, and not a minor one either. There were too many nodes and meridians. I ripped out the dark orb and extended it towards my mentor with trembling hands, still growling from the unbearable pain. He silently placed his hand on mine, and the pain vanished, along with my consciousness. It had struggled not to leave me during the torture, but couldn't cope with the sudden relief from pain. I fell to the ground, senseless. Master Guerlin caught his apprentice before he hit the ground and applied healing once again. The Taoist felt an emotion he had long forgotten. Embarrassment. Perhaps even shame. The venom of the lower demons that had reached the warrior stage was deadly even for apprentice Taoists. The difference in ascension levels was too great, and the venom's effect too strong. Guerlin expected his apprentice to touch the demon's body and start screaming in agony. It would have been a good lesson for the young man. Never touch a demon if you are unaware of its ascension stage. Xander hadn't clarified this before undertaking the task, and was supposed to suffer for it. And yet, instead of running to him, tail tucked and howling in pain, the stubborn fool gasped, growled, and hissed, yet carried on regardless. His hands had gotten burned almost to the bone. It would take several days to fully heal them, but that didn't matter. Rest was necessary. And now there was a legitimate reason why training could be temporarily postponed. However, what truly concerned the Taoist was the appearance of second-tier demons in Tier 0. He glanced again at the 2 amulets used for blocking energy hunger. They were made cheaply and quickly, but were effective enough for such junk, allowing a warrior stage demon to spend several days in Tier 0. The information that demons had acquired an artificer capable of creating such items would bring many spirit coins, as would the highborn captive. Despite the terrible smell of death, she could not be killed. There were too many Taoists in demonic captivity. Those not yet broken needed rescuing. This captive was clearly no ordinary demon. Otherwise, she wouldn't be assigned 2 warrior demons, one of whom was also a succubus. All that remained was to find the wormhole, kill everyone and everything in its vicinity, and sell the captive to House Wang. An ideal plan, but it was necessary to find out which tribe their prisoner belonged to. How many spirit coins could be extracted from House Wang in exchange depended on this circumstance. It went without saying that the filthy lucre was the seeker's last concern, but Tier 0 was too eager to kill his apprentice. There must be a price paid for this folly, and he would ensure it was paid. Chapter 13.
You're no Taoist. You're an old fraud. A pathetic coward hiding your true power. It's probably for the best I didn't eat you. You must be poisoned, or I would have gotten indigestion, the girl accused my mentor.
If you don't quiet down, I'll gag you, was the mentor's response. He appeared calm on the outside, but I had come to know my mentor well enough to recognize he was barely restraining himself from silencing the idiot demon permanently. The brat had been stunned into silence until the morning, but upon realizing no one intended to kill her, she began to hurl insults at us. The variety of epithets she used was enlightening. Some were entirely new to me, and I listened with interest. The young demon clearly had a knack for swearing, and she managed to provoke my usually serene mentor.
You won't dare! I'll suffocate and no one will pay a ransom for me. Then our tribe's elite will hunt you and your whelp down, the demon retorted defiantly.
No ransom will be forthcoming until you name your tribe, my mentor noted.
As if I would disclose my great tribe's name to every lowlife. You're a cheater and a traitor concealing your ascension. You've won dishonorably.
I'll find out what I need to know regardless, my mentor replied calmly, a sharp stiletto appearing in his hand. The choice is yours.
You wouldn't dare. That's forbidden. The demon girl attempted to recoil but couldn't.
My knots had held well. As my mentor approached, the young demon's complexion turned pale, almost human-like. Indeed, if not for her strange eyes and the sickly sweet odor my mentor had once warned me about, distinguishing the captive from a human girl would have been challenging.
We'll soon see about this, the Taoist said emotionally, plunging the stiletto's blade into the cocoon.
The captive screamed and thrashed, but the bindings held tight. My mentor twisted the stiletto, and tears sprang from the girl's eyes. Without knowing her history, I might have felt pity for the wretch, but this creature had devoured at least 4 villages. To boost their ascension, fledgling demons required human life force, preferably coming from Taoists. Thus, the latter were often not killed right away, but taken to the demon world, where they were a valuable commodity, a source of nourishment necessary for ascension. The mentor sheathed the stiletto, but the captive took a while to recover.
I know it's futile to hope for reason from you, but I'll ask one more time before I continue with the stiletto. What's your name? Which tribe do you belong to? And what's your position in the royal order of succession? You still say nothing? Well, you haven't disappointed me. I was rather hoping for this. Let's continue.
Stop!
The demon screamed hysterically as the stiletto nearly touched the rope cocoon.
I'm Vilea of the Urbangos tribe, the eldest daughter of Almerida, the tribe leader, the first in line for the throne.
You're not lying, the mentor declared, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Apparently, he had hoped for longer resistance. But what's a royal second-tier demon heiress doing in Tier 0 of the human world?
I was feeding. This wormhole was granted to one of our tribes, and my mother has allowed me to hunt humans to advance my ascension. These Tier 0 humans are inept and worthless. They didn't deserve to live. They weren't even fit to be my food. Yet you ate them, and I will eat many more. You didn't kill me, which means you'll use me to bargain. I've memorized your face, cunning traitor. And now I know that Taoists can hide their ascension. I'll be more careful next time. When I take my mother's throne, I'll send our entire elite after you. They'll drag you here on a leash, and I'll relish devouring your power. You'll be mine, fake Taoist! No. I'll feed you to the weakest demons of my world, the outcasts. You're unworthy of being my meal.
How many demons guard the wormhole, and what is their ascension stage? The mentor interrupted her tirade.
You can't win, fake Taoist. The wormhole is protected by the strongest demons of your Bongos tribe, those aspiring to become the elite.
That's not what I asked. The Taoist made a menacing grimace as he directed the stiletto towards the cocoon again.
Valia breathed heavily, biting her lip to hold back a scream, but screamed out loud after just a few moments. All right, I'll tell you everything! Stop!
How many demons guard the wormhole, and what is their ascension stage? The mentor repeated his question.
One of the demon tribes from Tier 0, Valia gasped, struggling for breath. About 100 lesser demons and 20 higher ones. All from Tier 0, but I don't know their ascension stage. Just father. My mother had only assigned me 2 elite demons for protection. But you have killed them deceitfully, human scum. Taoists aren't supposed to fight like that.
My final question. Where is the wormhole?
I hate you. I hate all humans, but I hate Taoists most of all! Valia screamed, breaking into tears. She didn't want to betray her own, but the merciless Taoist was leaving her no choice.
You haven't answered me, my mentor said,
his bloodthirsty smile terrifying enough to make anyone stutter permanently. The girl spilled the beans at once, and even nodded towards the location of a wormhole.
Apprentice, wait here. Demons cannot be trusted. I can't believe they would send only 2 higher demons, even if they were of warrior rank, to guard a tribe's heiress apparent. You're not ready for a fight with their like.
As you say, mentor, I said, addressing thin air. The Taoist had dashed off with the speed of lightning, quickly disappearing among the surrounding trees. What's with this apprentice and mentor business? Valia sneered and even spat. It's disgusting to watch you. There are only slaves, servants, and masters, nothing more. No mentors, no apprentices. You are either a master or a servant. There is no alternative. Worthless human. Such a dull and stupid world. I hate you. All you're good for is to serve us as food. My mentor only returned in the evening. His appearance was frightening. The cloak remained impeccably clean, but everything else looked as if a Taoist had been caught in a rain of blood. Seeing the Taoist, Valia paled once again. My mentor stopped next to the small demon and spoke in such a cold tone that even I shivered. The only fact that you are indeed the senior heiress of the Urbongos tribe prevents me from killing you right here and now. I want you to understand for the future, while you are still a living demon. If fate brings our paths together again and you lie to me, it will be the last thing you do in your foolish life. A seeker's word. There will be no second exchange. Apprentice, gather your things. We are returning to Vorend. Our captive reeks too much. We need to dispose of her as soon as possible. I was itching to bombard my mentor with all manner of questions about what had happened and how he closed a wormhole, but I knew he wouldn't answer while Valia was with us. Having settled into the passenger seat of my mentor's self-propelled cart, I was forced to hold Valia close to prevent her from falling out. Initially, she screamed and even tried to bite me, but this stopped as soon as my mentor hit his favorite speed. She did squeal like a pig for a while later, but ran out of steam before too long. Thankfully, she stopped trying to escape. Instead, she clung to me tightly to avoid being thrown off during sharp turns. We reached Vorend late at night. In addition to holding Valia, I had to hold a lantern to light the way. My mentor deemed slowing down a sign of weakness. He didn't even notice the city gates, which had been closed for the night. Our cart crashed right through them, easily breaking through the thick wood. There were shouts and the ringing of a bell, but the Taoist remained undeterred. He sped through the lit streets, forcing the few passer-by to dodge out of our way. We stopped in the familiar courtyard of House Wang, where the offspring of the Inner Circle families had once been taught.
Naturally, the gates to the courtyard had also been closed, and were now sporting a huge hole. The Golden Rank Master found it beneath his dignity to wait for admission into the palace of Tier Zero's most influential family. Our arrival went unnoticed by the guards until we reached the main doors. Only then did the alarm bell sound. Everyone started running around and getting in each other's ways, clueless about what was happening. My mentor had, of course, immediately stowed the cart in his spatial pocket, so no one understood who had attacked the palace or the cause of a massive hole in the gates. Passing guards ran right by us, barely glancing at our party and losing interest in us as soon as they noticed the phoenix emblem on my mentor's chest. The guard didn't even question who we were dragging along, even though the scent of a demon should have been obvious to all. This caused my mentor to make a couple of scathing comments about the general incompetence of the palace security. Soon, we entered a small office, and the Taoist gestured towards one of the chairs.
"Throw her over there. Enough carrying her around like she's something precious. Huriki Wang, this is Seeker Guerlin, Master of the Golden Rank, speaking. I await you in your office."
My mentor's last sentences were shouted so loudly that my ears rang for a long time afterward. The hustle inside the palace increased, but no one rushed to confront us. About 10 minutes later, the noise died down, and half an hour after that, the doors opened to reveal a rather imposing man. Even though he was dressed in a robe, his presence exuded strength. Huriki Wang, the mayor of Vorend and head of House Wang, appeared to be around 50, though likely much older. His chubby cheeks and rounded belly indicated a Taoist who had long abandoned rigorous training, yet his strength remained evident.
"Isn't it a bit early for a meeting, Senior Guerlin?"
Huriki Wang asked, taking his seat and ignoring me and our captive, as if we were not there at all. Yet I was certain. The head of House Wang was well aware we had brought a demon into his office.
"I have no wish to wait until morning, Junior," my mentor replied. "The contract has been fulfilled. The wormhole is closed. Any remaining demon groups in the area are now your responsibility." "I assume, Senior, that you didn't barge into my home in the middle of the night to report something so mundane."
Huriki Wang began to show irritation, but retained his composure so far.
"No, this isn't about that. I'd like to introduce you to Vailea of the Urbangos tribe, the eldest daughter of a tribe leader. If you're unfamiliar with the hierarchy of the second-tier Demon World's tribes, the position of the Urbangos tribe in the second tier of the Demon World is roughly equivalent to that of House Kang in the second tier of the Human World."
"The eldest daughter?"
Huriki Wang paled, his anger disappearing.
"There were second-tier demons in our tier?"
"A full squad of 20 lesser and 10 higher demons, all equipped with amulets to block energy hunger. Like this one."
My mentor tossed a small amulet to the mayor, who turned even paler, although that had seemed impossible a moment ago.
"Who else knows about this?"
Huriki Wang asked, sounding defeated.
"Guerlin,
who else did you tell about the demons?"
"I don't like your question, Junior. It doesn't bode well for Prophet."
"What Prophet, Guerlin?" Huriki Wang, still pale, looked at my mentor as if he represented a glitch in the fabric of reality that shouldn't be there by any account. "Why did you bring her here?"
"Kill her immediately."
"Junior believes he has the right to tell me what to do?" My mentor's voice turned to steel.
I tensed, expecting the overpowering effect of a master's aura, but it didn't come. The Taoist restrained himself this time.
"Senior, there was no need to bring her here. She's from the second tier. She'll die of hunger."
"She's from Tier 0, Junior. Just as insignificant as the brats from the nursery the higher clans have made of your city. Those who'll come after her will be from the second tier, though. You're right about that."
"They're going to come after her?"
Huriki Wang groaned at such news. My mentor and Huriki Wang locked gazes for a long while. From the outside, it seemed like they were engaged in a silent dialogue.
"I can't kill her now. After becoming my captive, she has acquired the status of a valuable asset. If House Wang doesn't need the prize, I'll take her to House Dun. I suppose the Tiger Clan will jump at the chance of rescuing Taoists from demon captivity."
"There's no need for that, Senior."
Huriki Wang looked like he might have a stroke.
"I'm waiting for an explanation, Junior."
Mentor Guerlin crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair.
"Why should the clan remain ignorant of the demon invasion?"
Huriki Wang glanced at me, and then back at my mentor.
My apprentice will stay here. I need a reason, Junior. A reason why I won't receive 600 spirit coins.
Huriki Wang swallowed hard at the amount mentioned, glancing toward the door as if checking whether it was locked. The head of House Wang confessed reluctantly.
The information about demons appearing in Tier 0 hasn't left the clan. They know nothing about the wormhole or the ravaged villages. Some protocols have been breached, you see, and some laws. House Wang believed it could handle the problem on its own, thus keeping a large portion of finances within the tier. If the daughter of a second-tier demon tribe leader appears suddenly, questions will be raised about her origin. House Wang is already in a precarious position within the clan. There are many complaints that we spend too little time training the noble offspring. We provide them with too few resources, they say, rarely lead them in campaigns. If an opportunity arises to take away our Tier 0 leadership, our enemies within the clan will surely take advantage. For the same reason, the demon cannot be handed over to other clan families. Unwarranted questions will destroy House Wang.
Is it because House Wang's financial system is controlled by House Sof of the first tier?
Senior understands the problem correctly. We cannot allow this demon to appear out of thin air, nor can we pay you for your silence. The 200 spirit coins we scraped together for closing the wormhole were all we could gather within the clan.
So I might not receive my 600 spirit coins after all, the mentor mused, looking at Vilea.
The girl was listening, but couldn't intervene. She had indeed been gagged before we broke into the city. Silence fell as no one dared interrupt the Taoist's thoughts. Finally, he asked,
Are there more wormholes in Tier 0?
None in the Phoenix Clan sector, Huriki Wang assured. This was the only one, and it didn't bode well. Senior, can we negotiate your silence? House Wang would be infinitely grateful to Seeker Guerlin.
What, even to the extent of taking my apprentice under your wing? Elder Guerlin chuckled. Don't strain yourself. I'm not asking for the impossible. In any case, the main problem for Xander won't be House Wang, but the 4 Ascension schools. They will do everything to eliminate him.
House Wang can step aside and let your apprentice deal with the schools without our interference, Huriki Wang suggested, to which the mentor shook his head.
Won't questions arise about your inaction? Is House Wang ready to go against the will of the Ascension schools' heads?
Huriki Wang pursed his lips but gave no reply. The head of House Wang saw no opportunity to make my mentor interested in finishing off the demon, and Vilea now posed an even bigger problem for the piece of Tier 0 than the Seeker's apprentice.
I was supposed to receive textbooks on alchemy and artifact crafting. Where are they?
They'll be coming here tomorrow morning. Today,
Huriki Wang corrected himself.
And the tools?
Along with the textbooks.
Another pause ensued. Mentor Guerlin looked at the pale Vilea, at me, at the head of House Wang, and then his gaze seemed to focus on infinity for a few seconds. Finally, he sighed heavily, making a decision.
We need 2 rooms, one with 2 beds for me and my apprentice, and another with 1 bed for the demon. House Wang is to ensure our safety for the night. If anyone or anything dares to disturb us tonight, I'll be upset. Very upset. To the point of no longer wishing to avoid conflict with House Wang. Is that clear?
The mayor nodded. Now, without the backing of the clan's strength, he had no choice but to comply with any demands from Seeker Guerlin.
In the morning, I expect all the necessary books and tools, my payment for closing the wormhole, and a complete map of Tier 0, along with breakfast. After breakfast, we will leave Vorand. No one will learn about the intrusion of second-tier demons into Tier 0. The eldest daughter of the Urbongos tribe leader will disappear. But House Wang will owe me a favor, and I do not yet know what it will be. We will sign a contract specifying not only the obligations, but also the reasons the contract has been drafted in the first place. If you refuse the favor in the future, a copy of the contract will go to the Phoenix clan. This is the only offer I can make to House Wang. Greed comes at a price.
We will draft the contract, the mayor of Vorand said. Your rooms will be ready in a few minutes. Anything else, Senior?
Food for free. The mentor glanced at the quiet Vilea. 10 spirit stones of a yellow anomaly level. a warm bath, and a change of traveling clothes for the captive, to fit a girl around 11 years old, slender. That's all. Everything will be provided to you, Senior. It seemed Huriki Wang was ready to agree to any demand to prevent the information about the demons from reaching the inner belts. In that case, I assume Junior has much work to do. The rooms were allocated within 10 minutes. Hoisting the captive onto my shoulder, I carried her to the designated room, where the mentor managed to shock me. Untie her. The young demon didn't resist. A day in bonds had not been kind to her in terms of personal hygiene, but Vilea was utterly unconcerned. She had clearly heard the mentor's words about her imminent disappearance. What did it matter in what condition she would die? The Taoist approached the girl and placed his hands on her shoulder. The healing technique of humans differ from that of demons. It will hurt, but the most dangerous wounds will close up. Try not to scream. Biting her lip until it bled ordinary red blood, Vilea endured the treatment. She didn't utter a word about our nature or what she would like to happen to us. You're smart enough to understand the situation. House Wang refuses to take you and trade you further. They need you to disappear. So we have to arrange that somehow. I don't wish to kill you. You're a valuable asset to me. Therefore, I'll have to negotiate with the demons myself. The nearest place where that's possible is the eastern region of the Empire, the lands of the Griffin clan. Even by the most optimistic estimate, it's about 2 months' travel. I have no desire to keep you tied up all that time, so I'm offering you a choice. Either you leave now and try to blend in with the human crowd, or you travel with me and my apprentice as a third passenger, not a prisoner. This will take around 2 months, maybe a bit more. I have no time constraints. Once we reach the lands of the demons, I'll arrange a meeting with someone from the second tier. If you're truly valuable to your mother, she'll buy you back. If not, you'll die. I won't just let you go. But if you choose the second option, you'll serve as my apprentice's sparring partner during the journey. You'll try to inflict as much pain as possible on him. You're even allowed to attempt to kill him during sparring sessions, but only during sparring. If I sense any malicious intent from you during the journey or our stops, you'll die. Make your choice, little demon. Is that even a choice? Death as one option, and a chance to return home as the other? Are humans so foolish that anyone would choose the former? Sometimes death is the better outcome, the Taoist replied calmly. Only slaves say that, not masters. I choose the second option, fake Taoist. If I'm allowed to beat the crap out of this runt every day, even better. 2 months of joy. What else could I wish for? Then I need your oath, Vilea of the Urbongos tribe. You know much about demons, deceitful Taoist, the girl snorted, but nevertheless declared. I swear on the life of my tribe not to cause problems for the group transporting me to the lands of the demons for further negotiation with my tribe. I swear to protect the group as I would protect myself. I swear to treat each member of the group as I would myself. I swear to obey the commands of Seeker Guerlin, and I swear to beat 7 types of crap out of a Seeker's apprentice while I'm at it. Is that good enough? Quite, the mentor nodded. The bath is over there. Clean yourself up. I have a question, Seeker. Your cart only has 2 seats. How will we travel? The mentor didn't dignify Vilea with an answer and left the room. For a while, I stared into the demonic brat's golden eyes. I will make you beg for mercy, Seeker's apprentice, the girl snarled viciously. Every sparring session will be as if it's my last. I will destroy you, make you whine. Yes, I'll fulfill my oath now, but as soon as I return home it ends, and then I'll do everything within my power to find you. I'll rip out your heart along with your core and eat it in front of you as you die at my feet. Live with that, human. Get out of my room, future snack. I don't want to see you here. Chapter 14. Enough. The sparring ends for today. Demon, do you need healing? I'll manage, Vilea snarled, her gaze locked on me. Her pupils narrowed into slits, turning her eyes almost entirely yellow. My opponent wiped the blood from her broken nose, breathing heavily. Next time you'll die, weakling. Next time I won't hold back, Yellow Eyes, I retorted. If you think you're strong, what about the rest of the demons?
Can they even walk? Or do their servants have to carry them around? Great and fearsome lords that can't even wipe their own butts. I'll crush you, you vermin! Vilea growled, crouching as if to launch at me again. I'll kill you and rip out your vile tongue, but I'll eat it right before your eyes, and not even your fake Taoist will be able to heal you then. Go ahead. Give it another try, I said, adopting a defensive stance. Looks like I haven't wiped the floor with you enough. Your mentor said to stop the fight. I'm glad I got to thump that thick skull of yours a bit, since you clearly lack the brains to obey your master. Vilea straightened up and walked towards the stream to wash up. I staggered after her. Our mentor was particularly meticulous about how we presented ourselves at mealtime. Dirt and disheveled clothing irked him. Those who neglected their hygiene weren't allowed at the table, a lesson learned through experience. A month had passed since we left Volrend. The mentor's self-propelled cart only had 2 seats, one for the driver and one for a passenger, so I had to share the seat with Vilea all this time. Sharing meant keeping her on my lap and holding her close to prevent her from falling. Most of our journey was over rugged terrain, so the cart was relentlessly jostled and bumped. But it moved. The ribbed wide wheels demonstrated their strength, and an independent suspension system, as I learned it was called, allowed the cart to feel relatively stable even on rocky paths. Not even rivers and lakes hindered our transport. The mentor's cart moved across the water's surface like a boat. The mentor even forbade us to breathe during such moments, but those were just details. Each morning began with exercise, which Vilea soon joined. After that, we sparred with swords and then continued our journey until lunch, which again started with sparring, but this time in hand-to-hand combat. I had served Vilea as a punching bag for a whole week. On the first day, she had nearly killed me. My mentor had to forbid her from crushing my head with her foot. It was humiliating, to the point of tears. The mentor healed me afterward, and we kept moving until dinner. Then, a 2-hour training session awaited us, followed by an hour of meditation, and then lights out. As we progressed, I analyzed the demon girl's technique, searching for weaknesses. Initially, it was challenging, especially with Vilea sitting on my lap, whispering all sorts of threats about what part of me she would tear off in the next fight. But gradually, I found a state of focus where nothing and no one could disturb me. I dissected the fights with the annoying girl. Having an eidetic memory helped me immensely. I could see not only Vilea's movements, but my own as well, including all the mistakes made. I couldn't mentally correct them, but in the next sparring session I tried not to repeat them, and catch Vilea on her favorite strikes. It took me a week to fully adapt to the demoness's fighting style, and emerge from sparring sessions on my own 2 feet. Another week had passed with us matched more or less evenly, and for the past 2 weeks I'd been turning the tables on her, pummeling her with my fists as hard as I could. Winning became easier when you knew your opponent's fighting style, all their moves, and how they would act in various situations. Yes, victories were hard won. Vilea proved to be a formidable opponent, and knowing how to block strikes was a far cry from being actually able to do it. Nonetheless, it was she who ended up on the ground more often than I. The only downside to this journey was the inability to practice artifact crafting. The mentor didn't furnish me with any tools, textbooks, or ingredients. While the first wasn't necessary at the beginning, and I already knew enough not to need the second, it was impossible to make anything at all without the third. The only explanation for Seeker Guerlin's behavior was that he didn't want to reveal too much about our capabilities to our temporary companion. She had already learned too much about me, my mentor, and humans in general. Ideally, she should have been eliminated. But the 600 spirit coins the mentor kept mentioning were too enticing a prize, even for seekers who normally disdained money. We're not going anywhere else today, the mentor announced suddenly, right after we had lunch. While the Taoist and I consumed regular human food, Vilea had a tough time. Human food didn't suit her. She could eat it, but to gain enough energy, she needed the life force of living beings. That was problematic. We couldn't let the girl devour humans. And if only she consumed them whole. But no! Beings from another world feasted only on the heart and the core. If the latter was absent, which was often the case, since most residents of Tier 0 had obvious difficulties embarking on the path of ascension, only the heart was consumed. Without gaining life force, demons killed merely for the sake of killing, gaining no benefit. I couldn't understand it, and Vilea would just shrug,
claiming that worthless vessels, unwilling to embark on the path of ascension, were no better than animals, and deserved exactly the same fate. The only thing sustaining the girl was the spirit stones the mentor fed her daily, but we all saw that without proper food, Vilea began to wither. She put on a brave face and snapped back constantly, but perhaps she had been losing to me these last 2 weeks because her strength was fading. "Are we taking a break, Mentor?" I asked. "This break is for me," Battawas sneered. "You two are going off on an important mission." "Us too," Vilea frowned. "The fake Taoist wants me to go somewhere with his slave and engage in some collective activity with him. Isn't that too much honor? We agreed on sparring, and that I behave calmly throughout the journey. There was no talk of joint missions. I won't do what we didn't initially agree upon." "Fine. You don't have to." The Mentor was tranquility itself. "Then we'll just let the 20 wolves that have embarked on the path of ascension pass by and move on. Their leader, as far as I can see, has even reached the apprentice stage. I wanted to send you on a hunt. It would be beneficial for the apprentice to fight in a deadly duel with strong beasts, and you could do with some worthy food. But since we didn't agree on any of this—" "I agree." The change in Vilea was palpable as her eyes lit up at the prospect of food. "I agree to undertake a joint mission with your slave." "Apprentice, Vilea. He is my apprentice. You're not going anywhere with a slave." "Duh. I can call him Lord Xander if you like. Just hand all the wolves over to me." "You won't be able to handle the leader." "Fake Taoist. Don't be foolish. You kill the leader and give me its still warm body. The rest will be taken care of by your—" "Oh, fine. Let's call him Apprentice. I need this." "When one needs something, they usually ask," Vilea of Urbongos' tribe. "Slaves and servants ask," the girl snorted. "I refuse to do it, even on the pain of death. You can torture me and I might have to surrender to save my life, but you won't break me, petty human, pretending to be a Taoist." "So be it, demon. Apprentice, our plans have changed. Pack up the tent. We're moving on." Vilea snorted as if she didn't believe the Mentor's words, and she boarded the cart with eyes wide from astonishment. She must have thought until the last moment that the Mentor was joking, and that she was about to receive a whole pack of wolves on a platter. Nonetheless, the girl remained silent. Moreover, she didn't utter a word until the evening, which was more than fine by me, as her repetitive insults were starting to get tedious. Her arsenal had seemed boundless initially, but when she started repeating herself for the 10th time, I started to tire of that ceaseless stream of profanity. The next morning started without the usual warm-up. The Mentor laid out food on an improvised table, made us perform our ablutions at the nearest pond, and when the table and utensils were packed back into the spatial pocket, he said, giving Vilea an intent gaze, "2 candidate stage raccoons of the golden rank are hiding nearby. Are we moving on?" "I hate you, fake Taoist." Vilea kept emphasizing that she didn't regard my Mentor worthy of the title. "I'd rather die than ask anything of you. Got it? The spirit stones will suffice to keep me going." "The spirit stones are no more, demon." The Taoist's voice was devoid of emotion. He was just stating the facts. "Those I have left would burn you out. You'll have to take nourishment like humans do. According to the map, we've only covered half the distance." I hate this world and everyone in it." Vilea's voice was like a hiss. "I need those raccoons. Bring me their corpses, fake Taoist. That's my command. You need me to fight your weakling, don't you? If I don't have energy, I can't fight at full strength. You won't get the results you're after." "Your assistance is no longer required, demon. Someone incapable of grasping the concept of asking politely is unworthy of training. If you choose not to pursue the path of ascension and prefer death, well, such will be your choice. We shall be resigned to accept it. Your task is to survive until the moment of trade. And yes, I am well aware of what happens to demons at the initial stages of ascension that fail to receive life energy for prolonged periods of time." The Mentor materialized the self-propelled cart and gestured for us to get in. Vilea bared her teeth but complied, climbing onto my lap. I could feel her shaking,
her pride preventing her from acting in any different manner. This went on for 3 weeks. Morning, noon, and evening, the mentor announced that a beast at the stage of ascension was nearby. Valia growled, cursed, and demanded that food be brought to her, and staunchly refused to ask. The mentor was pleased. It gave him more time to focus on training me intensely. At one point, I even began to miss our sparring sessions with the demonic brat. I won those, but I stood no chance in duels against the mentor. The Taoist constantly broke my clavicle with the same strike. Day after day, he would heal me, force me to stand up, and break it again, up to 10 times per training session. It was not so much painful as it was humiliating. Neither physical training nor meditation helped. It appeared that the mentor was just stronger than me. The landscapes we were passing through had changed significantly. The forest had ended a week ago, and before us lay a vast hilly expanse. As a forest dweller, I found this profoundly unnerving. I hadn't imagined places could be so empty. There were no animals or birds to be seen anywhere, just endless green expanses dotted with occasional rivers and lakes. We hadn't come across any villages or roads for a long time. The mentor said we were still moving through the southern sector, but were getting close to demon lands. I closed my eyes and replayed the fight with my mentor for what felt like the 100th, maybe even 1,000th time. Different fights. Predicting the Taoist's actions was impossible. He seemed to use various stances and strikes all the time, but the end result was always the same, a monstrously powerful blow to the shoulder area. There might have been some logic or pattern to the mentor's movements, but I couldn't see it. I always missed the moment of impact and failed to dodge in time. I didn't even attempt to block. The few times I'd tried it, my arm had gotten injured so badly that the Taoist had to spend twice as much time healing me than usual. And the damaged arm still didn't help to block the strike. The Taoist's fist inevitably reached its target.
You didn't deflect the strike. What have you been doing for the last hour, apprentice?
These words, spoken almost 2 months ago, infiltrated my mind and refused to leave. Now, the mentor didn't allow such weakness. He would strike, maim, heal, and strike again, silently and terrifyingly. And if at the beginning of our training he had tried to explain and show things to me, he had ceased to do so since Valia had joined us. Apparently, he believed I should have practiced what I had learned earlier. I stopped recreating the most recent shameful defeats in my memory and tried to recall the equally shameful defeats of the past. Not even defeats, but that very hour when the mentor taught me how to block a strike. It took some effort, but it seemed to work. 2 blurred figures appeared before me, as if emerging from a fog. One of them took a stance while the other started nitpicking on every detail. The mentor focused mainly on the legs, their positioning and how they were bent. Then came the torso with its tilt and rotation. And only then did he mention the arm, treating it as something so insignificant that it wasn't even worth paying attention to. Its task was simple, to transfer the energy from the legs and torso to the right point, to meet the opponent's strike with your own, forcing them to deviate. I went over the sequence again. Legs, torso, and arms as an afterthought. Turn, tilt, and block. No, this wouldn't merely be a block, a deflecting counterstrike. I opened my eyes in astonishment. The revelation that had dawned upon me during this recapitulation was that what I had been shown differed fundamentally from what I had been doing in real fights, both with Valia and the mentor. I had been relying solely on my arms and neglecting to engage my legs or torso. The notion of transferring energy from one part of a body to another hadn't even crossed my mind. And the mentor hadn't mentioned it. He demanded faith from me, no less. Faith in my ability to block his strike. What did faith have to do with anything? It was all a matter of movements, which I had been executing incorrectly all along. The mentor saw this, but continued to trounce me time and time again. Was it all because he had once showed me the correct movements and was now waiting for me to learn the lesson at last? If so, why couldn't he just say so? Why not correct me? The mentor gave no answers. He kept driving the cart forward steadfastly. Valia slept, her face buried in my shoulder. She'd hardly have a strength for anything these last 2 days. She could barely walk, constantly swaying and falling. Human food didn't give her any energy, but the stubborn demoness persistently refused to ask my mentor for help. She only gave orders. Iris was nearly all the way down the horizon, but we didn't plan to stop. A man-made structure appeared directly in our path all of a sudden. It resembled a small stone castle with high towers. Lanterns were burning all over the castle, illuminating the surrounding area for about 600 feet, and to the left and right at some distance, more castles could be seen. The mentor deigned to vouchsafe an explanation this time.
This is the border of a Phoenix clan's lands. Beyond lie the lands of a Griffin clan, the lands of demons.
The mentor drove past the castle. There was some activity, but they didn't shoot at us, even though I clearly saw people on the walls holding combat crossbows. However, in just a few moments, an unknown Taoist seemed to have sprouted from the ground about 300 feet ahead. He radiated a sense of confidence and power. The mentor pulled the levers, and the cart stopped, but a few feet away from the Taoist, who didn't even flinch. He looked at us arrogantly and said,
"Turn around and head to the castle for questioning. Resistance will be considered as disobedient to the laws of the Phoenix clan, and I must inform you, it warrants a death penalty. A silver rank warrior has been stationed in this fly-blown place so long he's forgotten his manners." My mentor's voice was like steel. "Identify yourself and explain by what right you impede a master Taoist of a golden rank." The arrogance of the man standing before us diminished swiftly. Nevertheless, he collected himself, his earlier pomposity restored. "I am Zalon Kang, a silver-ranked warrior Taoist. I am in command of Outpost 327. State your name."
"I am Seeker Guerlin, a master Taoist of a golden rank." Guerlin introduced himself and threw a badge of sort to him. Zalon Kang looked at the object, his lips tightening as if what he saw in front of him embodied some outrageous travesty, but he handed it back to my mentor in a very formal and respectful manner, instead of throwing it, nevertheless. The outpost commander glanced meaningfully at Vilea, who had awakened, but remained silent so far.
"Does Junior Zalon Kang have any more questions for me?"
The mentor's tone was the epitome of politeness.
"Perhaps, Senior Guerlin," the Taoist bowed. "May luck be with you in your quest."
"A seeker does not need luck," the mentor replied. "Luck seeks the seeker. A foolish test, Junior. Everyone knows that phrase."
"Please forgive me, Senior, but there are rules. I had to ask. I also must ask, what is a demon doing in your cart?"
"Riding along," the mentor answered calmly. "Anything else?" Zalon Kang could not respond to such a blatant challenge in any way. Seekers were beyond the law, and accusing one of violating clan rules was as foolish as scolding fire for burning. The Taoist stepped aside, letting us pass. No one doubted that information about us would reach the higher echelons, but my mentor seemed unconcerned. He manipulated the levers, and we started to accelerate quickly. The castles were soon far behind, and eventually disappeared from view, as did Iris. The steep plunged into darkness so rapidly that it became impossible to move at an acceptable speed, even with the lantern.
"We'll stop for a break here."
Having announced that, the mentor stopped the cart and tossed both tents onto the ground. I laid Vilea onto the earth and began setting up camp. Previously, the demon brat and I would do this together, but due to her fasting, she had completely lost her strength. The mentor started a fire, sat opposite it, and closed his eyes, preparing for meditation. There was no food, but we had grown accustomed to trusting the mentor's judgment on when it was best to eat and when to fast. Plain water sufficed. After drinking, I approached the meditating mentor and bowed deeply, something I hadn't done in a long time. "Mentor, I seek your assistance in a certain matter."
"Speak up,"
the Taoist said, eyes still closed. "I most humbly request a full contact sparring session with you." My unexpected request prompted the mentor to open his eyes. He studied me slightly for a while, as if trying to understand when I had lost my senses, but without reaching any conclusions, he rose and immediately attacked. With no warning or any other preamble, he launched the same unstoppable strike to the shoulder that had been shattering my bones for the last 2 weeks. Legs, torso, arm. A strike cannot be blocked. It can only be deflected. I knew I was outmatched in every aspect: speed, strength, and agility. However, the mentor had ordered me to believe in myself, and it seemed the moment had come.
I literally felt a wave of warmth rise from my legs, swirl in my torso, and when the Mentor's lightning-fast fist almost touched my shoulder, the warmth found its outlet in my fist. My hand went numb, as if I had hit a stone wall and not a human body. But something strange happened this time. My shoulder didn't flare up in pain. I didn't see another strike coming, but rather felt it. This time it was aimed at the other shoulder. Legs, torso, arm, the same as before, in perfect symmetry. I didn't see the Mentor strike, it was too fast. I simply released the warmth that had reached my fist and felt my other hand go numb. But even that wasn't the most astonishing thing to happen to me. Immediately after the second block, my body became enveloped in an incredibly pleasant wave of warmth. It swept from the tips of my fingers to the tips of my hair. I couldn't see the process, but I felt how my muscles absorbed this warmth, dissolved it within them, and transferred the remnants into my veins and bones, endowing them with some new properties. The colorful circles dancing before my eyes stopped. My numb hands regained their mobility, and I saw my Mentor looking grim. All the warmth dissolved, as if it had never been there.
2 months. It has taken you 2 months to overcome the most insignificant barrier in ascension, that of a bronze rank candidate Taoist. How long do you plan to spend on achieving the next one? 10 years? A lifetime? Starting tomorrow, our training will become more rigorous. Sometimes I think I'm just wasting my time with you. 2 months to advance by a rank. Don't mention this to anyone, apprentice. Spare me the embarrassment.
The Mentor returned to the fire, sat down, but I could sense he was overcome with emotion. For a while he sat staring at the fire, then turned toward Vilea, who simply lay there motionless.
If you don't start eating, forget all about ascension. How do you plan to seek revenge if you never overcome so much as the first barrier? Do you think your mother will let you feed on overlords? No, demon. Your maximum for the next 10 years will be candidates and apprentices. We have at least another week of travel. In 2 days, if you haven't absorbed someone's power, your barrier to ascension will become so dense that you'll never be able to break through it. The eldest daughter of a tribe leader will remain defective. If you want to die, go ahead, but stop blabbering about revenge. The weak don't seek revenge. Their ashes are carried by the wind all over the world.
Please. The voice was so quiet, the crackling of a fire nearly drowned it out. Please. I beg for some food. Please. Taoist. The Mentor stood up abruptly and vanished into the darkness. A rustle was heard in the distance, and soon he returned to the fire, holding a huge snake as thick as a grown man's leg in his hands. Goosebumps ran down my spine when I realized it had been slithering in the darkness near us. Bending over the weakened girl, the Mentor cut the snake's skin with a knife, reaching for its core, a small sphere where the meridian threads converged. Vilea seemed to have gone mad upon seeing this. Where did she even find the strength, I wondered? She grabbed the snake and started to tear it apart with her teeth, biting into the core and the meridians voraciously. A guttural roar echoed, reminding us that we were traveling with a demon and not a fellow human being. The girl may have looked innocent and harmless to a casual observer, but she was a dangerous creature that would joyfully devour anyone it could reach on its path to immortality. Having fed, Vilea tossed aside the now useless snake carcass and abruptly sat up. The demon looked peculiar, as if she was listening to herself and failed to understand what was happening.
All is as it should be, demon. Your barrier has been broken. I care not where you had acquired it. The heavens see everyone, and they grant trials commensurate with the limits of a person's capabilities. The future is unknown to me. Perhaps when you grow and venture into the human realm to hunt, I may have to kill you, or you might kill me, or we may never meet again. All of this is unimportant. These are mere probabilities, but what matters is your strength, not of a slave or servant, the strength of a lord. Your mother will have to spend a lump sum, Junior, and she will have no other option if she wishes to reclaim you to the tribe. After all, her eldest daughter has embarked on the path of ascension, becoming a higher copper-ranked demon of a candidate stage. This no longer costs 600 spirit coins. The price has gone up considerably.
Chapter 15.
Taoist, you demand the impossible.
I'll tell you what impossible is. It is impossible to overcome a barrier created by inept demons who fancied themselves great mentors. Do you think feeding alone would have helped your daughter? Open your eyes, demon. Vilea had hit a barrier and would never have embarked on the path of ascension without my help. What I demand is trifling compared to what the Urbangos tribe will gain. A demon who had embarked on the path of ascension in Tier 0 at 12 years of age. Over the 4 months that we have waited here, your daughter has made a tremendous leap toward the next stage of ascension. I want you to know, Almerida, that if during the time it takes you to fulfill my demands, your daughter reaches the bronze rank, my demands will increase. It is in your interest to hurry.
You're delusional, Taoist. No candidate can achieve the 2nd rank in just 4 months. It's impossible.
You're not paying attention, demon.
I said she's made a huge step toward the 2nd rank, but I didn't say she has overcome it yet.
However, if Vilea continues her training and meditation with the same fervor she has shown these last 4 months, she will need at most half a year to reach the barrier, which she will sweep away without even noticing. You may go home, think the whole thing over, and weigh my current demands, but when you return, they will have changed, doubled at least. By the way, I've never heard of a demon prodigy reaching the bronze rank of a candidate stage by the age of 12. Perhaps it makes sense to hand her over to House Barr. Maybe they'd want to study your daughter to understand how she's managed something like that.
Don't play with me, Taoist,
the demoness snarled, looking ready to pounce, but Master Guerlin was utterly unconcerned by his interlocutor's reaction. He calmly sipped his tea and placed the cup back on the table. I'm not trying to inflate my price or play outside the rules, demon. I know the rules. I know my limits. You can summon the Overlord. He might destroy me, but in the process your daughter will die, and she could elevate the Urbangos tribe, opening the path to the 3rd tier. How long have you aspired to that? Some 50 years at least, for sure. Now you have a chance. All you need to do is meet my demands. Instead of being thankful, you show aggression. Why is that? I will need time to arrange for your demands to be fulfilled, Almerida responded after a pause. Did I say I was in a hurry? I'm more than satisfied with our current location. My apprentice is training, your daughter is striving for ascension, increasing my potential profit, and the local demons are suffering. It's hard to imagine a better place for comprehensive training. Would you like to watch the tournament? Tournament? The demoness was taken aback. We came here not to fight, but to trade. Of course, I had to eliminate a few overly eager demons, both higher and lesser, but the rest understood soon enough that you could strike a deal with Seekers. I knew the wait would be long, so I arranged for a small tournament. Fights to the death are prohibited. Initially, only my apprentices had participated, and the demons were quite skeptical about our idea, but after a month, participants started showing up. It's been 4 months, and the Zhao Liman tournament has become a very popular weekly event, attracting demons from all around the area, and not just from the area. Today, for example, someone named Lurtak of Kripatian tribe has registered to participate. Are you familiar with him?
What are 1st-tier demons doing here?
Almerida frowned. They have their eyes on the main prize. The tournament rules allow any demon or human of a candidate stage to participate, so participants from the 1st tier have come to prove their strength, too.
Hold on.
Almerida suddenly realized what had been troubling her about Master Guerlin's words.
You mentioned that 2 of your apprentices were participating in the tournament. I was informed that Seeker Guerlin had only 1 apprentice. When did you find the 2nd one?
The heavens forbid teaching anything to someone you do not call an apprentice, demon. If you stay, you'll see everything with your own eyes. But I advise you not to waste time and hurry home. My demands will soon double. Your daughter is too stubborn. The 2nd barrier will not stop her.
I want to see how much Vilea has changed with my own eyes. When does the tournament start?
In 2 hours. I will accompany you to the box, demon. I present the finalists of today's Zhao Liman tournament.
the human Xander, a seeker, versus the demon Vilea from the Urbongos tribe. I stepped into the arena, struggling to keep a smirk off my face. The battle with the previous demon was glorious. Lurtak from the Kripatian tribe had managed to surprise me. He was a nimble, strong, and nearly unbeatable golden rank demon at the candidate stage. Golden ranked, no less. He was superior to me in every way, except he had never spent time practicing with a spear in his life. As the weaker contender, I was allowed to choose the weapon, and, having seen the demon's previous fights, I opted for a spear. Essentially, the demon's strength and agility were neutralized by the length of my weapon. No techniques were used in the tournament, so I had no way to lose. "Don't you ever calm down?" I smirked at the girl who faced me with a sword. Stubborn Vilea was determined to beat me in a sword fight, and had been training with frightening fervor. But over the 4 months that had passed since our first encounter with the demons, I hadn't remained idle either. I analyzed every fight, seeking out mistakes, and corrected them during the next training session. Reaching the bronze rank may not have made me much stronger, but it had nonetheless opened my eyes to the circulation of warmth in the body and significantly improved my analytical process. It had gotten to the point where I became able to predict Vilea's actions during sparring sessions, which now occurred daily. The mentor regularly brought small creatures that had embarked on the path of ascension over for the girl to feed on. It was terrifying to watch her rend raw flesh with her teeth and growl gutturally with pleasure as she did so. Of course, I had become accustomed to much over these 4 months, but sharing a meal with her was still a jarring experience. "Today my mother is watching." Vilea drew her Jian back and leaned forward slightly, ready to launch an attack. "I cannot afford to lose. I will tear you to pieces, and not even the mentor will be able to put you back together." "Of course. It's all about your mother's presence, and not the fact that a chained-up apprentice-level beast will be given to the winner as a prize," I smirked. "Don't give me stories about how you need to prove yourself. Just say, 'Comrade Xander, I intend to devour that beast to become stronger. Please throw this fight for me.' Say that, and I'll capitulate and acknowledge you as the victor at once." "Never!" Vilea was easy to provoke, which I exploited. The girl launched into a reckless attack, but I was far better with a sword than she was. After parrying several strikes, I dodged another thrust, and stepping forward, pushed the girl in the chest with an open palm, sending her flying a few feet back. Before giving her the push, I had released some warmth from my palm, so now my sparring partner's insides were surely aching. Vilea coughed up blood. Had this been a training session, the mentor would have sighed heavily, rolled his eyes as if questioning the heavens why he was cursed with such incompetence, and then begun healing Vilea, causing her to growl in pain. But this was a tournament, and help for the girl would come only after the victor was announced. I had won the previous tournaments held every week outright, but the prizes of those were spirit stones. Here, the demons clearly counted on their favorite's victory, so they had prepared a beast for him. I had no use for it. Killing it just for the core seemed foolish, so there was only one option left. I threw my hands up to the sky, and I cried out at the top of my lungs, "Ah! You wounded me! What technique did you use, cunning demoness? Ah! Why do I feel so ill? Oh, farewell, the light of the world. I shall walk under the heavens no more. My opponent's perfidious attack has proven too powerful. I admit defeat. Vilea, you have won. Today, you've proven yourself stronger than me." My acting skills were admittedly mediocre, but I wasn't aiming for a grandiose performance. After my dramatic fall, I rolled on the ground a few times for effect, and, with a final twitch, lay still. Dissatisfied whistles came from the stands. Not everyone had appreciated my act. The familiar sense of danger I had grown accustomed to over the past few months washed over me. The mentor had explained that the sensation of needles in my back represented the concentrated emotions of others wishing for my demise. This combat premonition was one of the criteria for advancing to the golden rank of a candidate stage, yet not all Taoists invested time into this laborious process. It was tedious and painful. Besides, it didn't directly affect the physical preparation of a body for meridian formation. Many Taoists postponed the development of combat premonition until the apprentice or even the warrior stage.
The mentor considered this fundamentally wrong and promised to focus on this issue once we returned to the Phoenix clan's location. For now, my task was to train, and train again, preparing to overcome the third barrier. The mentor hadn't elaborated on its essence, stating that a Taoist must understand and overcome their elevation barriers independently. In short, there was no help, just existential contemplations. In reality, it was amusing to see how things had turned out over these 4 months. I had assumed we'd have to fight our way past demon camps to reach the trading site, but it all turned out to be surprisingly simple. Yes, they did try to kill us. They continued to try. Just this morning, for instance, a higher demon had sicked 10 lesser ones on us, mere beasts capable of nothing but loud growling. I didn't even have to lift a finger. Vilea took care of the lesser demons, caught up with the higher one, and had a rather intense conversation with him. I saw the poor bastard's head fly onto the roof of a nearby building. No one dared to reprimand us. How could they, when Master Guerlin alone could annihilate the entire town with his aura? Essentially, they feared us and didn't send any strong adversaries against us, while we dealt with the weak ones ourselves. Gradually, everyone became used to the idea of 2 humans living in Zhao Liman. Then the tournament started, and I no longer had time to ponder the burdensome thoughts of demons.
Vilea of Urbongos tribe is declared the winner of the tournament!
Demons rushed onto the arena to aid the girl. There were no medics among the locals. Treatment required techniques, and demons have the same issues with this as humans in Tier 0. Usually my mentor handled demon recuperation, but today this honorable mission fell to a rather interesting woman. First off, she was beautiful. Very beautiful indeed. I already knew this was Vilea's mother, whom we had been waiting for so long. She gave me a strange look before placing her hands on her still gasping daughter and activating demonic healing techniques. But whereas my mother evoked warmth and comfort, this demoness radiated death, power, and something else I couldn't identify, which made everything inside me tighten as it did when I encountered the half-naked demoness earlier. An angry roar sounded, and Almerita found herself beside my mentor, who continued to behave as if he had spent half his life among demons.
What have you done to her, Sawbones?
Saved her life, about 30 times altogether.
Did you look inside her body? Did you see the scars left from your healing?
I don't specialize in healing demons, Junior. The calmness of a mentor was outstanding. Normally I kill them. Should I kill your daughter?
I'd like to see you try,
a new voice chimed in. The gates to the arena opened and a man sauntered toward us leisurely, as if he owned not just the situation, but the entire Tier 0. His short black hair, clean-shaven face, and expensive clothing adorned with some artifacts, which did not resemble the standard Taoist robes in the slightest, were noticeable immediately. But the most unsettling was this demon's aura. I couldn't keep standing up and fell onto the sand. Luckily, I fell forward, managing to cushion my head with my hands. Despite the monstrous pressure, I could see what was happening on the arena, and as I noticed, only Mentor Guerlin remained standing. Everyone else had fallen. Vilea's finger pointed at me, and for the first time since the unknown demon had appeared, he turned his attention to yours truly. Energy strands shot from his hands again, encircling and pulling my body closer to this terrifying entity. The pressure near him was monstrous. Blood instantly flowed from my nose, and the pain was unimaginable. But I remained silent. The horror I experienced now was incomparable to the terror that had seized me when I was dissecting demons and extracting their cores. A strange sigil formed in front of my face and darted into my chest so swiftly that I barely caught a glimpse of it. Unlike the head of the Spirit Force school in Tier 0, the demon didn't need elaborate hand movements. He instantly materialized a ready construct.
I say, a mental absolute who isn't just alive and free, but also a seeker's apprentice. What an intriguing combination.
The unknown demon grinned as the construct zipped out of my chest. The pupil of the monstrous creature became so thin that it seemed for a moment I would be torn into pieces right on the spot. Instead, however, he lowered me onto the arena and formed a protective dome around me, thus allowing me to stay on my feet. The demon turned to Vilea.
If you can tear out his heart, be my guest. However, I have witnessed your fight and its aftermath. I fear it will be your heart in his hands should the two of you battle to the death. Train, become stronger, and then you might stand a chance of victory. I will provide you with all the necessary resources, feed you 1,000 Taoists if need be. But today, this man will live. That is my decision. Seeker, come forth.
Mentor Guerlin approached the demon. Now, not only I, but everyone else could see that the Taoist was struggling to remain standing in the demon's presence. Yet somehow he managed. Demons on the arena gasped for air, some twitched for the last time and became still. But my mentor stood like a rock, unflinchingly staring into the yellow eyes. The pressure vanished, and a relieved sigh swept across the arena. Vilea's mother tried to rise, but her arms failed her, and she collapsed back into the sand.
You are strong. I respect that. I am Shang Li, a demon overlord, silver rank.
I am Seeker Guerlin, a golden rank master Taoist,
my mentor introduced himself.
The head of the Urbangos tribe had paid me a significant sum to come here and punish the one who dared to capture her daughter. However, upon arrival, I was surprised to learn of 2 humans living among the demons, and these 2 humans are not slaves or servants, but live instead as lords. Then I saw the tournament, the battles, and the medal of your apprentice, who had given the victory to Vilea, although he is much stronger than her. This girl had been brought to me before. I saw that only she alone could break her barrier. You have succeeded in a task I was forced to abandon. All this indicated that you were an extremely dangerous enemy who needed to be eliminated. But then I was informed of your demands. They seemed so unusual to me that I didn't know what to do for a long time. You knew perfectly well the risks of coming to the demons. You also knew that higher-ranked demons would make an appearance, but you still have brought Vilea to us and made some bold demands. I respect courage, Seeker, not the recklessness of fools rushing at the enemy without the slightest chance of success, but true courage. When a person or demon calculate the chances of success and, finding them acceptable, take a risk, such acts should be rewarded. So accept this. Shang Li handed my mentor a scroll radiating a red aura. I didn't like how you treated my potential apprentice. You have left too many scars which even her mother couldn't remove. I will have to spend a lot of time to fix the consequences of your treatment, but I saw that, had you not conducted it in time, Vilea would have simply died. I do not know where your heavens will lead you, but if you find yourself in a similar situation again, you will treat demons correctly. This is the complete technique of demon healing, Seeker. I stopped breathing when I saw something extraordinary, the eyes of Mentor Guerlin widening in shock. Shang Li smirked, pleased with the effect achieved. To make your life more adventurous and memorable, Seeker, we will inform the humans that you've managed to steal this technique from us, and we will observe through spies how a hunt opens up for you. You may even sell the scroll. It's yours, and you are free to do with it as you please. But will that stop people who will want to obtain our technique? What if you stole not 1, but 10 scrolls? That will be amusing to watch. However, these are trifles. Now, the reason why I will allow you and your apprentice to leave the demon lands alive. Your demands for the exchange have pleased me, Seeker. So much so that I will even let go of your apprentice, who surely remembered some of the techniques I used. Bring them out. The gates opened again, and a strange procession emerged. There were rows of people shackled in chains of black metal walking one after the other. My throat went dry as I tried to count them all. There were so many that I ultimately failed in the task. You have demanded 20 candidate Taoists, 10 apprentices, 5 warriors, and 1 master. Additionally, you threatened to double your demands if Vilea reached the bronze rank. I believe you have achieved your goal. My potential apprentice has almost reached bronze. Therefore, I have doubled the number of prisoners right away. Take them. They are yours. Remove the chains. Demons, who had led the crowd into the arena, hurried to fulfill their lord's command. You
your apprentice, and this herd will be granted the right of unimpeded passage across our territory to travel to human lands, Seeker. The information that you have obtained a scroll with demon healing techniques has already been sent to humans. I am sure that upon return to the wider world, there will be a welcome committee waiting for you. There are way too many mad humans eager for the charms of demonesses. I know what they do with them, something not even a lesser demon would stoop to. Once they learn of a technique allowing them to heal their living toys, they will slice you and your apprentice into ribbons to obtain it. It will be amusing to observe their attempts to do just that. Farewell, Seeker Guerlin. I hope the next time we meet, no constraints will hold me back, and I will destroy you. I am sure that even with the difference in our ascension, you will prove to be a worthy opponent. Chapter 16. Seeker, we need to split up. The candidates and apprentices are slowing us down. We'll have to take the warriors with us. If we continue at this pace, they'll die. So shall we. We've spoken with the apprentices and taken their amulets, but even that won't be enough if we keep running like this. A wise decision, nodded Seeker Guerlin, pulling several pouches of spirit stones from his spatial bag. This one is for the masters, and this one for the warriors. Use them wisely. If the heavens deem you worthy, you'll survive. We thank you, brother. Both masters bowed deeply and then sped off at great velocity, along with the warriors. There were no lengthy conversations, farewells, or explanations of how or why they had been captured. Each had their own story, but we had no right to hear it. There simply wasn't enough time. As it turned out, the gift from Overlord Shang Li came with a catch. The amulets that blocked the energy hunger only worked for 2 days. Considering it had taken us a week on the self-propelled carriage from the human border outpost to the demon city of Zhao Liman, our situation was indeed dire. The 40 Taoist candidates wouldn't face any problems, but they didn't have amulets. The 20 who were at the apprentice stage would suffer, but nonetheless likely make it to populated lands alive. The main problem was with the 10 warriors and 2 master Taoists. Seeker Guerlin's reserves of spirit stones would not be enough to feed a large number of Taoists for several months. He had already done everything possible by restoring everyone's energy and healing their wounds. It was almost trivial to mention that he had pulled everyone from the clutches of demons. Everyone was well aware they owed their lives to my mentor. What are you waiting for? Seeker Guerlin raised his voice, drawing the Taoist's attention. We have a major trial of strength ahead. Those who pass it and reach human territory will most likely overcome an ascension barrier as a result. Follow me! We ran until sunset. The Taoists, worn out from long captivity, held on to the best of their ability and helped each other in every way they could, yet were still unable to run for long without rest. Guerlin had stocked up on food in advance, human food specifically. Heading to trade with demons, he understood perfectly what he would demand in exchange for Bailia. Not the spirit coins he had talked about all along, but Taoists held captive by demons. Guerlin declared a halt, distributing food and water to everyone, then took me aside for a training session. I had run alongside everyone, assisted others, and in the last hour, I had even carried a weakened Taoist on my back, but Guerlin deemed it insufficient. He decided I needed training nonetheless. I did not protest anyway. If Guerlin told me to train, it meant I had to comply and not grumble about the unfairness of this world. But today's training turned out to be exceedingly strange. Guerlin gave me an elongated, opaque hat and told me to put it on. Iris had already disappeared below the horizon, so the hat plunged me into absolute darkness. There was no light from distant stars or any reflections from the campfire. Absolutely nothing. Even if I had closed my eyes, the darkness would have been less complete. I was standing there wondering what Guerlin had in mind when a stone hit my shoulder all of a sudden. It was so unexpected that I even cried out and grabbed at the injured spot. Guerlin did not hold back, throwing a rock at me with nearly all his might.
Ah! Why?
I cried out indignantly when a second stone hit my leg. It was not just painful, it was positively excruciating. However, Guerlin did not respond, and then a third one hit my stomach, then another and another. I understood what my mentor was trying to achieve, but I wondered why he hadn't warned me what he was going to do, and also why he threw his projectiles with such force. Training battle premonition was doubtlessly a good thing,
but building it this way seemed a little excessive. My entire body burned, turning into one big bruise, but it was still pointless. I couldn't block or dodge a single stone.
Is this supposed to be training?
An unfamiliar voice sounded, and the cloying scent of demons hit my nose. Even 4 months in Zhao Lumen hadn't made me accustomed to the deathly aura they emitted. There was no revulsion, but I couldn't possibly mistake that scent for anything else for the rest of my life. Stones hit my shoulder, stomach, and leg simultaneously. It seemed something even cracked. Such was the force with which they were hurled at me. I fell to the ground, and it took considerable effort not to gasp from the pain.
One cannot teach a pup to anticipate pain by constantly petting it, the same voice continued. Our battle premonition is trained with sharp blades. Either you learn to dodge, or you die. It's far more effective than what you're doing, human. If that's all you wanted to say, demon, then I won't keep you any longer, came the calm voice of Master Guerlin. All? No, human. That's far from all. Lord Shangli has guaranteed you safe passage out of the demon territories, so today you were unharmed. But by tomorrow noon, you'll reach neutral lands not controlled by humans or demons. I want you to know, Seeker, who will be finishing you off. My name is Guango Li, and I am a personal apprentice of Lord Shangli. The Lord has entrusted me with the upbringing of Vilea of Urbongo's tribe, but before I fully engage in her training, I wish to eliminate the one who had the audacity to train her before me. I'll have to correct everything you've instilled in her, to drive out all your human habits. Moreover, I believe you're unworthy of possessing the complete demon healing technique. The Lord has made a mistake by handing such a treasure to you. Not even all the higher demons possess the complete technique, and neither should you. I'll take the scroll and ascend a step higher. So, the Overlord is unaware of your initiative, then? The mentor inquired, calm as always, even though my soul had long since sunk. Mentor Guerlin could do nothing against Shangli back in Zhao Lumen, and now the Overlord's apprentice had appeared. A personal one, too. It was unlikely that someone like Shangli would keep useless and inept disciples close. This meant Guango Li was a deadly adversary. Lord Shangli pays no mind to such trifles. He has ordered, and his orders will be followed with precision. But no one forbade hunting pathetic humans in neutral lands, Taoist. I am within my rights. So your grievance isn't with all humans. Just me specifically, the mentor clarified. You're even more foolish than you appear, Taoist. I could have hunted the warriors and masters, but you cleverly sent them ahead. As for this herd of fools, who needs them? They have little energy. Eating them would just ruin my teeth. There are not just apprentices here, the mentor noted, and the demon laughed. You suggest I consume the candidates who don't even have meridians yet? Me, a master of a golden rank. I knew humans were mad, but I had no idea to what extent. No, my future meal, I will release them as the Lord has commanded. Let them return to your empire and fulfill their duty in the glory of our world. Just the candidates? Or have you also recruited the apprentices? A dagger seemed to have been thrust between my shoulder blades. So keen was Guango Li on destroying me and my mentor right here and now. The demon didn't respond, but the mentor didn't press any further either. The Taoists of the warrior and master stages are guaranteed to be the servants of demons. I realized that immediately. No self-respecting demon would miss the chance to send their spies to the second and third tier of the Empire with a perfectly waterproof legend, captured in battle due to depleted meridians, but able to return thanks to the selfless actions of a seeker. They'll get a hero's welcome. Who would suspect them of working for demons? That leaves the candidates and the apprentices, Taoists at the initial stages of their ascension, likely those who have hit the ceiling of their development, or just ordinary people whom the demons had abducted and set on the path of ascension in their lands. I suspect the latter. They would spread across tiers 0 and 1 to assist with opening wormholes. like the one recently opened by the Urbongos tribe. But it's not that simple a task. It requires a coordinator, someone so powerful that they can hold the seed of a wormhole without harm to themselves. Silence greeted Master Guerlin's words, but the dagger between my shoulder blades was replaced by a sword that seemed to pierce my back to the hilt. You did the right thing, Guango Li, to come here and decide to rattle my nerves. To kill an enemy, one must do so not just physically but also psychologically. And you've just accomplished that. You have defeated your enemy psychologically. That leaves just a single problem. Your enemy is none other but yourself. You should have not gone against your master's wishes. Such disobedience warrants punishment. A swift rustling sounded as Guerlin sprang into action. I removed my hat but could discern nothing of what was happening. The whirlwinds of energy were too far apart to make out any specific technique being used. All I could do was watch the whirlwinds themselves fly back and forth, and those were some colorful whirlwinds. Having never seen demon techniques before, I was surprised to find their energy carried a reddish tint, whereas the Mentor's had a pale sky blue color. The noise was terrifying. Both masters of a golden rank did not hold back in expressing their emotions. Echoes of their techniques even reached me, forcing me to lie on the ground to avoid accidentally getting caught in the crossfire. Yet I continued to watch the mix of chthonic and celestial techniques closely, noting that the former became fewer and fewer. They concentrated in one place, abruptly pulled in some direction, but couldn't escape the celestial lightning. The blue energy descended upon the red, and it was all over. Moments later, Guerlin appeared beside me. I recognized this movement of blue energy. The Taoist moved in leaps, covering a substantial distance with each. It took 4 such jumps to reach me. In his hands, Guerlin held the bloody demon's body. Throwing it at my feet, the Taoist ordered, "Do not touch the corpse or let anyone near it. I will deal with the traitors." I deemed it unnecessary to ask what the term "deal with" meant in the Mentor's terminology. Moments later, that information came to me along with the monstrous aura of a master, which the Taoist used to smother the candidates and the apprentices alike. I was far from the epicenter of the events, but even I felt significantly weighed down. The Mentor was unceremonious. He interrogated one Taoist after another, demanding they name the time, place, and conditions of their meeting with the coordinator. Nothing else concerned the monster who called himself my teacher. Name, place, and conditions of a meeting. Those who tried to remain silent or pretended not to understand were made to suffer severely. I probably should have closed my eyes and become terrified of what the Taoist was doing, but I stood up and watched the tortures attentively. By the time a 3rd consecutive Taoist broke down and started revealing what the demons had ordered him to do, any residual doubts of these wretches' innocence had vanished. Poisoning wells, killing animals, organizing gangs, bribing the dominant clan to achieve ascension and status in society, providing human resources for the master, the one possessing the right and the ability to open wormholes and allow demons into our world. There were 40 candidates and 20 apprentices altogether. The Mentor spoke with each one. There were no innocents among this crowd. The interrogation revealed 2 names. Kirpin Wang represented Tier 0, and Ormel Soth, the 1st tier. By the time the interrogation had concluded, Iris was already shining on the horizon. The Mentor turned his back to the traitors lying on the ground and activated his aura to the maximum. A short, synchronous gasp of 60 throats followed, and only 2 living people remained in the vicinity. Did I feel any pity? These creatures did not deserve any such sentiment from my part. These are the personal artifacts of someone treading the path to immortality. The Mentor bent over the fallen demon and pointed at his rings. The Taoist behaved as if nothing had just happened, and he was merely giving a routine lesson to his apprentice. If you use them immediately after killing the owner, you are guaranteed to die. First, the bond must be destroyed. These personal artifacts, are they something akin to my Jian? I clarified. Correct. The bonding procedure is rather complex and serves 2 purposes. The first is the creation of inseparable artifacts. The second is granting the one who seeks immortality the ability to use higher-level artifacts. It's quite easy to find out which method of bonding was used. Watch.
The mentor removed a ring and tossed it aside. Moments later, the ring returned to the finger of a deceased demon.
This is an inseparable artifact. The bond is removed in two ways, by new bonding or by burning the body to which the artifact has been bound.
Mentor, how did you know these were personal artifacts?
By the aura that surrounds them, or rather, its absence. Ordinary artifacts are self-contained items. They are self-sufficient, capable of regenerating energy by receiving it from the surrounding world. Such artifacts possess an aura, a circulating field of energy absorbed from the surroundings. A normal artifact usable by anyone looks like this.
The mentor extracted a small spoon from his spatial pouch, causing my eyebrows to shoot up in surprise. It shimmered. The aura the mentor spoke of appeared to me as an internal glow, as if a miniature lantern had been inserted into the spoon, somehow managing to distribute its light throughout the item evenly.
Every artifact has its level and affects those in its vicinity differently. For instance, if this ring wasn't bonded, you'd simply die. An artifact made in the third tier would drain all your energy. Remember the craftsman's seekers from Borend? I'm referring to their appearance in particular. They only work with artifacts from the first tier, yet both of them are candidates of the golden rank, which is why those who pursue the path of ascension are not allowed to use ordinary artifacts when descending into the lower belts. That concerns Taoists as well as demons. These items are dangerous to those around them. However, it's the bonding procedure that makes such artifacts extremely valuable prey. Remember what you had to go through for the sword to obey you? With each level of the artifact, the pain from bonding is exponentially greater. That's why not just anything gets bonded in such a manner. Only items that are truly valuable.
The ring wasn't the only useful thing my mentor got from the personal apprentice of the Overlord. He also obtained a depleted protective amulet, artifact footwear, and a spatial pouch. The latter, as the Taoist explained to me, would present considerable trouble. Spatial storages were crafted by master craftsfolk of the 4th tier. To demonstrate, the mentor tossed a small pouch inside. It did not return. This item had the second type of bonding, and to remove it required time or a Taoist of the Overlord level. So, peeking into Guango Li's storage and seeing what Lord Shang Li provided his apprentices with was something my mentor could not do right away. A fireball shot out from Master Guerlin's hand, incinerating the demon's body in moments. Only ash remained, which was quickly swept away by the wind. The Taoist pulled out his self-propelled cart and gestured for me to hop in, immediately taking control of the levers. Mentor, what about these? I gestured towards the field of human bodies.
They do not deserve a burial. The Taoist's voice was hard as any steel. You must remember something important, apprentice. There is the enemy. One may hate them, but one respects them. Instead of ambushing us, Guango Li appeared and declared his intention to destroy us. He deserved that even in death I should treat him with respect. And had there been other demons here, I would have passed his body to them for a ceremonial burial. But this only applies to those who truly earn the title of an enemy. There are others, traitors, those willing to betray their people, our entire world, just to avoid death or gain something beyond what heavens have permitted them. There can be no pity for their ilk. They are no longer human. They are worse than beasts, for even beasts have a certain sense of honor. These creatures know nothing but a desire to serve whoever has them on the leash. Therefore traitors do not deserve burial. Their bodies will become prey for wild animals. Their soul will never find peace. They have no place in this world or the next. As for us, we moved on. I noticed several anomalies on our way to the land of the demons. I want to check their level. That way.
Don't we need to hurry after the warriors and the masters? After all, Guango Li confirmed they were traitors too.
They had a day's head start. That's too much, despite their allegedly weakened state. We'll have to let them go now. I'll deal with the masters when I return to the 3rd tier. I remember their names. You will deal with the warriors when you reach the 2nd.
Yeah, in about 100 years, I muttered.
If you don't manage it any earlier, you'll deal with them in 100 years. Wormholes in the inner tiers are nothing unusual. It's more advantageous for the demons to break through where there is energy rather than here in Tier 0. And warrior-level Taoists need combat practice. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to overcome the barriers. But this is why breaches in Tier 0 are so dangerous. If the demons manage to establish themselves here and start building their castles, it will be extremely difficult to dislodge them. Just call an overlord from the 4th tier, and the demons will be gone, I suggested. Apprentice, demon castles have an unpleasant feature. We'd wait 4 months for Vailea's mother to arrive, 2 of which she had spent moving towards Zaolumen. Thoughts? Overlord Shangli wouldn't have spent 2 months traveling to Tier 0 just for the sake of some 2nd-tier demoness's daughter. I voiced the thought that had been bothering me all this time. I couldn't understand how a demon overlord could have appeared in Zaolumen. The pieces I knew didn't fit together. When demons capture a territory and build their castle upon it, they gain the ability to use wormholes for transportation. Lord Shangli didn't travel across energy-depleted lands for 2 months. Our murder, head of the Urbangos tribe, had brought a pile of spirit stones to the city, which were used to power a teleportation artifact. The Overlord appeared in the city a few hours before meeting us. So if the demons build a castle in Tier 0 and activate the artifact, they'll be able to summon an Overlord at any moment. This news was quite unwelcome. An Overlord is not a rarity in the 3rd tier. They're like apprentice Taoists in Tier 0. The low energy level may be unpleasant to them, but not fatal, so repelling a demon attack won't be much trouble. But coming here to Tier 0? Not any Overlord would agree to that. There are too few amulets like mine, and they are highly valued. The mentor demonstrated me the amulet protecting him from energy hunger. I had long been curious about this artifact, but could never find a reason to examine it closely. It seemed that the amulet generated an incredible amount of energy, immediately absorbed by the mentor. Seeing my interest, the Taoist explained. Inside is a fragment of a primordial soul. It is attuned to me and provides as much energy as needed to live in Tier 0. In the 1st tier, for example, I wouldn't last long without this amulet. There would be too much energy for my body to absorb. And in the 2nd tier, I'd simply die. Such amulets are calibrated for a specific Taoist, and the process is quite unpleasant. But demon amulets don't require attuning, I recalled. That's what worries me. Their amulets don't contain any fragment of a primordial soul. They rely on some other energy source, but I don't understand which. I lack the necessary knowledge. Perhaps once you embark on the path of an artificer, you'll figure out these artifacts. But that's a matter for the future. First, we need to find the coordinator and secure this part of Tier 0 from demons. They have no business here. So the whole process of exchanging Vailea was initially aimed at finding the coordinator, I guessed. You knew they'd slip us a bunch of spies, but still went ahead with it, risking your life? Lord Shangli could have destroyed you. He could have. But this way the traitors wouldn't have had a legend explaining why the demons had released them. My life was the guarantee that the creatures, which can no longer be called humans, would reach their destination without much trouble. Yet there was a risk involved, a huge risk. But I had no other option. Such is a seeker's lot, apprentice. We do what ordinary Taoists don't dare to. That's why they fear us. That's why they respect us. And that's also why they all try to destroy us. But that's neither here nor there. There's one thing I don't understand. Why are we standing still? Weren't you provided with a clear direction? Anomalies in the neutral lands are too tempting to ignore. Forward! It's time to find out how the ancients fared in these places.
Chapter 17.
What's the matter, apprentice? Master Gwerlin's voice sounded admonishing as he noticed me stop, though stopping might be putting it lightly. It was a wonder I hadn't turned tail to flee from this dreadful place, forgetting my own name in the process. After taking a few deep breaths to calm my racing heart, I admitted honestly, "It's terrifying, Mentor. Utterly terrifying. You have a minute to pull yourself together. I'll wait for you on the other side of the anomaly barrier." Gwerlin didn't threaten or promise to abandon his frightened apprentice. He simply stepped into the swirling mass of incorporeal mirrors and vanished. I closed my eyes, hoping not to see the anomaly, but it was futile. The image of it hung before me even in the darkness, invoking uncontrollable fear. I had encountered a yellow anomaly once,
One look was enough to convince me that if I had entered it, the creatures inside would have killed me. Since then, I had become a candidate Taoist of a bronze rank, and theoretically should view all anomalies as mere resources. But that wasn't the case with me. Before me lay a blue anomaly, the penultimate in the hierarchy of complexity, and my rebellious mind reacted in every possible way. It generated fear, stiffened my muscles, turned my brain into mush, and clouded my vision. Intellectually, I understood that nothing inside would threaten me. A golden rank Master Taoist would be able to protect me. But understanding and feeling were worlds apart.
"Your minute is up, apprentice," came the mentor's annoyed voice.
I cannot, I whispered, struggling to stay put. Mentor, I just cannot. It felt as if my heart would leap out of my chest. I was gasping for air and my legs were giving way. Every moment near this place pressed down on me worse than the mentor's aura, but apparently he couldn't care less.
"There's no such phrase as I cannot, apprentice. There's only I will not. I know you can cross these mere 10 feet. I don't understand why you still aren't moving. Or do you want me to hold your hand and lead you inside like a little boy? Are you a Taoist, or have you decided to become an infant again all of a sudden?"
I wanted to retort by saying that infants were people too, and there was nothing shameful about them, but I remained silent, simply because all my attention was focused on not running away. Today the mentor was at the controls, and he had brought me to this place. I would never have come so close to a blue anomaly of my own volition. The circle beneath the mirrors seemed so intense and so cold that it induced panic by its mere existence. Yet my grim mentor was just as great a source of panic, or perhaps even more. His displeasure was more intense than the blue anomaly's aura. I gathered my courage and took a step, one so tiny it was almost non-existent. But I did it nevertheless, even though I had nearly wet myself doing so, for the wave of anxiety that had washed over me at that moment was close to crippling.
"Again!"
The mentor's demanding voice served as an anchor of some sort. I managed to stay put by holding on to it. Again, one fear was replaced by another, but this time, along with the emergence of my fear of Master Guerlin, something additional happened. A part of my mind seemed to have broken free from its restraints and asked a very important question, namely, what is actually happening here? Indeed, what was actually happening? Before me lay a blue-ranked anomaly, deadly for any Taoist of a candidate level, and possibly even to apprentice. I assumed a warrior-level Taoist might be able to close a blue anomaly in Tier 0. The mentor, who had entered and exited the anomaly several times already, had surely eliminated any danger that could have lurked at the entrance, so absolutely nothing threatened me. Why then was I trembling like a leaf in the wind? Where did this weakness come from? Did I really trust my mentor so little that my mind believed he wished me harm? My body tensed up when I took another step. The wave of anxiety washed over me again, but it receded. I managed to keep the part of my mind responsible for rational thinking intact. Another step, and another. Each movement was incredibly hard, but I kept moving forward as the mentor had ordered me to. About 10 feet. I would definitely cover that accursed distance, and no anomaly was strong enough to stop me. The space around me whirled and blurred, but then suddenly froze. I found myself on the edge of a giant clearing where darkness stood in place of trees. A clear understanding came to me. Touching this darkness was absolutely forbidden. A step away from me shimmered the same anomaly I had just passed through, and ahead, about 300 feet away, lay the ruins of some settlement. Some houses had retained their original appearances. They resembled the buildings of Vorend, but quite a few of them were destroyed. Strange creatures that looked like barrels on wheels scurried between the houses. Those must have been the golems spawned by the heart of the anomaly. The golems had 4 arms and busied themselves moving stones from one place to another. I heard a rustling sound behind me. I turned around, and I saw my mentor.
"Fear of an ostensibly dangerous opponent or phenomenon is one of the most challenging barriers on the path to elevation. You will have to overcome it more than once, but today you've taken a huge step towards the silver rank. Yes, You have a lot of hard work on your body ahead of you, since it's not yet ready for the kind of changes that result in the formation of a first node, but you have already managed to overcome a barrier that was supposed to arise in the future. This deserves a reward, so everything we procure in this anomaly today will belong to you. Moreover, you will learn to determine the age of an anomaly. Take a good look at this town. Any thoughts? I found this trait of my mentor's, namely forcing me to describe what I was observing, irritating as hell. Instead of explaining everything thoroughly, he demanded my thoughts on the subject, even though I had no idea where to even begin with any given problem. Like now. How was I supposed to determine the age of an anomaly? But the mentor had genuinely believed I'd been given enough information to do it. Wasn't that absurd? What kind of teaching was it? I could protest at length, but it wouldn't answer the question, so I had to think out loud. My father told me about a yellow anomaly he'd explored, which was nothing but ruins. Nothing there was intact. Here, however, at least a third of the buildings look relatively whole. Why? Probably because the golems that inhabit this place have already restored part of the structures. But just by looking at these mechanical beings, I cannot understand how they did it. All they do is move stones from one place to another, closer to the structure they intend to restore. Golems don't tire, they don't rest, they spend just a few seconds on a single stone, and half of the buildings have already been restored. So the question is, how many golems are there? I see 10, there are probably more. 1 golem per house, perhaps? Some buildings look as if they had been started simultaneously. How many? 10? 23 houses. Which means there are 23 golems here. And what does that tell us? Absolutely nothing. Unless there are some special golems that the heart creates once every 5 years or some such. My father mentioned that the golems he encountered in the yellow anomaly had looked like beasts. Here they're more like barrels. They're called builder golems, the mentor interjected. The heart can create one such golem every 10 years. These golems are of the apprentice stage, and not of the lowest rank. I presume they're silver, or perhaps even gold ranked. The presence of these golems alone could kill you. Warrior golems, which resemble beasts, are created in groups daily, the size of which depends on the heart's strength. And judging by what I see, the strength of this anomaly's heart is quite significant. 23 golems. Does that mean 230 years? No. Half the houses are already finished, so the anomaly must be much older. The way they were laying the stones, with that speed it would take at least 100 years per house. 23 golems, 100 years per house? I'm coming up with a number that's way too high. Over 1,000 years? That's correct, apprentice. This anomaly hasn't been entered by humans for about 2,500 years. To build one house, a builder golem needs 200 years on the average. Over such a period, the heart should create not only beast golems and builder golems, but also an architect golem of a warrior stage, as well as an overseer golem of a master stage. Hey, what is this? As I rubbed my nose, surprised by the discomfort, I discovered blood on my hand, and mysterious stars began to dance before my eyes. This is the effect of a chi energy floating in this area, the mentor explained, as if nothing critical was happening. We are at the very edge of the anomaly, but even here the power of its heart, capable of birthing a master stage golem, can reach us. Your body is not yet ready to process chi energy, so it reacts this way. This anomaly is deadly for you. In about an hour, your body will fail and you will die. However, being in such an aggressive environment will affect your future development positively. The process of forming the nodes necessary for living in the first tier will become easier. The longer you manage to withstand the pressure, the easier it will be later. You can leave the anomaly for the time being, and I won't say a word, but you can also wait here for as long as you can endure. In a maximum of half an hour, you will faint from the pain, and I will pull you out. You need to make a choice, apprentice. How lucky am I that my mentor possesses a healing technique? I smirked painfully and sat down in the lotus position. Seems like it's been a while since I last meditated. Half an hour till lights out? Bet I'll last 40 minutes.
Mentor Guerlin smiled and reached the town in a few leaps with the aid of some technique. Smoke billowed, there was a crash, and then everything began to explode, break, and fall apart. But that barely concerned me anymore. All my attention was focused on my own breathing. How the air filled my lungs, how the heart pumped blood through my body, and how hundreds, even thousands, of infinitesimal particles filled with energy pierced my body, causing barely noticeable damage. The particles acted like sandpaper scratching my insides. I felt an anger towards the energy. I had always considered it something powerful and wise, like an elder coming to their child, but in reality it turned out to act as a highwayman, robbing and destroying the weak. Now I understood the mentor's smirk. In 30 minutes' time, this sandpaper would turn my insides into mush. It would create literal holes in me, and I would die. But did I conquer fear just to retreat before some energy? How could one defeat energy that permeated everything? The answer was obvious. By somehow strengthening the body, making it so that the energetic sandpaper would grind away as few pieces of my flesh as possible at a time. But how did one strengthen the body? I know nothing about it. Neither Mentor Guerlin nor Huang Lung had mentioned this. The only option that came to mind was to activate that very warmth I had used during sparring. Mentor Guerlin called it body energy. What if one type of energy could help me withstand another? That was worth checking out. The wave of warmth swept upwards from my feet as it did before, passing through my body, but also through the surface of my entire body, and not just my hands. I simply imagined rays spreading from the point of concentration in all directions. My body shuddered as if someone had whipped me. The energy was seeking an outlet, but there was none. Instead of releasing it outward, I directed the energy to my skin. Muscles began to contract convulsively, pushing at the energy and trying to transfer it somewhere, but there was nowhere for it to go, for I sat immobile. My body felt seized by a terrible cramp. It was painful even to breathe. The body-generated energy faded slowly, continuing to torment the muscles, but my inner vision revealed that Qi could do nothing to me at the moment. It couldn't break through the warmth I had generated, and it couldn't scratch me. It must have taken about 5 minutes for the warmth to disappear completely, surrendering me to the Qi floating in the anomaly. But now I knew what to do. The pain from a cramp was nothing in comparison to the agony of scratched internal organs. A cramp could be endured. And that was how I sat there, generating warmth every 5 minutes and keeping it inside instead of releasing it towards an enemy. Qi still managed to affect me, even with such protection. Blood flowed from my nose again, and my skin looked as if I had tumbled naked over sharp and rough stones, and would be better to avoid mentioning what was happening to my insides altogether. Still, I sat there, generating heat waves at regular intervals. The 30 minutes mentioned by the mentor had long passed, as well as the 40 I had bragged I'd be able to endure. It seemed that over an hour had passed. Wasn't I supposed to die after that long? I lost track of time after the 20th wave of warmth. How many were there in total? 30, 40, 100? I had no idea. All I knew was that I managed to survive, and my internal organs continued to function. It was challenging, but they still worked. Curiously, darkness never came. The Qi energy simply vanished at some point. Out of habit, I directed some warmth towards my skin, but felt no resistance this time. The anomaly had suddenly become safe.
It was foolish, apprentice. The mentor's voice broke through the darkness of my concentration, and my heart nearly stopped when his hand landed on my shoulder. I immediately remembered the incident with the demon of a warrior stage. Back then, only my hands had gotten scorched, but now it seemed like my entire body was aflame. However, the unbearable pain lasted only a few moments. It faded away, and my heart made its first timid beat, then another, and another. With each moment, it became easier for me, until the mentor finally removed his hand. That's enough for today, but you still need 3 days of treatment to restore the body burnt up in that energy. As I said, it was a foolish act, student. It took a lot of guts, and it was worthy of a seeker, but foolish all the same. Let's go. I'll show you what had nearly killed you. The heart is safe now. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was the ruined city. The mentor had really indulged himself there, destroying the 2,000-year fruit of golem labor. Standing up was not difficult at all,
but I felt an unprecedented lightness in my head, such that I seemed to have never experienced in my life. I ran a hand over my head, and my heart nearly stopped a second time. I had no hair. The chi energy of this anomaly had burned not only my insides, but all my hair, too. I rolled up the sleeves of my kimono. There was no hair on my arms either. My skin had become completely smooth.
It will never grow back on its own, the mentor noted calmly. Even the healers of a 4th tier cannot help with this. To have your hair grow back, you will need to use a special ointment. I will give it to you after we leave the anomaly. Note that you need to don some gloves before you apply it, otherwise hair will grow on your palms as well. I have encountered a few such unfortunate souls on my way.
Does that mean you've been through something similar? I was astonished, only now realizing that the mentor never shaved. Apparently, he never needed to.
All Taoists transitioning to the apprentice stage go through burning in one way or another. It's a common body adaptation procedure. You might even say it's mandatory. Only by gradually increasing exposure time can one's internal organs be tempered. All those wise elderly Taoists stroking their distinguished beards have obtained them through the use of ointment.
So that was why the face of the head of a spirit school in Tier 0 seemed so youthful to me. It didn't match the beard he wore, because the beard wasn't real, but rather a product of a miraculous ointment. Then I thought of something else. My father's stubble grows every day, and he is, as I understand, a Taoist who reached the apprentice stage.
Because he was born in the 1st tier, not Tier 0. He breezed through the candidate stage without even noticing it. He didn't have to break through barriers or burn in the flames of chi energy, but he also couldn't ascend beyond the 1st tier. And he never will. This is how this world works, apprentice. We just have to accept the rules. Let's go.
In my opinion, the mentor went overboard a little. I could see remnants of furniture among the ruins of the buildings, and they looked relatively new. Clearly not 2,000 years old. And yet, instead of stashing at least some of it in his spatial pouch, he just destroyed everything. It seemed wasteful.
Don't touch anything. The area is now safe in terms of chi energy, but all the items here are of student and even warrior class. They won't kill you, but you'll get a serious burn all the same.
But those are ordinary items. I was astonished. How can they affect me?
They are made from materials that have absorbed a lot of chi. Think of them as specific spirit stones. Were you a warrior-level artificer, this location would be a real bonanza for you. Wood, stone, dust, grass. Almost everything in this anomaly contains energy. But it's too early for you to tackle stuff like that. I suppose our first lesson in artifact crafting will take place today. We need to fill this gap in your knowledge, too. Right. Let's move on.
The small houses gave way to more substantial buildings with thicker walls and more floors. Some even had basements. Dismembered bodies of beast golems were scattered everywhere. The anomaly's defenders had failed to keep my mentor from reaching its heart. Notably, the mentor spared no golem, extracting a spirit stone from each. He approached the collection process thoroughly. The only building that retained part of one wall stood at the very center of the anomaly. Judging by the remains of the golems, one of the fiercest battles unfolded here. The mentor entered with confidence and began descending into the basement. I had to follow, despite a strong temptation to pocket something for myself. Intellectually, I knew all the valuables were already in the Taoist spatial pouch, but my childhood curiosity nudged me to steal at least a pebble from the blue anomaly. I resisted. Perhaps this was a test of integrity. The mentor had given a clear command not to touch anything, so nothing was to be touched. The staircase led deep underground, passing levels strewn with golem bodies and filled with strange mechanisms. The realization of how long I had actually sat within the anomaly stunned me. Finally, we reached the staircase's end, and, after navigating several corridors, entered a small room.
This is the heart of the anomaly,
the mentor explained, nodding towards a massive crystal emerging from the ground.
There are many theories about its nature. Some believe it to be an ancient mechanism that had somehow survived a cataclysm and adapted by drawing energy from the surrounding world. I've shared this theory with you, and it's the one I subscribe to. However, some Taoists think these ancient anomalies are actually creations of a primordial soul. They believe it to be the true source of the energy within these crystals. That is why golems contain spirit stones, and that is also why unique trees and herbs grow in such places. I've managed to gather some millenarian lotuses here. Each could fetch up to 1,000 spirit coins in the 3rd tier.
Millenarian lotuses? I gasped. This was the item Huang Lung had deemed impossible to find in Tier 0. He had assumed that it would require venturing into a black anomaly to find one. The deceased artificer was mistaken. A blue anomaly had sufficed.
As I said, these items are now yours. We just need to figure out how to transfer them to you in a way that causes you the least trouble. As long as they're in my spatial pouch, no one can steal them, but the moment I hand over everything obtained in this anomaly, you'll see no end of wannabe profiteers. I have found a substantial amount of valuable resources such as spirit stones and mechanisms used for creating self-moving carts. If I were to dump all this before you, it would form quite a pile, and I don't think you'd know what to do with it.
Is a spatial pouch like yours only available to Master Taoists?
No, it can be acquired at any stage. It all depends on the creator. As I've mentioned, they are made by Overlord-level craftsfolk. Accordingly, only Overlords can use them immediately. Everyone else must undergo bonding. Despite your incredible penchant for masochism, you won't survive the bonding process. A candidate stage Taoist would be killed by bonding to a spatial pouch, even if they were a complete golden rank absolute. To have a guarantee of survival, one must reach the warrior stage. I don't have any data on apprentice stage Taoists.
How am I supposed to keep all this? I frowned. You'll leave Tier 0 eventually, won't you?
You need to find yourself a place for a secret cache. A place known only to the two of us, where all the loot can be dumped. A place only you can access. Over the remaining 2.5 years, we'll definitely find a suitable place for such a cache.
Is there any point to that? I still won't be able to take all this with me to the 1st tier.
You won't, the mentor agreed, but you'll be able to use most of its loot right here in Tier 0. You can sell it. You can use it for learning to craft artifacts and pills. You can't have everything at once, apprentice, but you can make the most efficient use of what you do have. That's what Seekers do. I have 7 such caches in the 3rd tier and 2 in the 2nd. I even have 1 in the 1st. I made it when I was on my way here to Tier 0.
You said you couldn't stay in the higher tiers for long because the amulet would kill you, didn't you?
I only put it on once I got to Tier 0. Before that, I had been quenching my energy hunger with spirit stones. I had to move quite fast and avoid hunting, so there's only 1 cache. If you behave, I'll tell you how to find it. It will be of great help to you once you get to the 1st tier. Ready?
For what?
For something that gives us Seekers a bad rep. According to all the laws of a Deforian empire, the conquerors of an anomaly are obliged to preserve its heart so the anomaly can develop again, return to its former glory, and resume the generation of spirit stones eventually. It's a fine law, sensible, but not for Seekers.
With those words, the mentor approached the heart and struck it. A sound like breaking glass echoed. The space around us shimmered and dissolved, but then reformed into a plane. Only a circle of bare earth marked the former entrance to the anomaly that had existed here just moments earlier. Seekers don't destroy anomalies wantonly. The Taoist finished his thought and handed me a smooth object. As I said, all the spoils from the anomaly are yours. I won't even tell you how much the heart of a blue anomaly is worth. You're too young to be aware such figures even exist. Just know that you have the right to either sell it or use it yourself. In the latter case, I guarantee that the number of your would-be killers will at least double. I forgot how to breathe for a moment when I realized what my mentor had handed me with such a wide grin on his face. I held a huge egg in my hands, and something was moving inside. What in the world was this? Did the mentor decide to turn me into a brooding hen, I wondered? Chapter 18.
Mentor, is this a fledgling of some sort? I uttered, afraid to make a move.
The thing inside the egg clearly longed to break free, and it seemed to me that any careless motion would release it.
A fledgling, the mentor smirked. No, apprentice, this is no fledgling. This isn't a living thing at all. This is the heart of a blue anomaly. A 2,000-year-old anomaly that had reached the master stage.
But I don't understand. There's something moving inside. It seems alive. What is it?
Think, apprentice. Learn to analyze the information at hand. You have all the necessary input to make the correct conclusion.
There would clearly be no help from the Taoist. His perpetual implications and attempts to make me find answers on my own were seriously annoying, as I had already pointed out. Essentially, I had no choice but to ponder this, even though I had no idea where to start. I sat down on the ground and closed my eyes, trying to enter a meditative state to see the energy flows. Astonishingly, that was quite easy. My attention was immediately drawn to the dazzling objects I was holding in my hands. Even Iris wasn't that bright. Inside the egg, I saw energy whirlwinds raging, and one look at them sent shivers down my spine. There was a strong feeling that if those whirlwinds broke free, they would sweep me away in moments. I would be literally erased and turned into ashes, the way my hair had a while earlier. However, the whirlwinds remained stable. My fear began to fade, replaced by curiosity. I rotated the egg, examining it from different sides. But an egg was an egg, and ovoid looked the same from any side. I eventually decided that the mentor was unlikely to have handed me a dangerous item. I gently shook the heart of a blue anomaly. Nothing changed. The energy whirlwinds continued to rage inside the way they had before, ignoring external fluctuations. I gave a start. Energy. The egg contained energy. The mentor called this item the heart of an anomaly. What did anomalies do? They absorbed energy from the world and transferred it to their creations. But now, there was no one to transfer anything to. All the golems had been destroyed. Or was there someone after all? Myself, perhaps? As if waiting for that thought, a tiny thread of energy reached out from the egg towards me. Upon reaching my body, it prodded my chest in the place where the core should have been a few times. But not finding the required organ, it began to dissipate around, forming an aura of energy very similar to the one that appeared around the mentor's spoon artifact. I watched individual particles of the aura that had formed around me penetrate my body for a while, leaving scratches on my skin and internal organs, after which I mentally sent the energy thread back into the heart. It worked. The egg obeyed my wish, locking the dangerous energy back in its vessel. I opened my eyes and stared at the heart of the anomaly for a long time, trying to find the right words. The mentor did not rush me. He sat next to me with his eyes closed, holding an egg just like mine in his hands. The heart of an anomaly is a closed source of chi. I finally formed my thoughts into something sensible. Is all the energy that the anomaly had accumulated over its existence gathered in it? No, accumulated is not the right word. Left unspent. In that case, why doesn't it destroy me? The blue anomaly was at the master level. Theoretically, there shouldn't even be any ashes left of me.
The anomaly's heart adapts to its owner, so nothing threatens you. The mentor deigned to explain something at long last. Of course, you've got to act wisely, avoiding imprudent moves. You must understand, apprentice, that chi is distributed over the inner tiers unevenly. Some places have more, others less, and the latter are way more numerous than the former. In order to form stable meridians and take their future elevation into consideration, a Taoist needs an ocean of energy. Places of power are divided among the great houses in all tiers, and there is constant fighting over them. Everyone wants to ease their path to immortality. That's where anomaly hearts come into play. They are equivalent to places of power that remain unaccounted for, albeit with a limited supply of energy. So a Taoist who finds such a heart won't have to spend years of life queuing for a place of power. Why would they, if they had such an enormous source of chi at hand at all times? But this source of power is single-use. It cannot be restored, and once the Taoist completely exhausts all the power of an anomaly heart, it will simply disappear. If these hearts are so valuable, why haven't all anomalies been destroyed over the years? I wondered. If there's a simple way to secure a place of power for oneself, everyone must vie for it somehow. Could it be that Taoists are so law-abiding they cannot break any of the Empire's laws? All the anomalies within the Empire are strictly accounted for. The house responsible for a tier is also responsible for the integrity of its anomalies. You cannot just destroy them. Anomalies bring immense benefits to Vatir by generating spirit stones, rare herbs, wood, and mechanisms. An anomaly is too valuable a resource to eradicate entirely. Although history shows that there have been attempts to do so, one peculiar feature of the world is that the number of anomalies is always stable. As soon as one anomaly is destroyed, a new one appears somewhere else. Why are seekers allowed to destroy anomalies if there are such strict laws in place for everybody else? I still didn't grasp the logic of this world. We don't destroy, apprentice. We reset the anomaly and transfer it to a new location. We give it a chance to reach a new level. Besides, an anomaly heart always fetches a good price. As I said, if you manage to sell this stone, you could live comfortably for the rest of your days in the first or even the second tier. I don't quite like the phrase, if you manage to, I muttered. Well, think about it. It's much easier to kill you and take the heart off your corpse than to pay for it. One of the reasons why the Empire turns a blind eye to the actions of seekers is the fact that it benefits from shaking up the balance of power among the houses. For example, suppose the hypothetical House Wang owns 20 anomalies, while the hypothetical House Chang owns only 3. Naturally, House Wang will dominate the region and the tier as a whole. However, if you destroy 5 of House Wang's anomalies, they might appear on the lands of House Chang. But even if they reappear on the lands of House Wang, these anomalies will be reset to 0. It will take decades before the heart produces enough golems. Any talk of resources is futile. Such anomalies produce nothing for the first 100 years. Either way, the balance of power in the tier will change. Of course, this doesn't apply to Tier 0, where a single house governs all lands, but from the first tier upwards their number increases significantly. Everybody strives for greatness, apprentice. Everybody wants to diminish the influence of their competitors. Everybody wants to get to the very top of a food chain. So seekers aren't eradicated completely because the houses know that one day they might need your services? I probed further. Our services, apprentice. Our services. Like it or not, you're now one of us, albeit still unofficially. You're a lone wanderer who will traverse the Empire, fulfilling minor tasks for various houses, seeking out interesting locations, exterminating beasts, closing anomalies, and perhaps even conquering battlefields. Although you should be well prepared for the latter. Places where you have no access to techniques are dangerous and treacherous. Wait, so seekers are officially appointed as such? Instead of answering directly, the mentor produced a small plaque inscribed with the legend, Guerlin, Seeker, Phoenix Clan. The plaque emanated such power that I recoiled instinctively. A seeker is considered official only if they possess a personal seal. It is personally crafted by the head of a clan and bestowed by one of his advisors. To earn such a seal for yourself, you must reach the golden rank of the apprentice stage, amass a vast amount of spirit stones or anomaly hearts, and use them to fuel the portal located in the capital of a first tier. Only then will an advisor appear to present the seal to you. It's a filtration process of sorts that separates seekers from regular Taoists. The energy required to maintain the portal suffices to form an energy core. Few are willing to make such a sacrifice for a mere plaque. However, it grants you some important benefits in return, such as freedom and independence. So, even this heart wouldn't suffice. I glanced down at the egg still in my hand. This particular one would. A 2,000-year-old heart of an anomaly that has reached the master stage is exceedingly rare and valuable. Using it for a portal is akin to using a fireball to cook meat. Technically possible, but would you be satisfied with the outcome? But as I understand, the heart is currently useless to me, right? I need to advance to the first tier to fully utilize the energy it contains. Or, apprentice, or. You're about to start daily half-hour training sessions with the minimal amounts of chi energy. Your body must adapt to the scratches inflicted by this energy, initiating the formation of nodes that eventually connect into meridians. This transformation is unachievable without a substantial power source. Initially, I'd anticipated that we might have to spend an entire year within a black anomaly. I had even reserved one for us. However, the discovery of this anomaly heart grants us the freedom to train anywhere, which is invaluable. It allows us to explore numerous uncharted areas within Tier 0 and to map the neutral lands accurately. Our primary mission, however, remains to locate and eliminate the Demon Coordinator. The power bestowed upon Seekers is not without purpose, apprentice. There's a price for everything. Seekers lead the charge against demons, monsters, and battlefields, instilling peace in our world. In return, the world grants us strength and clears our path to ascension. Should we falter in our duties, the world will surely forsake us. Many Seekers falter at overcoming the apprentice and warrior stages. It took me decades to realize what my mission was and start fulfilling the obligations that the heavens had laid upon me. But enough philosophical musings for today. You need to ponder everything I've shared with you and decide on your path forward. Here, take this. A Taoist without a bag is hardly a Taoist at all.
As he handed me a practical hiking bag suitable for slinging over the shoulder or carrying on the back, my mentor paused while I contemplated the heart of the anomaly for a moment, eventually handing it back to him. Carrying such a precious item in a bag of a regular sort seemed imprudent. The one thing that fit inside the bag comfortably was a textbook on artifact crafting, a long-coveted resource. Finally, I had the means to officially expand upon the knowledge gleaned in Huang Lung's cave without raising any eyebrows. And should I venture beyond the textbook's teachings, I could simply attribute it to a creative brainwave. The primary concern now was to ensure I had ample resources to support my endeavors. I pondered whether I ought to inform my mentor about the Silver Heron School and its legacy, and concluded it wasn't wise. Even if he took the entire library into his spatial bag with good intentions to preserve it, he would eventually return to the third tier. I shuddered to think how long it might take me to reach him, if I survived that long. Or if he did, given the inevitable pursuit by those coveting the demon healing technique. I'd share it when I felt the time would be right. It was still too early. The ointment my mentor provided turned out to be nothing short of miraculous. My hair began to grow almost immediately. It was jet black, a shade I'd never had in my life, and also straight and smooth, requiring no daily maintenance. Dirt didn't stick to it, and sweat from my intense training left no marks or odors. Truly a wondrous ointment. We roamed the neutral lands for about a month. My mentor decided that returning directly to Vorend would cause the traitor to hide, making him nearly impossible to flush out from his secret lair. The Taoists interrogated by my mentor unanimously claimed that communication with the coordinator was one way. They were to appear at a specific place and time to receive their orders. Thus, we planned to arrive precisely on the appointed day. My mentor had no illusions about the task being delegated through proxies, but hoped the coordinator would be nearby to oversee the operation, allowing us to capture him. The fact that Kirpin was from House Wang did not concern my mentor. Huriki Wang, the clan leader, might not even be aware of such a distinguished relative. The name Wang was very popular in Tier 0. So we traveled across the independent lands, closing any anomalies we encountered. We found 3, but unfortunately all were white. Despite their age, one exceeded 2,000 years, there was nothing of value inside. No plants, trees, or mechanisms. The most the heart of any anomaly had managed was to spawn a single builder golem of the apprentice stage. That was the limit of their capacity, apparently. My mentor absorbed the remnants of energy from the heart, and it disintegrated into fine dust. The other 2 anomalies presented a similar scenario. No loot, resources, or energy. A complete disappointment. Training was a key feature of our month-long journey, but the highlight was that I finally began crafting real artifacts. Surprisingly, the process of creating luminous items was simple. First, a base was needed. Unlike pills, artifacts couldn't be conjured from thin air. This base, which the craftsfolk then modified, was essential. My first creation was a spoon. The same kind my mentor had demonstrated when discussing unbounded artifacts. A spoon that didn't let any dirt stick to it, always remaining clean. An item indispensable for traveling. To craft an artifact spoon, one needed the spoon itself, a charged spirit stone, a mortar and pestle to grind the stone into dust, and an inscribing stylus. Initial artifacts were formed by physically applying a sigil and enhancing it with powder from the crushed spirit stone. Such sigils were short-lived. The powder would deplete its energy reserves within weeks, turning the artifact spoon back into the regular variety. But one had to start somewhere, right? A problem arose at once. The purification sigil was rather large, and to apply it one had to reduce its size to the correct proportions and draw a miniature pattern with precision, which required some skill. My mentor had prepared for the training, stocking up on spoons for all occasions. I only managed to produce a viable sigil on my 20th attempt. I never imagined artistic carving could be so challenging. I sweated more during this process than during any of my mentor's training sessions. And yet, I succeeded at last, and the sigil was ready for activation. All that remained was to carefully fill the carved grooves with the ground spirit stone and seal everything with body energy. The outcome was excellent, and my spoon remained clean for the next 2 weeks. Unable to resist, I scooped up some raw oil and observed the result with an ineffable sense of satisfaction. No trace of dirt remained on the spoon when I dumped the soil back. My foray into artifact crafting had nearly ended right there. The clean spoon was the first and only artifact in the classical textbook that didn't require activating the item with a touch of chi. All the other items necessitated the student having at least one meridian through which energy could flow to activate the sigil or interact with the item. My mentor declared he wouldn't assist me, insisting I needed to learn from my own mistakes. Since there was nothing more to train in Tier 0, artifact crafting was to be postponed. I barely managed to persuade him to allocate an hour daily for me to delve into this complex skill on my own. Essentially, I was asking only for the resources needed for crafting. Why did I insist? The answer was simple. Huang Lung clearly didn't adhere to the classical approach in teaching artifact crafting. The distinction between the textbooks lay in specific sigils, which were every school's pride, secret, and speciality. Interestingly, Huang Lung's textbook also started with a clean spoon, but the second example was a plate that kept itself clean, with only minor differences in a few strokes altering the base of the item. The sigil was rigidly bound to the type of a base item it had been applied to. If you drew a spoon sigil on a plate, the latter would not become an artifact. The extensive charts I had to memorize contained variations of sigil modifications depending on the base. Spoons, forks, spatulas, and whisks. Despite their similarities, each required a different base and symbol. The classical textbook mentioned none of these nuances, as far as I could see. Who were they training with such rudimentary material, I wondered. My mentor was highly skeptical when I requested a plate. The wise Taoist understood the sigil wouldn't work, but as he told me, I had to learn from my own mistakes. But I ended up triumphant, with an unsoilable plate in my possession. The sigil from Huang Lung's textbook worked perfectly. My mentor turned the plate over in his hands for a long time, seemingly in disbelief at what he saw. It went so far that he handed me a second plate and demanded a repeat performance, but that was when I encountered an unpleasant aspect of artifact crafting. I sealed the crushed spiritual stone with energy from my body, and when I repeated this process for the second time in a row, I blacked out. Darkness came so swiftly that I couldn't even react or brace myself, falling face first to the ground. It turned out that you couldn't make 2 artifacts in one day using your body energy. As my mentor explained, after healing me, then giving me a few hefty thumps for carelessness, and then healing me again, during my combat with the anomaly I had retained energy within my body without expelling it outward. In the present case, however, a massive flow of my life force got concentrated as heat and released into the artifact, and not even a particularly useful one. To my seemingly rational remark that I hadn't intended to make a second item but was compelled by him, he simply stated that I needed to start thinking for myself and decide when to follow orders unquestionably and when to ask clarifying questions to avoid unpleasant situations. In short, my mentor nearly banned me from artifact crafting, declaring he had no spare plates. However, the moment I requested a knife, he handed one over without question. In just 10 days, I approached the pinnacle of a first section in Huang Lung's textbook, self-replenishing sigils. They were nearly identical to the regular sort, except for 2 additional components. This was still about self-cleaning items, but this time they were supposed to gain the ability to absorb stray chi, refreshing the duration of a purity sigil. A spirit stone wouldn't suffice here. Special wood and a flower capable of absorbing and retaining chi were required. My mentor frowned but provided me with a plate and all the necessary materials, then sat down beside me and watched closely as I worked. It was extremely uncomfortable to work under such scrutiny, but I understood that failure was not an option. There would be no second attempt. I even had to put the stylus aside to calm the trembling in my hands. Finally, the base was completed. I poured the crushed wood into the outer contour of a sigil and the flour into the inner one, then carefully lifted the plate, afraid to even breathe in its direction, and activated my body's energy. I felt terribly weak. If I hadn't been sitting, I surely would have collapsed. My face drained of blood, my head spun, and a nasty metallic taste filled my mouth. But the result was worth it. I was holding an artifact in my hands. It didn't glow like the others, as there was too little energy in Tier 0 to charge even such a simple item, so I had to ask my mentor for the heart of an anomaly. The chi energy scratched at my body the way it usually did, but some of it was absorbed by the plate, enriching it with energy. I watched as my creation filled with the necessary force, and as soon as the mark reached the set level, the artifact activated. The plate lit up just like my mentor's spoon. It was a fully self-sustaining artifact. My very first real artifact that could work indefinitely, until it wore out completely. Now I needed to think about its durability. "How did you do that?" my mentor asked. If he had previously shown no reaction to my creations, this time he couldn't hold back. It seemed like the question should have stumped me, but I had an excellent answer. Huang Lung himself had suggested it in his notes. Page 117, self-repairing items, I managed to articulate before my strength utterly left me. The world spun and I plummeted into darkness. Yet, as I fell, I did so with a sense of accomplishment. I had succeeded. I could create my own inventory. I just needed to increase my body's energy capacity. Somehow. With the current level, I'd surely perish activating a more complex construct. Master Guerlin watched his unconscious apprentice with mixed emotions swirling within him. He had never closely encountered mental absolutes before, and was therefore unfamiliar with their potential. Xander's initiation into the path of immortality triggered by an anomaly was somewhat predictable. His body seemed prepared, needing just a slight push, and the anomaly had provided just that. But achieving the bronze rank in just 2 months was unheard of. No such case had ever come to the Seeker's attention, nor had his mentor, may the heavens be his resting place, mentioned such prodigies. 6 months was the period that separated geniuses from ordinary Taoists. Xander had cut this period down to a third. What followed was equally outside the conventional understanding. The student displayed learning abilities impossible for an ordinary person, mastering the Jian, spear, and hand-to-hand combat in just 8 months. Xander had failed to achieve a silver rank in the Demon Lands solely due to his physical weakness. Despite absorbing and processing a vast amount of information, his physical development lagged significantly. Perhaps it was time to return to pills. The boy wouldn't be able to manage unassisted. The Seeker wasn't surprised by what had transpired in the anomaly. He had anticipated it, and his pupil did not disappoint him. Xander may have sustained more injuries than Guerlin had planned, but now, with these artifacts, this was beyond any conventional understanding. Guerlin even went so far as to check the textbook on page 117 himself. Indeed, it detailed the mechanics of self-replenishing seals, which operated on chi energy. But how could a 13-year-old boy who had lived his entire life in Tier 0 and lacked any formal academic education manage to adapt these mechanics and use them across different sigils? Had anyone else told Guerlin this story, he would have scoffed and claimed it to be impossible. It would have to be fraud. Yet the Seeker had been there, watching the entire process from the start. There was no fraud, only uncertain and yet to be refined actions. The answer was obvious, but Guerlin had lived too long in this world to believe in fairy tales. Nonetheless, this answer explained everything. His student was not just a mental absolute, but also a genius artificer, the kind that only gets born once in a century. Ideally, he should immediately write to Brother Burval, asking him to pay close attention to this youth. But Guerlin knew that if he did, he would decide Xander's fate without the boy's consent. Brother Burval would snatch him up, quickly drag him to the 3rd tier, plant him in a workshop, and his student would forget what freedom was. Guerlin hadn't fought his way to enlightenment only to defy the heavens. If they wished to make Xander a seeker, who was he to argue? He needed to use all his strength for this purpose, and if his student truly was a genius artificer, prepare him for a meeting with Seeker Burval. Guerlin had no doubt this meeting would occur sooner or later. The only question was, how would it happen? Which of these two extraordinary individuals would speak from a position of strength? Chapter 19. The open veranda of the old Trefoil Tavern was a perfect vantage point, offering a splendid, unobstructed view of the city center, featuring the palace of House Wang and the consultants of the other three clans of the Deforian Empire. As the mentor explained, any Taoist seeking immortality had the right to choose which clan suited them best. It was then up to the clan to decide whether the Taoist in question was worthy of joining. However, the important thing was that a person's place of birth did not obligate them to wear a single coat of arms on their chest for their entire life. I took a sip of my tea and continued to watch the city. What drew my attention immediately was the palace of the Tiger Clan. I didn't know the name of a family representing that clan here, but the way they showcased themselves commanded respect. In my opinion, the Tiger Clan's residence was larger and more beautiful than the Wang Clan's palace. The Westerners didn't hesitate to flaunt their superiority over other clans, especially on the territory of the latter, and no one could utter a word against them. The right of strength granted the Tiger Clan much freedom. "The rays of Iris are quite gentle today," a stranger's voice said. I wanted to turn around, but it wasn't prudent to do so. I had to keep my gaze fixed toward the palaces, even if a firestorm erupted around me. Such were the rules. "There's nothing gentler than the touch of a spirit coin," I replied, taking another sip of tea. "Unless that spirit coin is poisoned," the voice continued. "In that case, only Iris remains," I concluded. These cryptic phrases were given to my mentor by demon spies sent to Vorend, 40 individuals whom the inhabitants of another world had dispatched to Tier 0, divided into 2 groups, each led by its own commander. Essentially, one of these commanders was supposed to sit here and wait for a meeting with a stranger. "Aren't you a bit young?" A rather portly man, clearly neglecting training and the pursuit of immortality in favor of gluttony and ale, plopped down on the neighboring chair. He looked quite respectable. Expensive clothing, elegant rings that clearly doubled as something else, and a bunch of amulets. His chubby cheeks and narrow piggy eyes marred the overall impression. But who was I to know what demon spies were supposed to look like? "The master believes that my age will make me less suspicious to the guards," I replied. Everything that followed was pure improvisation. My mentor and I spent several days rehearsing this conversation. Not exactly rehearsing. Guerlin told me about the habits of demons and their way of thinking, and then acted as the person I was supposed to meet, trying to catch me on a lie or an inconsistency. I held my own honorably during the last 2 interrogations. "Your current level, servant?" the portly man asked with a hint of disdain in his voice. Apparently, something about me rubbed him the wrong way. Could it be the fact I wasn't groveling before his magnificence, perhaps? I had to consider that I might be facing the coordinator himself, the one sent by demons to wreak havoc in this region. "Bronze rank, sir," I answered, adding a measure of respect to my voice. "Please pardon my boldness. The master has instructed me to act assertively. I am unaware of the reasons behind this decision, but I dare not disobey." "How many people are there in your group?" the man asked, still curling his lip. 40 people, sir, including myself. 2 groups of 20 candidate Taoists." "Where's the others?" He frowned, even starting to look around. But there was no one else on the veranda besides us. It was too early, and most of Vorend's residents were still asleep. "Injured, sir. When the personal apprentice of the esteemed Overlord Shang Li was eliminating Seeker Guerlin, many of our people had gotten in harm's way. The Seeker had tried to destroy as many of the Master's servants as possible, but ultimately failed. We were protected by the great Lady Almerida." "Lord Shang Li sent you here himself?" The portly man was astonished. The contempt seemed to have vanished completely. "That's correct, sir. He personally chose the servants who were to assist the Lord in this region. I am unaware of Overlord Shang Li's plans, sir, but I heard him reprimanding Lady Almerida, the head of the Urbongos tribe. The wormhole opened in Tier 0 was supposed to become stable. However, it has gotten destroyed, with Lady Almerida punished as a result, along with everyone involved. The Overlord was extremely displeased and decided to send us here, his personal servants. Do not judge by my age, sir. Overlord Shang Li knew what he was doing by sending us here." "How were we supposed to know that a Master Seeker would appear here?" the portly man said, almost apologetically, and it dawned on me that Mentor Guerlin had been right. The person who'd shown up for the meeting would be a mere stooge, an actor sent by the actual coordinator to avoid taking any risks personally. Justifying myself to such a person or explaining anything would be losing face. However, I needed to make sure that I wasn't dealing with the coordinator. Sir, to open and stabilize the next wormhole, the esteemed overlord Shang Li has ordered me to transfer the heart of a yellow—
Quiet, fool!
The portly man abruptly cut me off and even tried to cover my mouth with his hands. It almost turned into a comical tableau as he nearly fell off his chair. The first guest had arrived on the veranda, casting surprised glances at us. Standing up quickly, the portly man began to look around for guards, but there was no one nearby. Mentor said he could track me up to 300 feet away, and now he was lost somewhere among the houses, hiding from prying eyes.
Follow me.
The portly man hailed a self-propelled cart near the tavern. It was too late to hesitate, so I followed him without a second thought, hoping my mentor wouldn't lose track of me. My escort was visibly nervous. He kept peering out one window and then another, as if trying to spot pursuers. But there was no one. Finally, we arrived at a very ordinary house near the center.
Follow me,
the portly man ordered, and knocked on the door. The person who opened it clearly worked with first-tier items. How did I know? He looked exactly like the Seeker craftsman. He had a withered look about him, with dark circles around his eyes, and resembled a walking corpse more than a human. Yet I distinctly felt the force that crashed down on me and the portly man. My companion even snorted, while I managed to keep my feet, chastising myself for an unforgivable mistake. The man who opened the door didn't work with first-tier items. The artifacts he dealt with were second-tier. I was standing before an apprentice Taoist. Peering out to see the empty streets, the Taoist silently stepped aside, allowing us entry. The pressure vanished, and the portly man entered the house with a groan that could have come from a frail octogenarian. I followed him into a spacious living room. The owner of the house scrutinized me for a moment before nodding for me to follow him. We found ourselves in a small and nearby empty study with nothing but a desk and a couple of chairs inside. The Taoist took one of the chairs and closed his eyes, looking relieved. Motion seemed to be taxing to him. His weakness only lasted a moment. Before the portly man could occupy the second vacant chair, the host had already opened his eyes and uttered in a raspy voice, "Speak." My account took about 10 minutes, detailing how Overlord Shang Li had sent me and my group here to assist in opening a wormhole. Additionally, the Overlord had allegedly allocated the heart of a yellow anomaly from his reserves, which I placed on the table. The portly man reached for the egg immediately, but a sharp glance from the house owner snapped him back, making him retract his hands quickly. A piece of paper and a pencil appeared on the table. The spindly man pushed them towards me and ordered, "Draw the most distinguishing feature of Overlord Shang Li." The most distinguishing feature? I was taken aback by such a task. What distinguishing feature could a demon have? Closing my eyes to recall our meeting, I conjured the image of Shang Li, but saw nothing special except for a symbol on his chest. All the other features of his appearance were the same as those of Vailea's mother. Perhaps it was the symbol he was asking about. I couldn't think of any other option. I took the pencil and spent a long time drawing the intricate tangle of lines that was depicted on the chest of Overlord Shang Li. The spindly man took the paper and examined my drawing for a while. Finally, satisfied, he asked the question, "You've lived among demons for a long time. Describe the scent of Overlord Shang Li." "He had no scent, sir," I responded immediately. This point troubled me for a while. The demon at the Overlord's stage indeed didn't emit the cloying scent of death. I knew this all too well. I was a step away from Shang Li. Meanwhile, Guango Li, the Overlord's personal apprentice, did possess this scent. As my mentor explained, something happened to demons at the Overlord stage, and the scent disappeared. Only the Chosen knew what exactly occurred. My mentor wasn't among them. To investigate the issue, one had to finish off a demon overlord and thoroughly examine their insides. My mentor wasn't up for such a feat yet. "I had to ask those questions, Junior," the spindly Taoist exhaled with palpable relief. "Too much was at stake to take any risks. Your tale was astonishingly incredible. It's hard to believe that Overlord Shang Li would exhibit a personal interest in Tier Zero." "My duties are not for me to question, Elder." I bowed. In front of my mentor, I could stand tall, but here, I had to bow whenever I spoke. My task is to assist and to ascend through the tiers. The Overlord has commanded me to reach the first tier by the age of 18. "I see you're nearly at silver rank," the spindly Taoist nodded. "How old are you?" 13, Elder. The Overlord has entrusted me to the tutelage of his personal apprentice, Master Guan Goli. Bronze rank at 13. Very impressive. Envy tinted the spindly Taoist's voice. Where is your group? In the Varen province, Elder. The Overlord has instructed us to exercise caution. The Wang clan might have hired others besides Seeker Guerlin. Hired someone else? The spindly Taoist laughed, a sound that chilled me to my bone. I'd like to see them find the spirit coins to afford it. No, Junior. Seeker Guerlin was the only unforeseen factor, but your reporting Overlord Shangli has dealt with him. There are no longer any Taoists in Tier 0 capable of thwarting our master's plan, and with this heart he will be able to open and secure the wormhole very soon. So, this spindly apprentice Taoist wasn't the mysterious coordinator my mentor was looking for? That was interesting news. Then who could this man be? Some deputy to the coordinator? It's a pity my mentor couldn't act openly. As he mentioned, those who had sold out to demons likely had poison capsules implanted. Once they realized they were in a no-win situation or got immobilized by a more powerful Taoist's aura, the capsule activated, and no remedy could save them. A bit of cunning was required for success, and I've been practicing that lately. I've been playing the part of a demon master spy, here for gradual ascension. My mentor explained that such Taoists were the most dangerous. They were incredibly hard to detect, and the greater clans of the inner tiers were always open to successful immortality seekers. My heart fills with joy, Elder, at the thought that I've managed to carry out the Master's mission successfully. Allow me to return to Varen for my group and bring them to Vorend to complete our mission. We'll also require a healer, Elder. We have no need for the weak, the Taoist grimaced. Kill anyone who cannot fulfill the Master's will. Your departure must be delayed a little, Junior. You must deliver the yellow anomaly's heart and my artifacts to the Master yourself. I do not have the authority to leave the capital, and the Master isn't planning to arrive here anytime soon. He must learn that Seeker Guerlin is no longer a threat. I am always ready to serve the Elder's command, I bowed humbly. My heart betrayed me with its rapid beating, a detail that wasn't missed by the spindly Taoist. I decided to clarify. But am I worthy of such an honor? The Master had warned that during my time in Tier 0 I might never see the one honored with safeguarding the wormhole seeds. The Elder's command is a complete surprise to me, and I am experiencing unprecedented excitement. What if I am deemed unworthy? The twitch of a spindly Taoist's lips indicated that my words had hit the mark. Perhaps I really should consider acting, I thought. I could travel the tier, perform in plays, and not worry that any mistake could cost my life. I will issue you a letter of introduction, Junior. Wait here. You, follow me. The last words were directed at the corpulent man, who seemed quite pleased with his performance. Yet my attention was not on him, but on the knife the spindly Taoist had left on the table. When had he managed that? The knife was clearly a sign. Another test. I needed to think and think fast. I was sent here by Overlord Shangli. The goal was to assist the coordinator in opening a wormhole and to enter the first tier by the age of 18. What could stop me? Only sudden betrayal. For I would be registered as a resident of Tier 0, a boy from a distant village. Betrayal. Who could betray me? My group, as well as anyone who may have overheard our current conversation. The portly man. Who was he? A hired actor who regularly met contacts? A cog in the coordinator's well-oiled machine of people and resources? And what happened to cogs that suddenly learned things they were not supposed to know? Cogs that could become problematic in the future. They got replaced. The decision was made so swiftly that I didn't even notice how the knife ended up in my hands. The portly man was talking to the spindly Taoist and had his back to me. The house owner didn't even flinch when the knife embedded itself hilt deep in the portly man's back, right where the heart should be, thrown by my hand. A lifeless body fell to the floor. I felt no doubt or pity for this creature. He knew well what he was doing and the consequences his actions would have on ordinary people. As my mentor would say, the heavens saw everything and punished you at the most unexpected moments. You hesitated, Junior. Why? My weapons are the Jian and the spear, Elder. Knife handling was taught to me as an afterthought.
More precisely, not taught at all. My mentor never practiced knife throwing. Had it not been for an uncle who taught me such tricks, I would have had to approach the corpulent man and resolve the issue with my hands.
You should practice. Residents of Tier 0 must master the knife perfectly. Mistakes cannot be tolerated. It could draw attention.
Thank you for the lesson, Elder. I will correct these shortcomings.
Let's go. There's nothing left for us here.
A self-propelled cart bearing the symbol of House Wang awaited us by the door. In Tier 0, such carts were a pass in themselves. No one in their right mind would think to stop a vehicle with the insignia of the tier's most important noble family. The next house we arrived at was significantly different from the previous one. It was located in the central part of a city and resembled the dwelling of some wealthy individual from House Wang. Their symbol was displayed prominently on the building. Silent servants greeted us, bowing to their master almost with every step.
Stay here,
commanded the spindly man, and disappeared into the house. The servants began loading the cart with various boxes, doing it with such efficiency as if they had spent half their lives doing nothing else. Soon, the spindly Taoist returned, handing me a box containing the yellow anomaly's heart and a small metal plate.
This is your pass, and a sign that you have been checked,
the Taoist explained.
The master will decide how to use you best. Be patient, Junior. It will take you a week to reach your destination.
Armed riders appeared on either side of the cart. The spindly Taoist could not allow even the slightest chance occurrence to interfere with the mission from his master. The cart set off. I settled into the seat and tried to calm the tumultuous emotions in my chest. What had initially been planned as a meeting with a fake representative of the demons in Tier 0 seemed to have turned into some incredible adventure, and I was not sure that my mentor could keep track of me. It was doubtful that the guards would calmly watch a conspicuous cart move a few hundred feet behind them for an entire week. I had no doubts about my mentor. The guards wouldn't present the slightest problem to him. But what would we do next? The coachman was likely implanted with the same poison capsule, and he would kill himself immediately if anything went awry, possibly trying to take me with him. Even if that failed, we would not achieve the desired results. The coordinator's location would remain secret. The spindly Taoist had only mentioned the travel time, not the final destination. Thus, it was very likely that my mentor would not manage to accompany me, and I would have to continue playing the role of a servant of Overlord Shang Li and a personal apprentice of Guangguo Li. I didn't think the news that this illustrious demon had turned to dust had reached Tier 0 yet. To the whole world, it was Seeker Guerlin who had been turned to ash. The journey was so long that I almost died of boredom. My body was accustomed to daily training, and it literally ached when instead of the usual push-ups, I had to sit. On the second day, unable to bear it any longer, I jumped out of a cart and ran alongside it. Sitting idle was unbearable. The guards did not react to this. During our short stops, I managed not only to eat and relieve myself, but also to conduct a brief warm-up. As my mentor said, a Taoist had to train around the clock, and then 2 hours on top of that. Only then could they break through his barriers. The next stop was made in the middle of a dense forest. We had not passed any villages for 3 days. Apparently, we had ventured into areas so remote, people hadn't settled there for years. I recollected the dark forest that was a few days' journey away from my village, abandoned by humans a century ago due to its various dangers. It seemed we had ventured into an area with a similar history of abandonment. However, the road here showed signs of use, unlike the overgrown trails of a dark forest. Upon leaping out of a carriage for my routine exercises, I abruptly stopped in my tracks. The cloying reek of death touched my nose. As I stood on the edge of a clearing, a demon observed me intently, deliberating his next move. The aura of power and danger emanating from the demon felt like a searing needle driven between my shoulder blades. The guards and the coachman were already prostrate, paying their respects to their master. I probably should have mimicked their actions, but my time spent with Bailia over the last 4 months wasn't in vain. I learned much about the proper conduct when dealing with demons seeking acknowledgement. Pulling out the plaque given to me by the spindly Taoist, I extended it with both hands and bowed respectfully. A servant of Overlord Shang Li has arrived to assist in opening the wormhole. That was more than sufficient. The demon could not be the main figure here. It was impossible, since the spindly Taoist had made it clear that his lord would not return to the city any time soon. A demon in the capital? Hardly believable. Besides, I knew the coordinator's name. Kirpin Wang. It may have belonged to the spindly Taoist, but logic suggested otherwise. The demon approached slowly, took the plaque, and studied it for a while before returning it, not tossing it back, but handing it over carefully. Overlord Shang Li was too significant a figure for his servants to be treated with disdain.
"Unload," came his low, muffled voice. "Follow me."
The road ended, so we walked along a small path for a while. The area reeked of demons, a flagrant number of them, and not just the higher echelons. I heard the howls of the lower ranks several times. Anyone who had lived for months among creatures from another world could never mistake that sound for anything else. Beasts did not howl like that. Finally, we reached a vast clearing surrounded by a wooden fence, with work already underway on the construction of a stone wall. Both demons and humans were laboring. The latter, judging by their collars and haggard appearance, were not doing so of their own volition. A rock face nearby seemed to be the source of the stones. Inside the enclosure were several haphazard wooden structures and a multitude of tents. It was hard to imagine the number of beings living here. I reckoned no less than 100 demons and an equal number of humans, not counting the lower ranks. Not even a typical village in Tier 0 had such a population. However, the most astonishing discovery awaited me in the center of the village. There stood a peculiar structure, an arch formed by the roots of some monstrous tree. The roots intertwined, tearing and piercing each other, oozing bloody slime. But the arch itself was not the most amazing part. It was what lay within. It opened into another realm. This wasn't a passage, but a window that pierced through space itself, opening a door to the demon world filled with burgundy hues. Movement stirred deep within the arch. Dots that quickly approached and soon transformed into lesser demons, emerging from the arch with a piercing roar that chilled me to the bone. These creatures were clearly at the apprentice stage. As if responding to a command, the lesser demons turned in unison and charged toward the rock face. Another reinforcement had arrived.
"So, what does Overlord Shang Li want with Tier 0? A frustrated voice echoed, but I couldn't turn to respond. All of a sudden, such a weight descended upon me that I couldn't remain standing, nor could I remain conscious. The last thing I noticed was that it wasn't just me affected. The very group of lesser demons rushing towards the rock sprawled on the ground alongside me. The darkness took over, and I didn't see another person entering the village. Guerlin, a golden rank master Taoist, had come for his apprentice.
Chapter 20. The first thing I saw upon opening my eyes was my mentor's calm face. Judging by his movement, he had just removed his hand from my chest, finishing his healing. The mentor stood up, looking off into the distance, and said, "We will spend the next year on your physical strengthening. I don't like how you faint from the slightest pressure or from crafting 2 artifacts in succession. The energy of your body is so low it often puzzles me how you manage to walk around without falling down dead from exhaustion. Get up. It's unbecoming for a seeker to lie on the ground." I felt an unprecedented lightness in my body, allowing me to leap to my feet with a single quick movement. Destruction reigned around me. Everything had been burned, broken, and flattened. Only a small patch of earth where I lay stood out as a green spot. The bodies of people and demons, both higher and lesser, were strewn everywhere. It seemed I had been mistaken in assuming there were about 100 creatures of each kind here. Even a preliminary assessment showed that there were significantly more of the lesser demons than I had estimated. The ground was literally covered with them. It turned out that not everything had gotten destroyed, though. The arch leading to the world of demons remained intact. My mentor, who had been observing distantly, said, "This is what they call a wormhole, apprentice. A channel that connects 2 worlds. A long, spatial umbilicus yearning for one thing only. To contract and merge the 2 exits. Once that happens, a battlefield will form here, a place where techniques are powerless." The demons spoke of wishing to establish a stable wormhole, I recollected.
"They have no need for battlefields either. At the point where the worlds have merged, passage to the other side is possible only at the junction point, in Wormhole 0. But getting there is quite a chore. Without a well-prepared group, I wouldn't dare venturing even onto a Tier 0 battlefield. There are various ways to stabilize a wormhole, and most of them are associated with blood. A lot of blood."
"But you didn't destroy the wormhole."
"It's not that easy to do, apprentice. It's safe for now, so we can stay here and train for a while. When I see that you're ready, we'll close the wormhole. You need to understand how this works, and be able to do this by yourself.
Stay here? Don't we need to return to Vorend? There's still one skinny demon guy who sent me here.
Darkin Wang, a bronze-ranked apprentice Taoist, my mentor informed me. No, apprentice, we don't need to return to Vorend. In fact, it's rather undesirable for us to go back there in the near future. House Wang is currently not exactly of a friendly disposition towards me. Of course, they cannot really harm me, but they can compromise me in front of a clan and significantly damage my reputation. We can't allow that to happen right now.
House Wang has turned against you? I was astonished. Why?
Most likely they didn't appreciate my visit to Darkin Wang, this despicable excuse for a human being who'd sold out to the demons, and had a serious talk with him. It so happened that during this moment a meeting of the junior leaders of House Wang was taking place at the traitor's residence, and they refused to believe that their relative had sold out to demons. It became necessary to prove this in action, convincing the dissenters. I discovered and destroyed a secret laboratory for the processing of artifacts. Somehow they were being delivered directly from the second tier to Tier 0, but I was unable to find out how exactly that was done. The demon's accomplices indeed have poison capsules embedded inside them. Darkin Wang chose to leave this world without answering my questions, as did some of the servants working on the farm of this traitor to humanity.
Farm? The word was familiar to me, but logic suggested it meant something else in this case.
Darkin had been raising beasts for the demons to feed on, mixing ground-up spirit stones into their fodder. You've spent a whole week moving with boxes. Didn't you get a chance to look inside?
I somehow didn't, I mumbled. I hadn't even thought of such a thing. All my thoughts were occupied with figuring out how to act next. I didn't know the mentor was following in my footsteps.
Nearly all the boxes contained altered squirrels delivered from the first tier. Either there's a leak somewhere in the barrier, or there are smugglers operating between the tiers. I'm hoping it's the latter. On House Wang's farm, the squirrels were given spirit stone powder, which enhanced them to the bronze or even silver rank. Darkin Wang was one of the leaders of the house, an artificer. He was responsible for controlling the spirit stones, which he essentially used at his discretion. The disappearance of a huge batch of valuable stones was precisely why Huriki Wang did not want Phoenix Clan representatives to come to the tier. They would have immediately noticed the obvious shortage and started asking questions. Considering that no house would ever betray its own, House Wang would have been immediately removed from managing Tier 0.
You mentioned smugglers. Why are they better than a leak in a barrier?
A leak is a breach through which the energy from the first tier can penetrate into Tier 0, through which beasts can pass. It poses a colossal problem for the entire lower tier. Beasts go mad from energy hunger and start attacking every living thing. Remember the Dark Forest? The pack leader back there had reached the apprentice stage, and the beasts destroyed all living things within a radius of dozens of miles because they had gone mad. Smugglers, on the other hand, they are akin to seekers in their disregard for any laws, but our motivation is completely different. We disdain money. Our goals are more important. Smugglers, on the other hand, don't have any other goals than making money. I don't know about the barrier between Tier 0 and the first tier, but between the fourth and third, they passed through the flip side of the universe, the place where wormholes form. It's dangerous because you never know what creature you might run into as you traverse it, but tracking such movement is impossible. I don't know how one penetrates the flip side of the universe. The smugglers guard this secret jealously. I suppose some artifact or ancient device.
The flip side of a universe? What's that? I was astounded.
You've seen it. It's the darkness that surrounds the anomalies, a legacy of the ancient world. Unfortunately, the nature of this phenomenon has always been beyond the scope of my interests. I know too little about it. But enough talk, apprentice. The spoils won't gather themselves. All the lesser demons need to be collected and burned, after their cores have been extracted. Take a knife and get on with the butchering. Don't use gloves. There's not a single creature stronger than a copper rank apprentice among the lesser demons, and you need to build your resistance.
My mentor clearly enjoyed inflicting pain on me. When I processed the first demon, it felt like dipping my hands into hot water. Very hot water. No blisters formed, but the skin turned very red. The next few demons posed no problem. They were at candidate stage and didn't burn. However, they also contained no cores. Then again came an apprentice stage specimen, and everything repeated. I even felt a burning sensation in my chest. And again, a couple of unremarkable ones followed by another toughie. To drag all the creatures into one massive pile, we had to work until sunset. Suddenly, bright lanterns lit up, illuminating the space. They were placed on high poles and activated automatically as soon as night fells. I wasn't the only one intrigued by these devices. My mentor approached one of the poles and jumped, managing to grasp the pole at its very top. After removing the lantern, the Taoist descended and examined it for some time.
I must admit, Tharkin Wang knew his craft well. The mentor pressed a small lever, and the lantern went out. This is a standard light artifact, modified for interaction with ancient mechanisms. Look, this plate determines the brightness of a space, and as soon as it falls below a certain threshold, the spirit stone is activated. When the brightness becomes acceptable again, it turns off to avoid wasting energy unnecessarily. An interesting solution. In the inner tiers, the process of turning the light on and off is managed by a composite artifact. The Taoist disassembled the device, showing me its insides and explaining the purpose of each part. Moreover, he did this as if he perfectly understood the working principle not only of the artifact itself, but also of the ancient mechanisms. To my natural question of how this came to be, the Taoist answered that his main profession was a mechanic, someone who adapted devices found in anomalies or ordered from blacksmiths to modern realities, devices like the self-propelled cart, for instance, which he had assembled himself. Considering that peak master Taoists moved not over land but through air, using flying swords, so this cart had only elicited smiles from other seekers. That was until an expedition to the battlefield. Flight as a technique didn't work, but Master Guerlin's self-propelled cart moved through the terrain perfectly, and here in Tier 0, the Taoist's creation had already proven itself invaluable. The enormous bonfire made from the bodies of lower demons blazed with such intensity that we had to retreat to avoid being scorched. 327 creatures had infiltrated into our world. Considering their strength, it amounted to a massive army capable of capturing half of Tier 0. There were significantly fewer higher demons, just 53 individuals. While I dealt with the lesser creatures, the Taoist wandered around a camp, searching for valuable items. He inspected every nook, every pocket, and every box. I didn't understand the reason for such a thorough search initially. It seemed unlikely that anything here would be of use to a master Taoist. But when a bloodthirsty smirk appeared on my mentor's face, I realized he'd found something. This is the technique for activating a wormhole. The Taoist showed a scroll similar to the one given to him by Lord Shangli. Extremely rare and quite unique. Do you know why?
Because the author's name is written upon it, I guessed.
Exactly! An artificial wormhole cannot be opened from just one world. It requires the synchronous actions of two coordinators. The seeds and their activation are a demon invention. This means they had to deliver them to the local coordinator along with instructions on when, where, and how to perform the activation. Thus, we've learned the name of a demonic Tier 0 operator, the coordinator of the demon world's wormholes. It's Lenzer of Charming Tribe. Come, I'll show you the reason why the demons have started construction work here.
My mentor headed towards a place where a house once stood, now just a passage leading to a basement. The Taoist lit his new lantern, illuminating a small room with essentially nothing in it but a table and 3 acid green objects upon it. But when I took a closer look at those objects, I collapsed to the floor, scratching at it with my feet in a terror that was even more intense than what I had experienced near the blue anomaly. I was gripped by such horror that my heart seemed to stop from fear. At least, I only came to when the Taoist laid his hand on me and used a healing technique. There was not a hint of reproach or dissatisfaction in the Taoist's gaze, even though my entire body was covered in cold sweat.
This is a wormhole seed. With its help, space can be pierced, causing 2 worlds to merge through a passage. Over time, it will contract until it spawns a battlefield. To prevent this from happening, Tharkin Wang was manufacturing and modifying artifacts from the 2nd tier. Some of them have already been installed in the wormhole, and others were planned to be set up after its reduction. The passage is too large right now. Not every demon would want to cross such a distance. As for the seed, there's nothing shameful in your reaction. There aren't many people in the world who can remain calm near this object without experiencing primal terror. To even think of holding the seed is out of the question. The wormhole coordinators are guarded by demons as a tremendously valuable resource. When I first saw a seed, I fainted. That's why you cannot seek out coordinators without an experienced mentor. Just the sight of the enemy revealing the seed can end the fight before it properly begins, and an unprepared person won't be able to do anything about it. Such is the nature of these objects. You have a challenging task ahead of you, apprentice. You must learn to stand close to this abomination. It's important.
The mentor wasn't kidding. The task proved to be very difficult indeed. I couldn't overcome my fear on the first try, nor the second, nor by the end of a day, nor after 2 days. I approached the table with persistence that sometimes started to seem misplaced to me, looked at the acid green seeds, and felt the very heart of me twinge with uncontrollable terror. The mentor had left me alone, so I would come to about 10 minutes later, only to stand up again and approach the table on shaky legs. And so it went in a cycle for 2 days with short breaks for sleep and eating. I couldn't manage it at all. The seed created by the demon craftsfolk exerted such pressure that overcoming my fears was impossible. All I had achieved was being able to stand about 10 feet away from the table. I trembled and sweated, but still managed to look at the seed without falling or fainting. Any attempt to take even half a step closer overwhelmed me, and I would find myself recovering by the far wall.
Enough!
The mentor stopped me by the end of the 3rd day.
That's more than enough for the first time. Your result is 9 feet and 10 inches. Mine is 8 feet. I can't get any closer than that. Not bad, apprentice. Now, if heavens bring you face to face with a wormhole coordinator, you'll have a chance to survive. Just don't let them get close to you.
You mean you cannot carry the wormhole seeds either? I was so surprised I forgot about my fatigue. For the first time, I learned about something my mentor couldn't do. It wasn't exactly frightening, but it turned him back into a Taoist. A strong and powerful one, but a Taoist nonetheless. Not a deity.
Of course not. Demons can somehow identify people with this gift. They work closely with them, wooing, bribing, and seducing. They turn them into their loyal servants ready to do anything for their masters, even destroy an entire tier. And as you see, they guard such individuals very well. All the servants and slaves will die rather than reveal the location of their coordinator.
But those spies the demons sent with us didn't kill themselves. You were able to interrogate them.
Because they had supposedly escaped captivity. Demons understood that captives would surely be checked, and if found with poisoned capsules, eliminated at once. The protection had to be implanted here, on the spot. Dark and Wang's estate had a special room for it. If it weren't for the yellow anomaly's heart, you would never have been allowed near the wormhole coordinator without poison implantation. We were incredibly lucky that there's a severe energy shortage here in Tier 0. Dark and Wang had forgotten to be cautious, wishing to curry favor with his master. And he paid for it. That's how it goes, apprentice. The mistake made by just one person can destroy the efforts of a vast crowd. Now you need to go outside and run at least 600 feet towards the cliff. You have 2 minutes. The destroyed seeds will release a massive wave of energy. If you get caught in it, you'll die. The countdown begins now.
My mentor sure was something. He didn't bother ensuring I ran a safe distance.
He set the boundaries and gave me complete freedom of action. If I were foolish enough not to follow his instructions, I didn't deserve to survive in this world. Considering the mentor stated a minimum, I needed to triple it. I sprinted towards the nearby cliff with all my might, stopping only when a wave of energy hit my back. Tier 0 was clearly shocked by such treatment. Trees fell, grass vanished, and nothing was left of the camp. Except for the wormhole, of course, which seemed completely unaffected by this energy surge. As I returned, I found myself sinking to my chest in soil that had been turned not even to sand, but to fine dust, incapable of supporting my weight. I didn't approach the spot where the building with the wormhole seed had stood. The depth of the dust there was significantly greater.
Ready?
Unexpectedly, my mentor emerged beside me, looking pleased. Normally, his smile foretold nothing good. It was little other than a smirk, really. But now the Taoist was smiling as if he had received the happiest tidings of his life. It looked so endearing that I couldn't help but ask, "Mentor, is everything all right? You look unusual." Unusual. The Taoist's smile widened. I shivered. What if something had happened to the Mentor's mind when he destroyed 3 seeds at once? I had seen someone afflicted in such a manner. He wandered our village, smiling at everyone and everything. People, animals, trees, even stones. When beasts had devoured him at last, no one shed a tear. Those of weak mind had no place in our world. Perhaps you are right, my mentor continued to smile. Today we accomplished a great deed, apprentice. We have destroyed a wormhole coordinator capable of holding up to 5 seeds. He had used 2, and I've destroyed 3 more, managing to absorb a significant amount of energy. Heavens see everything that happens to us. It punishes for mistakes by setting barriers, but it also rewards us for correct actions by aiding in ascension. My actions were pleasing to the heavens. I did not retreat when I encountered the demons 6 months ago. I did not give up. I did not forget. I found a way to identify the wormhole coordinator and executed my plan, risking my life several times. Your life, too. The heavens did not remain indifferent. They have responded. From this moment on, any contender for immortality capable of seeing one's level of ascension will see me as a master Taoist of a diamond rank. I did not have the opportunity to become an overlord immediately. To do that, I need to spend a few years meditating next to a substantially high-level place of power, but the heavens have elevated me to the maximum rank of my ascension stage. I suppose that if I were to meet Lord Shangli in combat now, he would be in for an unpleasant surprise. Right, let's go. We have nothing more to do here. Mentor, where are we going? I was astounded as the Taoist headed towards the wormhole. Where? Inside. Don't you want to visit the world of demons? The Mentor looked at me in surprise. Valia has spent 4 months in our world. Are we any worse? As I've told you, apprentice, everything in this world is interconnected. With the help of the heavens, we have managed to eliminate the beasts on this side, but a living wormhole coordinator still remains in the demon world. We have his name, we have the name of his tribe. We have the resources needed to survive in the demon world. We will retreat without finishing what we've started? No, apprentice. We will not act that way. We will enter the demon world and make sure they learn their lesson. It's imprudent to mess with the southern part of Tier 0. Forward, Future Seeker! We've got a whole bunch of demons to kill! This concludes Law of the Jungle, Book 1 by Vasily Mahaneko. Narrated by Deontay Black. Copyright 2024 by Vasily Mahaneko. English translation copyright 2024 by Mikhail Yakupov. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Magic Dome Books and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.